Done something wrong. Look at this.
That's Gloria's bra.
Yeah, I had a hunch it was, Ma. But, look, it's all stained.
Oh, well, what did you put it in with?
Well, just some socks, towels, my new blue shorts.
Oh, you should never put your blue shorts in with Gloria's bra.
Well, that's all right, Ma. We're married.
My God. What I mean is you should never mix coloreds and whites.
Yeah, Archie's been telling me that for years. Well, what should I do with this?
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thanks, Ma.
Mike, did you pick out a name for the baby yet?
Yeah, well, we were thinking if we had a boy, we might call him Stanislaus. That was my father's name. It's Polish for Stanley.
Oh, I like the name Stanley. That was my cousin Claude's name.
Stanley was your cousin Claude's name?
Yeah, Claude Stanley.
Oh, the Stanley was his last name.
Except in the phone book, there it was Stanley
Claude.
Well, it's been a rotten day, folks.
Oh, Archie, you're home.
She's got wonderful eyesight.
It's already afternoon and it's only 1:30.
Whoop-de-doo, she can read the calendar and tell the time, too. What the hell is this?
Gloria's bra.
I know what it is, but what is it doing here, huh? There's some things that should never be seen in public, and this here is two of them.
Mike was doing the laundry and his blue shorts run all over Gloria's bra.
Oh, jeez, leave it to this pre-void to turn doing laundry into a sex room. Get that slingshot out of here. Get away from me. What is this?
That's my laundry.
Oh, geez, when his butt ain't in my chair, his laundry is.
Get it out. Hey, sorry, Arch. What are you doing home so early?
Oh, geez, something happened at work today that got me all unsprung. I had to leave. I got that Black Elmo to take over for me, you know, in the loading dock, and I ducked out.
Archie, what happened?
Sanders, the hatchet man down at work, he ordered physical checkups next Monday, see? But two of us, the two guys over 50, of which I am one.
Well, who's the other man?
A guy around my own age, old man Deutschmeyer. And the word is out that the guy that's got the lessest amount of good health gets to heave-ho.
Arch, if he's a guy around your age, how come he's old man Dirksmeyer and you're not old man Bunker?
Because he acts like an old man. That's why. He walks around with his pants bagging in the behind. His shoelaces are untied, and half the time he's unzipped to the wild.
I think you're putting down Dirksmeyer because you're afraid that he's in better health than you.
Get out of here. I'm in perfect health. Every part on me is as good as any part of you when I was your age. Tell him, Edith. What's taking this so long? Talk, will you?
Well, I'm going all over you.
I will never mind. Get off of me, that's all. Listen, what I want to ask you is this. Could I refuse to take that medical test?
Arch, in the state of New York, if you refuse to take a company physical, they could legally fire you.
You see how them bums hide behind the law? They just want to get rid of us old guys over 50, that's all, and put us out to pasture. But I ain't ready to be pasteurized. Certainly not to make room for all these young college punks who can't find the jobs they was educated for.
Hey, don't blame the college kids. Put the blame for unemployment where it belongs, right at the White House door.
Well, don't blame President Ford, will you? The man's doing a hell of a job for a guy nobody voted for.
Hi, Rick. Hi, Dave.
Hi, honey. How you doing?
Honey.
Hey, what'd the doctor say?
Oh, he said everything is right on schedule. The fetus is in the proper position in the womb.
Oh, jeez, watch your language. Can't you just say that, what do you call it there, is A-okay?
The what-do-you-call-it there is A-okay.
Oh, Christ.
Gee, what are you doing home from work so early?
I gotta take a damn company physical.
Here?
No, at the plant on Monday. And your father's worried about losing his job.
Well, what are you worried for? Doesn't the union protect your job?
It didn't protect Leo Silverforce from Sunnyside, get away from me. They wanted to fire him. They just let him go. They just made up some excuse there. They said he had neurosis in his liver.
That's cirrhosis.
Whatever. It was still a phony excuse. They didn't have the decency to tell him the real reason, which was that he was a lush.
Marge, the man didn't have a leg to stand on.
He couldn't even stand on two. But I ain't gonna stop there. We're gonna take this thing right up to the top.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, we?
We, I mean you and me. We're gonna sit down. We're gonna write a letter to George Meany, the head of the UFO CIA.
What?
Frankly, there's the man in the country that's most worried about the unemployment.
Oh, poor Mr. Meany. Did he lose his job?
No, did you lose your marbles?
Marge, the only way that George Meany is going to stop unemployment is if he gets his pal Gerald Ford to start another war.
Well, that always worked in the past.
What are you saying? You're in favor of a major war?
We don't have to take on anybody real tough. You know, we could hit Mexico again. We could pounce on them in the middle of the day when they're all snoozing under them big dopey hats.
You know, you ought to be a military strategist.
Well, you ought to be backing out of a stable because you're a horse's patootie.
Archie, just to make sure you're all right, why don't you go see a doctor this afternoon? That way, if there ain't nothing wrong with you, you won't have nothing to worry about. And if there is something wrong with you, the doctor can fix it by Monday morning.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll tell you what. Why don't I go to a doctor this afternoon? And if he don't find nothing wrong with me, then I ain't got nothing to worry about. And if he finds something wrong with me, then maybe he can fix it by Monday morning.
Oh, that's a better idea.
It makes a lot more sense.
What was that? Can't you folly that?
This way, Mr. Bunker.
Oh, okay. How am I doing there, Nicey?
The doctor's checking out your tests right now. He'll be with you in a moment.
So what do I do then?
Why don't you sit down?
Oh, all right. I sit down there.
Mrs. Bunker, you can come in now.
Oh, thank you.
Where you been?
What did Dr. Shapiro say?
Shapiro's on a 2-week vacation. He's visiting the land of his people, Miami.
And who took care of him?
She's his assistant. Some young kid looked to be about 12 years of age there. He was right out of doctor school, I suppose. I half expected him to take my post with a Mickey Mouse one.
Well, new doctors is the best kind. They ain't had time to forget what they learned in school.
Okay, let's see.
How did I do on the test there, Junior?
Don't worry, you did neato guido.
You talking Latin?
Your blood count's normal. Heart and lungs are fine.
Well, how about what I done for you in the bottle there?
Urine is fine, too. Oh, thank God for fine urine. Only one thing concerns me. Your blood pressure is 170/98.
Oh, gee.
That's just a little high. Let me ask you, Mr. Bunker, are you the excitable type? Do you get upset easily?
Oh, no, I don't do that. No, ask her.
Well, only when something upsets him.
What kind of an answer is that?
You do get upset, Archie. We gotta tell him.
I get upset when them young guys down at work start razzing me about my age, that's all. Now, Junior here asked me a question. I don't need the help of talking dingbat to give him an answer. Stifle yourself.
You just answered my question, Mr. Bunker. You obviously suffer from hypertension, so I'm going to give you this prescription for your nerves.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Now, I want you to go home and relax this weekend. Just stay calm.
That's it? That's all I got to do?
That's it.
Stay calm, huh? That's a cinch. Thanks very much, Doc. Let's get out of here.
Thank you, Doc.
I'll open the door for you there, dear.
All right, I got
I
it.
said I'd open the door.
It's open.
Get away from there, will you? What's the matter with you? Think I'm too feeble to open the door for myself?
Good beginning, Mr. Bunker. Have a nice, calm weekend.
Thank you very much, Doctor. There. Come on, dear. After you. Thank you, Doctor. After you, dear. You had to open your mouth in there. You're not supposed to say that I got a category.
Cut out, sweet. You'll get a pain and ruin your tum-tum. Stay away from bootleg hooch when you're out of spring.
like the doctor gave Daddy a good report.
Oh, yeah, everything's fine except his blood pressure's a little high. So we gotta help keep him calm and relaxed all weekend.
Well, I can do it, but I'm not leaving town just for that.
All right, now I want calm in this loony bin.
Hey, Arch.
Here, let me take your hat.
Huh?
Let me get your coat. There you go, Arch. Take it easy.
All right,
Did you
all
get
right.
your relaxing pills?
Yeah, I got him. $5 for 20 little sugar bullets.
Be nice and comfortable. Mike, would you get your father-in-law's slippers?
Sure, Mom.
And I'll get you a nice cold beer.
Oh, don't bother, Ma. I've seen you do it thousands of times. I'll get Daddy his beer.
Oh, that's nothing, Chiquita.
All right.
Here
All right.
we are.
Geez, at these prices, only the druggist can relax.
Oh, we mustn't let this little piggy catch cold.
Here are your slippers, Arch.
Yeah, thank you, Meathead.
Here's the beer, Daddy.
Little girl.
And here's the Reader's Digest, so you just sit right there and relax.
How do they got here? High blood pressure, the all-American killer. How the hell am I going to... Don't be doing nothing for me, will you? Just do like you always do around here, please. Don't change that. The little girl, go read something, huh?
Edith, knit something, will you? Meathead, eat something.
Daddy will do anything you want as long as you relax. Because we want you strong and healthy for little Stanislaus.
Gloria, don't tell you.
What do you mean, do? Who is little Stanislaus?
Don't you think you better take a relaxing pill?
Later. Who is little Stanislaus?
Who'd like to hear a riddle?
Nobody in a while. Who is little Stanislaus?
What has 4 legs and flies?
2 pairs of pants. Who is little Stanislaus?
It's a garbage truck.
Edith, think a minute. A garbage truck has 4 legs?
The driver and his helper.
Stay close to me, Lord, will you?
How about a pill?
How about who the hell is little Stanislaus?
Well, we were thinking if we had a boy, that might be his name.
Stanislaus? How'd you think up a nutty name like that?
That was my father's name. And it's a good name.
If Stanislaus is a good name, how come he named you Meathead?
He named me Michael.
Ah.
You named me Meathead.
If you was thinking about naming him after a grandfather, why didn't you pick the grandfather who happens to be a living American here?
Before you get all upset, Daddy, would you like to know the other name we were considering if it's a boy?
What?
Archie.
Oh, that's your name.
You don't say.
See, Daddy, we didn't forget about you. We thought we'd use both grandfathers' names and call him Stanislaus Archibald Stivic.
Well, how come you didn't think about it the other way around? Archie Stanislaus, Stevie.
Oh, Daddy, you wouldn't want your grandchild to have those initials.
Well, it would fit the American grandfather.
Are you calling me an ass? Calling me? You got the knife in my own home to call you an ass. All right, then, all right. Get over there and sit down and shut up where you belong.
Sit, Daddy, sit. Relax.
I gotta be calm here.
Here you are.
All right. Stanislaus. What the hell kind of a middle name is Louse?
All one name.
What is the difference? All the kids will call him Louse. They'll say, hey, Louse, where's the doggy you've been riding on? That's what they'll be hollering after him.
Arch, the kids will call him Stanley.
They will call him Louse. Little kids are mean and rotten. I ought to know. I used to be one.
Why'd they make fun of your name?
Yes.
Archibald is a nice name.
Archibald stinks. And when the kids on the block found out I was called Archibald, they brought me up to the Bronx and they left me there.
Oh.
No arguments. I want to tell you something here. Her and me ain't going to be diapering no Louse. And Stanley's a name that stinks, too.
Stanley's the name that stinks too, huh? Fine. But I do not have to listen to you. It is up to us to name our own child. I don't have to stand here and listen to your juvenile opinions.
That's all you're going to get out of me.
I can't help it. Tell him to stop opening his mouth
I'm talking to my father. Listen to him all the time.
Don't come back till after Monday.
Edith, well, come over here. I never seen you like this before. You just threw your own pregnant daughter out of the house.
Oh, I know. But the doctor says that my husband needs calm and quiet.
You done that for me, huh?
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Edith. But I gotta tell you, the way you pushed the two of them out the door, you put me in mind of an Irish bartender at 3 o'clock in the morning. Why didn't you let him stay here at least until I could win the argument?
Oh, because I'm your wife and I'm supposed to keep you healthy.
Oh, yeah.
Now, come on, sit back down here and relax and take your pill.
Yeah.
And don't worry no more about losing your job.
Oh, well, come on. You can't blame me for worrying about losing my job. Geez, a lot of old guys are getting laid off nowadays. I don't want to wind up on a park bench feeding the pigeons, or maybe stealing from the pigeons.
Now put this over you. Put your feet up.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
There, now ain't that comfy? Take your pill.
Yeah, take a pill.
You're gonna come out better on the test than Mr. Dirksmeyer.
You're a good wife to me, Edith.
Oh, you're a good husband.
Well, you deserve every part of me, Edith. Still got to beat out Dirksmeyer. Well, then again, he's got awful feet, you know. Could a guy die from that?
You don't think about that now. Just relax and be quiet. You want to go upstairs?
In the daylight, Edith?
I didn't mean that.
You want it? Hi there, Doc. Top of the morning to you. Hey, it's a great day to be alive, huh? Where do I sit? Here's the chair. Where do you want the chair, Doc? Here, there, any place. Where?
I suggest on the floor.
On the floor. You got it, Doc. Hey, Bunker here reporting. Ding dong.
I'm Dr. Ferguson, Stanley Ferguson.
Stanley Ferguson. Oh, I always loved that name, Stanley. Doc, I seen old man Dirksmeyer leaving the building. Gee, he looked kind of green around the grills, like he was going to barf up. Hope he gets through the front door in time.
Let's find out about you, Mr. Bunker. Your doctor's forwarded me his findings. The only question seems to be your blood pressure.
Oh, well, listen, Doc, I'm in great shape. Hey, you should have seen me running up them steps out there.
There are only two.
Yeah, I took them both at the same time. Doc, I'm over 50, as you can certainly see, but I am certainly not over the hill.
Well, I hope not. I'm 71.
Get out of here.
71.
71? Jeez. Well, I mean, I would have said 70, but... Doc, remember, us senior citizens, we got to stick together and stay in there punching, huh?
Right. I can't afford to get old. I play a very rotten game of shuffleboard. All right, now let's see if we can't get this pressure down a bit.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you, relax. I want you to think happy thoughts. You're out on a beautiful lake. You're fishing.
Oh, yeah.
And you're living in a world where your age doesn't count against you.
Oh, geez, if only, Doc, if only.
Good. In a world where all men live in brotherhood, blacks and whites, browns, peace, mixing free. Bunker, your pressure is rising.
That don't mean nothing, Doc. I'm just holding back a point there.
It'll do it every time. All right. I'm going to put you down 168 over 95.
Is that good?
That is high normal. But it'll keep you your job.
Oh, well, geez, that's the main thing, Doc. Boy, what a relief that is. Hey, this is swelling.
Well, If nobody else is going to take care of us old-timers, we've got to do it ourselves.
You said it, Doc. Listen, you're a swell guy. I wish you the best. May you always have a steady flow of invalids.
How did old man Deutschmeyer check out?
Oh, well, I couldn't do much for Deutschmeyer. He's got problems.
Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, well, I'll tell the guys on the loading dock to get ready to throw him a nice going-away party. Yeah?
Okay, Doc, thank you very much.
Say, Doc, don't forget, we tee off tomorrow morning, 6 a.m.
Hey, hi there, Mr. Sanders.
Oh, hello, Bunker. How'd you make out with the doc?
Oh, swell, swell. I come through with flying colors there. I ain't hardly got any blood pressure at all.
Well, congratulations.
What do you think of poor Deutschmeyer?
Yeah, I just saw him leaving. Hey, Doc, what was the final determination on him?
Ulcers.
Oh, ulcers, ain't that too bad? He can't be on the loading dock no more. That's rough, ain't it?
Rough? What's rough about that? He'll be eligible now for his union disability retirement, Social Security, medical insurance, probably all tax-free. Not to mention our new company pension plan. Putting those together, Dirksmeyer's going to be clearing more dough sitting on his butt than he ever made working here. Hey, Doc, you all through with him?
Yes, all through.
Hey, Bunker, you better get down on the loading platform. With Dirksmeyer off the job, we're going to be short-handed down there.
Those were the days.
And you knew where you were then.
Girls were girls and men were men. Mr. We could use a man like Herbert Hoover again. Didn't need no welfare state.
Everybody pulled his weight.
Gee, our old LaSalle ran great. Those were the days.
Edith! Coast clear. Nobody in the kitchen there?
No, did you get it?
I got it. Okay. Here we are. Cleared and fixed here.
Oh, they're going to be so surprised. Did you push this all away from the store?
No, I jumped in and drove it home.
It was too expensive for him.
You're telling me I laid out over $100 on this thing. That's a hell of a lot of money to spend on a kid you don't even know yet. Look, it's got all the latest features here. Wait till I show you. Starting here. There's a sun visor, see? For the sun. Okay. Over here. See this whole thing? It collapses right... Oh, jeez, the thumb. Get away. Get away from it. Let me show you. Now the hood. It all goes over here when the sun is coming from that direction, see? Okay, down in there you got a mattress that's waterproof because babies ain't. Over there, you got a pocket for the milk bottle when she's wheeling them through the park.
Oh, Gloria won't need that for a while. She's going to breastfeed.
In the park? With all the creeps staring at her dairies? Here, look at this. That's a net against bugs.
Oh, yeah, because we want a baby buddy, not a buggy baby. It's Gloria. We gotta hide the carriage.
Ma, the door's locked.
Yeah, I know. I'll be there.
Where?
Oh, the closet.
No, the morgue ain't even got room in that closet. Come on.
Oh, no. She'll go in the kitchen.
Yeah, with the meathead with her, she sure will. Where? Come on, where?
The cellar.
All right, the cellar. See, the kid isn't even here yet, and already he's giving me a nervous breakdown. The cellar door. That door.
Be careful here. Come in.
Hi. What took you so long to unlock the door?
I was putting something away. How do you feel?
Like it's to say Goodyear right across here.
But you look beautiful. How's Mike?
Who wants to talk about him?
Oh, Gloria, come on in the kitchen and have a cup of coffee. Please sit right down there and tell me what's wrong.
I'm fat and ugly.
Oh, Gloria, you ain't ugly.
Yeah, but I'm fat.
Oh, that's just baby fat. Oh.
take me to see Gone with the Wind tonight, but now he's got to stay home and tutor Linda Galloway.
Oh, but she has her lessons on Mondays, and this is Friday.
Well, she suddenly decided that she needs 2 lessons a week.
Oh, my. Oh, I guess she's only half as smart as she thought she was.
She doesn't have to be smart. She might have a C- brain, but she's got an A+ body.
Oh, Glory, you don't have to worry. You got an A+ body, too. Remember?
Yeah, it's under here somewhere.
Hey, Gloria, where are you?
I'm in here, honey. Maybe Linda canceled her lesson.
Hi, Ma.
Oh, hi, Mike. You look nice.
Thanks, Ma.
Honey. You smell good, too.
Thanks. Gotta run. I'll be home around 10, okay?
Where you going?
I'm going over to Linda's place.
Why isn't she coming to our place like she always does?
Well, she called me. She says she doesn't like going out on the streets late at night. You understand? Honey, hey, tell you what. I'll take you out tomorrow night, okay? I love you. You're so fat.
Bye, Mike. I'm beginning to wonder if Linda is taking lessons or giving them.
What kind of lessons could she give him? Oh, Gloria. Mike loves you. All he's doing is earning a little extra money. Oh, excuse me. There's someone at the door. Come in.
Get me the hell out of here.
Oh, that's cool. That's Archie. You must have watched yourself.
You must imagine me with all kinds of help from you.
Well, what was you doing in the cellar?
I was refereeing a cockroach fight. What the hell? Oh, never mind that. I see you here. All right, all right. How you doing, little girl? What's the matter with you now?
Well, Mike had to go over to Linda Galloway's house.
Linda Galloway? Oh, yeah, the little blonde. What do you have to go over there?
To give her her lesson.
Lesson in what, I'd like to know.
Oh. Ho, 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 and whoop-de-doo. I smell something stinko in the city of Denmark. What? Listen, Gloria, hey, cheer up, little girl. Listen, don't worry about nothing like that. I mean, after all, the Meathead has his faults, God knows. But one thing he ain't a girl chaser.
There, you see, your father's right. Why don't you get ready for the movie? I'll go with you. I love to see Gone with the Wind again.
Oh, jeez, I hate that picture.
Okay, Ma, I'll be ready in 10 minutes.
Yeah, but now listen, little girl. Remember what I told you in here? Now, you don't have to worry about your husband, because as far as he's concerned, you're the only girl in the world for him.
Mike.
Yeah, now remember that, huh? That pre-boy's messing around.
Oh, no, Archie,
yeah.
no. No, all Mike's doing is tutoring Linda.
Yeah, he sure is tooting her.
Well, you got no proof.
Oh, I know that, but I'm going to get proof tonight when you're away at the movie. I'm going to have him over here, and I'm going to pour wine into that guy, because wine hits him like a ton of bricks, and that will get the truth out of him. In vino veritas, as the ancient Jews was always saying.
Archie, no, I can't believe that Mike would do nothing wrong.
You don't understand nothing. Gloria's in her 7th month. That means for him, the playground is closed. And he's got to look for some other place to swing. Can't you grasp that notion?
Yeah, coming.
You don't let me finish.
Terrific. Handsome, intelligent, and you've got rhythm, too.
If you're bucking for an A, that's the way to get it.
Well, come on in.
Yeah, right.
Now, we'll have a seat and be comfortable.
Thank you. It's a very nice place you got here.
Thank you.
Tonight we're going to concentrate on interpreting statistics. Oh, I love your artwork. Very nice Picasso, and the Chagall is beautiful.
Did you see this one? It's my favorite. It's a Lautrec.
Nice.
It just has lovely, lovely contour and just beautiful shape.
Yeah, it's not a bad shape there. What do you say we get to work, huh? It's you, we were both going in the same direction, and we bumped in.
Would you like to look your jacket? Would you be more comfortable?
Yeah, that would be nice. Here, you can take the jacket.
Hey, you're wearing that sweater I like.
Oh, you like this?
Yeah, don't you remember I told you once after class?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, I said that you really look nice.
You said macho.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Well, you do. You look very macho. And very nice.
Let's get down to work, huh? Okay, now, tonight, like I said, we're going to be interpreting statistics, and, Was I sitting over here before?
No, you were sitting over there, but if you want to sit over here, it's fine.
No, I'll sit over here. It's better. It's closer to the book. It's better to be closer to the book. Now, the important thing about statistics is that they are not as difficult as they seem. If you just take it one step at a time, you'll do fine. It smells very nice. Very nice. What kind of perfume are you wearing?
I'm not wearing any perfume.
It smells awfully good. Oh, it's me. It's my cologne. I thought it was you. Hey, but you smell probably good too. All right. Now, what was I saying?
You were talking about statistics.
Right. What was I saying about statistics?
Are you having trouble concentrating?
Huh?
Is there something on your mind?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, tonight, actually, for the past few weeks, you haven't been able to finish a sentence.
Well, the reason for that, that's because, what do you mean?
And you're acting terribly charming and making jokes, and you smell awfully good. And you seem to be coming on to me, like you're trying to turn me on, and if you are, I just want to let you know that it's all right.
You think that I'm trying to turn you on? Linda, is that what you think? That's ridiculous. I mean, why would I want to turn? I mean, I'm a married man. I got a baby on the way. I mean, why would you want to think that I would turn? Did I? I wasn't trying to, really. Believe me, Linda. Where you going? Where you going? Linda, I have a baby at home and a wife on the way. You know, the interesting thing about statistics is that very often, statistically, 3 out of every 5 people that work, oh my God.
Okay. Here I am. I'm opening the door for you now. Oh.
I got your note you left on the refrigerator door.
I figured you'd find it there.
Come on in. What'd you want?
Well, I thought to myself, well, the girls are out seeing Gone with the Wind, and they're going to be away, for a little while. So I thought maybe you might be lonesome over there for some intelligent conversation.
With whom?
Can't you be nice?
Oh, it's just a long movie.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's a lot of college in it, and they talk slow.
So much for intelligent conversation.
No, wait a minute. I didn't mean nothing by that. Come on. Take it easy, huh? Sit down over here. Take a load off your feet. Listen, you're going to be a father in a couple of months here. So, it suddenly hit me. I'm going to be a grandfather at the same time.
That's the way it works, Arch.
Yeah, life is funny, huh? Yeah. So I thought, what better time to have a little toast with you and me, right, Michael?
Oh, wait a minute. Michael?
Yeah, that's your name, man. Oh, I know what you think. Listen, the Meathead days are over. Huh? Here into 4, I'm going to call you. And you know what you're going to call me?
What?
Daddy. Well, at least Dad, huh? Yeah. Okay.
You want me to call you Dad?
Yeah, well, you call your mother-in-law Ma, huh? That's all right. All right.
Hey, Arch, Dad, will you take it easy there?
Yeah.
Wine always hits me like a ton of bricks.
I never knew that. Now, our first toast is going to be to your son and my grandson, and may he only be a boy. Down the hatch.
Oh, that's better. The long and the short and the tall.
You know, I can't believe it, Dad. You know, I don't feel a thing. We drank practically almost 2 bottles. I don't feel a thing.
Hey, I just made room for some more. Good. Now, come on. We're going to have it so get on your feet with this.
What are we toasting?
Get on your feet.
What are we toasting?
I want to make a toast to the greatest country on the face of the earth, Poland.
You really like Poland, huh, Dad?
If it wasn't for Poland, the world wouldn't have one of the things they got.
Which is what? Poland.
I'm going to now toast the President of the United States and the great man he is, Richard M. Ford. And his beautiful wife, I don't give a damn what she says, Ladybird.
No. Hey, wait a minute, Dad. Mrs. Ford isn't a ladybird. She's a thunderbird. Funny?
No, that ain't right, though. No, you're up and loaded, you know that? Hey, you better sit down. Give me a hand.
Here you go.
Give me a hand. All right. Now, I want to make another toast to you, buddy.
To me?
Yes, sirree. To the finest son-in-law that ever married his way to a dinner table. We all love you, and we respect you, and we trust you.
Hey, Dad. Can I tell you about something that happened tonight?
What time tonight?
When I was tutoring Linda.
Oh, Linda. Yeah. You really went with that little girl, didn't you?
Yeah, she's nice.
And you went over to the apartment tonight. The two of you, Linda and you was intricate together. Come on now, you can tell your old dad.
Well, she was awfully attractive. And, she did encourage me. You know, I didn't realize it, but I guess I was asking for it. But when the chips were down, I thought to myself, what am I, crazy? I mean, I got a wife that I love and a baby on the way. What am I going to do? Am I going to throw all that away? So before anything happened, I jumped up and I got the hell out of there. Dad? Dad? Look at that. Poor Daddy went seepy by. Yeah. Well, good night, Daddy. Good night. Good night. Oh, my papa, to me he was so wonderful. Oh, my
It's okay, Ma. I'll look for what
work tomorrow.
There you are, Archie.
Get that stuff away from me. It binds me up for days.
Archie, why did you have to drink so much? You know wine does that to you.
Don't yell, please.
And what was you doing sleeping in the hall closet?
I thought I was an overcoat. Leave me alone, will you? I got a headache on this side. You want to give me another one over here? You should be thinking of how we're going to explain to our little girl that her husband was infidelity with another woman.
I don't believe it. I think you were so drunk you didn't hear Mike right.
Oh, I told you what I heard. The last thing he said was that she encouraged him on, and he went for her. And then, for some reason, Eddie Fisher was singing "Oh My Papa."
When I got home last night from the movie, I found Michael in the shower singing.
Don't yell, please.
Well, Mike always sings in the shower.
Now with his clothes on. And he was drunk.
Oh, I know that, Gloria. He was with your father. They got drunk together while we was at the movies. Didn't Mike tell you?
I wanted to talk to him this morning, but he ran out before breakfast, and I don't even know where he is.
She's that guy in heat making house calls on an
Archie, that ain't true. Don't you believe that, Gloria?
Hey, Gloria, I got a big surprise for you.
Oh, yeah, please.
I don't want a surprise, Michael. I want to talk to you.
Honey, what's the matter?
Michael, you say that you've been tutoring Linda Galloway, and I want to believe you. But you told me that she's paying you for those lessons, and I've never seen any of that money. We haven't made a bank deposit in weeks.
Honey, that's what I've been doing with the money. I'm saving it for the big surprise I'm about to show you. Hold on a second, I got it. Here it is. What do you think? Huh? Isn't that nice? Beautiful.
Honey, it's beautiful. It's the one we wanted to buy.
Yeah.
Archie.
Why did you have to bring that up from the show?
Oh, let's take it home and put it up in the baby's room now.
Okay.
What happened to you now?
The headache went into my eyes. There goes the other eye. Oh, Jesus, in the collarbone.
Archie, what are we going to do with the carriage we bought?
I don't know. You better hope they have twins.
Maybe we could take it back to the store and exchange it for a bassinet.
Don't be ridiculous, Edith. The kid can't learn to play one of them things till he's 13.
What else? Going to the bathroom. 2 more trips to John today, and I'll be in the Guinness Book of Records.
Still feeling kind of down, huh?
Down. Don't be ridiculous. I feel pretty. Oh, so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and fat. Boy, will I be glad when this is over.
Me too.
You too? What do you know about this?
I was just trying to be sympathetic.
If you want to be sympathetic, next time I have to go, you make the trip up the stairs.
That's funny.
What's funny?
Nothing. It sounded funny when you first said it, but when you think about it, I mean, well, you never laugh when I go to the bathroom, so why should I laugh when you go? Going to the bathroom is very serious business. It's not as serious as sitting in an electric chair, but you want some coffee?
No. You know coffee makes me nervous.
All right. No coffee.
I think I'll just have some milk and some Oreo cookies. That is, unless you ate them all up.
I didn't eat your Oreo cookies. Gloria, you know I'm a ding-dong man.
All I know is that something very strange is going on in this house because last night there were 6 Oreo cookies in the refrigerator. I counted them. But this morning, they seem to have mysteriously disappeared.
Not like this for. I mean, who cares? What's the big deal? Honey, look, I know you're apprehensive, but it's only natural. I mean, you're a week overdue.
9 days.
9 days, 9 days. But it's perfectly natural for a woman to be apprehensive with her first child.
I want you to stop being so reasonable.
I don't know what you expect from me.
I don't know what I expect from you either.
Oh, honey. It's all right. Hey, you know, it's not that unusual to be 1 week overdue.
9 days!
9 days. I can understand why you'd be a little bit scared, but listen, honey, I'm going to be right there with you in the delivery room, helping you to push, wiping away the old perspiration, maybe even making you smile a little bit. Huh?
How long have you been parting your teeth in the middle?
Can I come in?
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Gloria. Oh. Hello.
She's a little bit down.
Forget it, Mike.
I didn't say anything.
You don't understand. You just stick to your ding-dongs and keep your grubby fingers off of my Oreos.
No, she's being impossible. I can't even talk to her anymore. I say, Gloria, it's going to be a nice day. She says it's going to rain. I say it's going to rain. She says it's going to be a nice day. What are you doing? She gets like that.
Maybe you shouldn't talk about the weather. I'll see if I can cheer her up.
Good luck.
Here you are. You should have seen your father going off on his fishing trip. All bundled up. He looked so cute in his lucky fishing cap.
Which one is his lucky fishing cap?
The one with the big button on it that says lucky fishing cap.
Oh, yeah, he wore that one last time, and he didn't catch anything, so what's so lucky about it?
Well, it was lucky for the fish. I think I know what's bothering you. You ain't worried about having the baby.
I'm not?
No. You're just starting to realize that from now on, a whole little human person is going to depend on you. You're the one that's going to be mostly responsible for what kind of a human being that baby turns out to be.
My God, no wonder I'm scared.
Oh, that's why they say that a good mother is the hardest job in the world.
Yeah, and it's the only job that men don't try to take away from us. I bet they would if it paid enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Your shower tomorrow's gonna cheer you up. Oh, I'm dying to meet your girlfriends from your childbirth class.
I don't know, Ma. It's not very exciting to sit around with a bunch of pregnant women who talk about their stretch marks.
Hey, Gloria, what do you say we do our exercises, huh?
Forget it.
Honey, we haven't done them in a couple of days, and what's the point of practicing prepared childbirth if we're not going to practice the exercises? Dr. Shapiro says we should do it every day.
Well, then do it with Dr. Shapiro.
Gloria, come on. Oh, come on. You've been taking those classes 6 weeks. Show me what you learned.
Okay.
Honey, why don't you lie down over here? Got a pillow for your head right there.
Do they make you have the baby on the floor?
No, Ma, this is just for the exercises.
Oh.
There you go, honey. It's my job to help Gloria relax.
That's right, because like he keeps telling me, we're in this together. Ha!
All right, contract your right arm. See that, Ma? Her right arm is tense, but the rest of her body is relaxed. She's learned to respond to my commands. When she goes into labor, her mind won't be on the pain. It'll be on the exercises.
Oh. I'm glad I had Gloria when I did, because I don't think I'd know enough to have a baby today.
Another thing that I have to know is how to control Gloria's breathing. And I also have to know what to do in case of hyperventilation.
Is that something like cross ventilation?
No, my hyperventilation is caused by uncontrollable breathing, like this. You see that? That comes from tension.
Hey, Coach, your little lecture just put my arm to sleep. Wake it up, would you?
That's another thing. In prepared childbirth, they call the husband the coach. That's me. Yeah. Oh, sorry, honey. Sorry. Release the touch. There you go. Okay, contract your left leg. You see, Ma, when a woman goes into labor, very often there can be hyperventilation, and that comes from exhaling too much carbon dioxide. So what I do is I bring a paper bag with me into the delivery room. That way, she can breathe into the bag, and she inhales the carbon dioxide that she was exhaling before. Do you understand?
No. When I had Gloria, I breathed whatever was in the room. You have to take a paper bag to the hospital with you?
Yeah, well, the paper bag is inside the goodie bag.
The goodie bag? What's that?
I'll show you. It's what the husband brings along to the hospital. It's got everything in it. Everything. Here we got the paper bag here, in case of hyperventilation. And we got a stopwatch in here. That's the time the labor pains. And we got a rolling pin here. So I roll this on Gloria's back in case she's got back labor, like this.
Oh, that feels good.
And we got some snacks in here for the husband. We got some peanuts, we got some pretzels, some potato chips.
See, I'm going to have a 60-pound baby, and he's going to have an 8-pound lunch.
Okay, contract your left arm and your right leg. I said your left arm and your right leg.
You said my right arm and my left leg.
All right. Let's just say I was wrong.
What do you mean, let's just say you were wrong? You were wrong.
All right.
You patronize me, Michael Pence.
Gloria, just calm down. You're a little bit emotional. Just relax. Contract your left arm and your right leg.
No.
Gloria, I'm ordering you to contract your left arm and your right leg.
Well, what if I don't? What's going to happen? You're going to call off the baby?
Now hear this. This is your coach speaking. Forget the fact that you are having personal problems with your husband. I'm speaking to you strictly as your coach, and I'm telling you to contract your left arm and your right leg.
Now hear this. This is your wife speaking, and she would like to tell her coach to contract his own left arm and right leg and then shove him.
Now hear this. This is Edith Bunker speaking. Now, Mike, you stifle yourself, and you contract yourself. Now we'll change the subject. Mike, do you have enough film for the shower tomorrow?
The shower's not tomorrow, Ma. The shower's on Sunday. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'm going to the basketball game tomorrow.
Oh, no, the shower is tomorrow.
That's right. I told you that last night.
No, you didn't.
Well, is going to a basketball game more important than taking pictures at my shower?
No. Who wants to go to a dull old basketball game when I can have the time of my life at a fun-filled fiesta taking pictures of a pack of Peppy Pregos?
Oh! You don't want to be there?
You're both overtired and overworried.
And overdue!
Where you going?
Bed!
Great. Go to bed. I'm going out.
Where you go out?
That's right. I'm going out. That's right. I may not come back until my kid graduates high school. Make it college day. I got life. You like life?
Bananas pureed with rum. Bananas with wheat germ. Blueberries with blackberry liquor.
Mike?
Michael, wake up!
What? What's that? Is it time yet? Where's the goodie bag?
can't sleep when you snore.
It's funny. Didn't keep me awake. Sorry. I'll try to stop.
Good night.
Good night. What's the matter? What's the matter?
You're snoring again.
Huh. It's funny. It must have happened when I was sleeping. I'm sorry. I'll try to stop, I swear.
Good night.
Good night. What, are you going to tell me I was snoring again?
That's right.
It's impossible. My head barely hit the pillow.
I can't help it. You were snoring. Now, Michael, I have to get some rest for my baby shower tomorrow.
Take it easy. Take it easy. I'll go to sleep on my stomach. I don't snore when I sleep on my stomach.
I hope not.
All right. I caught you that time. I deliberately stayed awake. What do you got to say about that?
You were snoring.
No way, Gloria. I set the trap. You fell right into it. You just resent the fact that I can sleep and you can't.
Why can't you just admit you were snoring?
All right. I was snoring.
No, you weren't.
You're making me into a lunatic! Let me tell you something, Gloria. This is no way to make friends in bed. Now, I understand that you're a week overdue. 9 days! All right, 9 days, damn it! But I'm not going to be pushed around any longer.
Blow it out your goodie bag.
Where you going?
Just have a little snack here.
You're not don't eat that. You're not supposed to eat that now. That's for when we go to the hospital.
So this is where my Oreos were.
Just said I didn't eat them.
But you didn't say that you knew where they were.
I didn't have any ding-dongs. I only put those in there for the time being. What are you doing now? You gonna eat that now?
I'm just gonna eat the white stuff in the middle. I'll put the cookie part back.
What good is the cookie part unless it has the white stuff in the middle? Look what you're doing. You're breaking the cookie up and everything. Look, why don't you just stop eating and go to bed, huh?
Why? So I can lie there and listen to you snore?
Honey, you didn't mean that. Why don't you just lie down, relax, contract your left leg?
Contract your own left leg. As a matter of fact, contract your whole snoring nose and suck it right up inside your face.
I'm trying very hard not to lose my temper. And I understand that your nerves are frayed. And I'm trying to do everything to make you happy. I'll tell you what. I won't go to the basketball game tomorrow. I'll stay home and take pictures at the baby shower. Isn't that nice?
Don't do me any favors. I don't want a martyr at my baby shower. As a matter of fact, I don't want you to be my coach in the delivery room.
All right. Great. That's nice. That's real nice, Gloria. Maybe you don't even want me in your bedroom, huh?
No, I don't want me in my bedroom. I'm gonna go sleep next door.
You're not going anywhere.
Release to touch, meathead.
You leave this house, I swear, not only will I not be at the baby shower tomorrow, I will not be home for dinner tomorrow night.
Then you better take along a pocket full of ding-dongs, you dodo. Hi, Sylvia. Hi. Oh, I left the light on in the John for you.
I've been up there 4 times already. I can do it in the dark.
Feels like a football helmet.
But it's square, Irene.
Square is.
Oh. Yeah, here's another bowl for you, Vicky. Oh, there's a problem here. The size is right for sitting pretty because a baby's tush is itty bitty. Oh, would you please stop kicking me, pal?
Oh, the baby likes its present. It's clapping too.
No, he's kicking because his father's not here.
Let's make way for the next nifty gift.
There's only two left.
Vicky. Hey, Vicky. Well, wait a minute. This is your present. Hold it.
I can't hold it. Believe me. Gloria, you don't look happy.
Aren't you having a good time?
Oh, yeah, I'm having a good time. But I'd be having an even better time if I knew Michael was having a rotten time, and that's the truth.
Gloria, this is from your mother.
Edith, you read the
Oh,
card.
I don't have to. I know it by heart. It's a poem. I wrote it myself. Pink is for girls. For boys, it is blue. But whatever you are, I'll always love you. Oh, wait a minute. There's more. Dear baby girl, sugar is white, grass is green. To your mom, you're a girl. To me, you're a queen.
But what if it's a boy?
Oh, that's the third verse. Dear baby boy, I think that I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree. I hope you'll like this present, see? 'Cause I don't know how to crochet a tree.
Pink is for girls, for boys there is blue. Thanks, Mom.
I hope Mike likes it.
Mike who?
Mike Stivic, your husband, you know.
Oh, yeah, him. I don't want to talk about him.
Oh, Gloria. Lots of wives have husband trouble when they're pregnant. Even Archie, when I was carrying you, wasn't as sweet as he is now.
I find that hard to believe.
Ma, is Gloria okay? How's the baby? Gloria, where's the baby?
It's right where for the last
I was at the game. An announcement came over the loudspeaker, paging Dr. Shapiro. And I said, that's my wife. My doctor's having a baby.
There must be 100 Dr. Shapiros in New York.
Yeah, but when your wife is a week overdue and your doctor is Dr. Shapiro, any doctor can be your Dr. Shapiro.
You're breathing too fast.
Yeah, he doesn't look too good.
There were 5 phones. 3 of them were busy. 2 were out on. I tried to call. I can't breathe.
Calm down.
He's hyperventilating.
He's not even pregnant.
I can't stop. I can't stop.
Make believe you're having labor pain.
I think I am.
Michael, take it easy, sweetheart. I'm sorry, honey. This is all my fault.
Women were so rotten in the last few days. I'm really sorry, honey. I didn't mean all the bad things I said. Oh, I need you to be my coach in the delivery room. I really need you there, honey. And I love you so, so much.
And I'm sorry. Michael. Michael, please tell me you forgive me.
I forgive you.
Oh, honey.
What are they doing? Starting a second one?
Gloria's is just fixing Mike's ventilator.
Are you feeling better now?
Yeah, I'm all right. Oh, you know, I got so scared when I heard him paging Dr. Shapiro. All kinds of crazy thoughts went through my head.
I'm sorry I put you through.
That's all right. You know, honey, I know I'll never understand everything you're going through. Hey, if it'll make you feel any better, though.
Oh, here you are. Calm down. I made you a nice cup of tea.
You wake me. It gives me gas.
Edith, if I have to do that show tonight, it's going to be the first time in my life I vomit in public.
It's true, Edith. It's true. Now, listen. Annie Hefner and Ed Bradley are coming over here in a few minutes to pick me up now. We got to tell them, see, that I'm having my tonsils out.
You told them that 2 years ago when they wanted you to go door to door selling lemon pies for law and order.
You're so ashamed of them runny pies. Think of something, will you? What about a hangnail, maybe? No. Listen, did we ever use up my gallbladder on anything?
Archie, I can't lie about your gallbladder.
What the hell is so sacred about a gallbladder? Edith, the trouble with you is you can't lie about nothing.
Oh, Archie, lying ain't never no good for fixing things.
Lying is a terrific way of fixing things. The top men in the country fix things like that every day.
Now, listen, Edith. You don't want to do that, but you got to remember one thing. When you married me, you promised to love, honor, and obey me.
You're the one that wanted the word obey, and I wanted to cherish you.
And Edith, well, go ahead and start cherishing me. Now remember, cherish me, Edith, huh?
Shut up and cherish me! Evening, Mrs. Bunker. It's me, Ed Bradley.
Of the Royal Brotherhood of the Kings of Queens.
Ooh, but you still kill cockroaches for me.
Sure. Our secret knock. That's Bonnie.
Set my mouth for it ain't my scarlet old bunker.
Now, is that you under there?
It ain't a Reverend Knight. Let's hit this minstrel show on the road. Where's my partner, Rastus?
Rastus?
Yeah, Rastus Bunker.
Oh, Archie. You don't feel too good.
Edith! Is that the doctor down there?
It's Mr. Bradley and Bonnie.
Oh, gee, what a surprise. I never expected them. Did you tell them how sick I am?
He really don't feel too good.
What's he claim he got this time?
Oh, I don't know. But it's something that's going around.
Hey, Edith, I'm in trouble up here. Ain't you got nothing to bind me?
I knew he'd pull this. He's been trying to weasel out for 3 days now.
Right. Hey, Edith, you better go up and talk to him, because we ain't got anybody else fat enough to fit his costume.
Hey, Edith, I'm in trouble here. I need another roll.
It's in the cabinet.
What?
In the cabinet. On your...
The little man from Tidy Bowl wouldn't last long around here.
Look, Arch, I'm telling you right now, if you don't show up tonight, at our next meeting, I'm going to bring up a motion to have you kicked out of the lodge.
Hey, hold it there. Hey, don't do that, Bonnie. Hey, wait a minute. Before you do anything rash and lousy, Bonnie, give it, wait there, will you?
Wait a minute. Am I going to have to look like this?
It's your traditional blackface.
Did you just put that on at home?
Yeah.
Why?
We like it.
Listen, I ain't going to do that minstrel show.
What?
I'm too sick. Think of the lodge. Think of the audience there. I'm full of germs. I'll be spraying germs all over your ears and ears. I shouldn't even be standing next to you right now. Edith, call the doctor, huh? Let me write that.
Knock it off. You were trying to get out of the show all week. All you got is a little stage fright, pal.
Listen.
You can't back out now. The show goes on in 2 hours. Yeah, we got nobody to replace you.
Fellas, if I get up on that stage, I'm gonna turn green and die.
I'm gonna level with you. You let the lodge down, we're gonna vote you out. Right.
Now, wait a minute. Vote me out. A charter member there, one of the best members, never missed a meeting, never missed his dues, never broke a rule, never showed the secret sacred handshake to nobody.
Except me. It was all right. It was in bed.
Shut up!
Under the cover. And the lights was out.
You showed her the secret handshake to your wife?
You showed it to a topless waitress in Minneola.
You get kicked out of the lodge, you're gonna lose all your benefits.
Right.
Like your life insurance policy with a cash value of $90.
On your burial plot with perpetual care, where you get weeded twice a year.
You lose that, Arch, Edith won't be able to find you for the crabgrass.
It's up to you, pal. Either you do the show or you're out of the lodge.
You see this, Edith, and you wouldn't lie for me.
Didn't you get somebody to replace him? He's really scared. You ain't no friends of Archie.
No, wait a minute. I ain't gonna stand here and listen to that about my friends here. These are two of the most wonderful guys in the world. They're my lodge brothers here. Edith, get over here. Watch what you say. What do you want to do? Get me kicked out of the lodge? It means everything. The lodge is with you all through your life, right to the end. Hey, remember when Porky Winkelheimer died way up there in the Bronx? Remember the turnout from the lodge? 200 guys went way up to the cemetery to see him planted up there. And nobody even liked him.
But then you're gonna have to do the show.
No, I don't want to do the show.
What do you say, Arch? It's getting late, and you ain't even got your costume and makeup on.
Wait a minute, guys. Now, let me give you the truth. Now, Lodge Brothers, I can tell you the truth. I'm scared to go up in front of that audience for fear they boo me. I don't think I'm going to get no laughs.
What are you talking about? Last rehearsal, you had us all rolling in the aisles laughing.
Yeah. Yes, we're all drunk. You would have laughed at a burning hotel.
Will you stop worrying, Arch? You're going to get laughs. The jokes are dynamite. Have you tried them out on Edith?
No, I'm ashamed.
Then get over to the piano. Edith, you sit there with him. Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do part of the routine, see? If Edith laughs, then you do the show. It's not fair.
I don't want to do
Yeah,
that.
come on.
Edith. All right, let's get this show on the road. Now, you get a 4-bar intro, the curtain goes up, and boys, you're on.
By the lights of the silvery moon, I want a spoon to my honey I'll grown lost tune. Hey, Mr. Bones.
Yeah, Rastus?
What do I get when I cross a parrot with a tiger?
I don't know, Rastus. What do you get when you cross a parrot with a tiger?
I don't know either, but when it talks, I listen. That wasn't a laugh. She's choking on something else.
All right, come on. Let's keep going.
Honeymoon, keep her shining in June. Silvery beams will bring love streams. We'll be cuddling soon.
Hey there, Rastus.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that brother of yours who swallowed all them firecrackers?
We don't know. We're still waiting to hear the last report. Hey, Zip, see? Zip.
Now, we didn't be fair. If you're going to laugh, let it out.
That wasn't a laugh. It was just a big sneeze. Here, wipe your dress off.
Let's keep going.
All right, Mr. Bones.
Yeah, Rastus?
I'm going up to Alaska next weekend to play polo.
Who are you going to play polo with in Alaska?
With the polo bears.
I wasn't laughing at Archie. I was laughing at Mike.
You know, Edith, you are ding-batting 1,000 tonight. Don't laugh at nothing to nobody. Go in the kitchen and make coffee or something like that, huh?
Ma, here's your casserole.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
I don't believe you guys. You're actually going to put on a minstrel show in this day and age? You ought to get great reviews from the Ku Klux Klan.
This is the worst
worst kind of bigotry.
What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. Hold it. The boy is right.
What?
Yes, he is. He is absolutely right. Now, this is a bad thing we're doing. That ain't nice there, dressing up like that and making fun of the colored people. No, Archie Bunker ain't gonna do that. He ain't gonna get up on the stage and make fun of people that he liked and admired all his life.
You want something?
We ain't trying to make fun of anybody. We just want to dress up like prolets. This is ridiculous. Yes. You guys are a pack of racists. Look, that's what you are, Barney. That's what you live out of your race over there. Like, Arch, how can you be in a lodge like this?
He's practically out of it now.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, you were talking good there for a minute, but you went too far. These are my lodge brothers who I love here.
And there ain't nothing wrong with minstrel shows.
No, hey, that's right, there ain't. You know, that goes way back to minstrel show into U.S. history. That comes back to your carefree days of slavery. Yeah, don't look like that. That's part of your whole American heresy.
Arch, doesn't it bother you that black people are offended at a show like this?
They ain't gonna see this show. They ain't allowed in.
I just figured out why our baby is 2 weeks late.
Huh?
He's in no hurry to meet his grandfather.
Get away from it. And don't borrow no casseroles from me.
Congratulations, Archie. The way you stuck up for the lodge.
Oh, well, hey, listen, you know. Hey!
And may I say right now, Brother Bunker, that if I croak before you do, I would be honored to have you as one of my pallbearers.
Oh, hey, Barney, it'll be a pleasure.
And you're going to do the show, right?
No, come on. Hey, wait, Pop. I can't do it.
Oh, they've gone.
Oh,
Archie, where are you going?
I am going upstairs.
What's the matter?
The next flush you hear is the real thing.
Oh, yeah, and before the antipasta, we like 2 glasses of your best house wine.
Of course. When do you expect the baby?
Oh, it's 2 weeks late.
Amore di Dio, I have to hurry.
Hey, honey,
Yeah?
you know how much I love you?
How much?
As much as there are leaves on the trees.
The trees are bare, Michael. It's the dead of winter.
Make it snowflakes.
Hey, honey, you remember the first time we ever went out?
Oh, yeah. Wasn't that a lovely night? Remember what the band was playing?
Sure, who could forget?
Oh,
say. Yeah, it was a great ball game.
Yeah, you tried to score before the Mets did.
This may be the last time we're together as just a twosome.
I've been a twosome for 9 months.
Honey, I'm serious. You know, our lives are going to be completely different.
Yeah.
Our very best Chianti. Compliments of the house.
Oh, thank you very much. That's
Auguri.
nice. A toast.
Wait a minute. Very interesting. Impertinent and yet baroque. Somehow bold and yet saucy.
Gloria.
Aggressive and yet naive.
Gloria, you're being silly.
Silly and yet sensible.
I want to make a toast.
Pumpernickel and yet whole wheat.
I'm trying to tell you I love you. I most beautiful girl in the world. Girl who changed my life.
And to the man who changed mine.
And to the baby who's going to change both of our lives.
And to the years we're going to spend changing the baby.
You like the wine, huh?
Not ooh for the wine. Ooh for the baby.
Wait, you mean he kicked you?
Not exactly.
What exactly?
I guess I better tell you. I just had another contraction.
You had another contraction? That means that you had one. When did you have the first one?
About 20 minutes ago.
20 minutes. Let me see. 20 minutes would mean that the contractions are coming.
About 20 minutes apart.
Right. Okay. All right. We're calm. We're calm. I'm gonna call a doctor to alert the hospital and get a cab. Wait a check, please.
Wait a minute. With the first baby, we've got plenty of time.
Honey, I feel a lot better if we left now. I mean, you never know what could happen. The cab could break down on the highway. It could run out of gas.
Here we are, antipasto speciale.
No, we can't cancel a dinner. My wife just went into labor. We got to get to the hospital. Come on, honey, let's get up. Come on. All right, well, put down the cheese, will you? Here we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Upsy daisy, there we go. Let me leave a little bit something for him. Okay, now you call a doctor, and I'll call the hospital, all right?
No, honey. I'll call Dr. Shapiro, and he'll alert the hospital. I want you to call Mom and Daddy. I want him to be there.
Okay, I call Mom and Dad. Wait, I don't have any change.
I don't either.
I need this money here.
Just here. Take a few cents here. Let me have this seat.
She sure is. Okay. Here you go, honey. Here's a couple of dimes. I call Dr. Shapiro.
No, honey. I'm calling Dr. Shapiro. You're calling Mom and Daddy.
Mom and Dad, right. Wait, I don't know the number. Wait, I know the number.
No, honey. They're not home. They're at the lodge.
I don't know the number.
Well, look it up.
Look it up? Look it up. What, you don't know a number? You look it up in the phone book. Anybody knows that. We just look it right up in the phone book where you find it. Kings of Queens. Kings of Queens Lodge. Kings of Queens.
Please calm down. You're getting so upset, you're going to get me upset.
Don't be upset. I'm fine. You're fine. Dr. Shapiro's fine. Mom and Dad are fine. The baby's fine. Everybody's fine. Everybody's happy.
There we go, kid. There we go. 555-4378. What are you standing there? What are you standing there? Get in the phone to make a call. 555-4378. What is it? 555-4378. Damn door. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 7, 8. Oh my God. Is this the Kings of Queens Lodge? I want to talk to Mr. Archie Bunker. He's in the minstrel show. He's one of the guys wearing blackface. Don't tell me they all look alike. Just find him. Wait a second. Give a message to Mrs. Edith Bunker. No, she's in whiteface. It's her own face that she's in. She's sitting in the audience. Just tell her that Gloria is going to have a baby, and we're on our way to the hospital. Meet us there. Okay? Good. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Michael?
Yeah, honey. What's the matter? You all right?
Yeah. Just promise me you won't panic.
Honey, I never panic. What's the matter?
Get your ear a little closer to the glass.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Sure, honey. What is it?
The door won't open. I'm stuck in here.
You're not stuck. These doors, they're a little bit sticky. They can be opened. There is no problem, believe me. She's stuck! My whole family is stuck in a phone booth! Waiter, help me!
The joint is packed to the rafters. There must be 400 people out there.
Hey, where's Archie? Ain't he showed up yet?
Yeah, he's back in the toilet putting on his makeup.
What are you looking at?
It's your color, Arch.
Oh, listen. This here is every nightmare I ever had come true.
Yeah, but you didn't let us down, and that's what counts. I know, but look at me. I'm as nervous as a hooker in a cathedral. And under all this black, my face is as white as your coat there.
Archie, Mike, just call from the restaurant. Gloria's having the baby.
Edith, that's Archie over there.
Oh, excuse me. call from the restaurant.
What do you mean she's having a baby in the restaurant?
No, I called for the restaurant, and they're going down to the hospital, and we gotta get down there.
Oh, she's having a baby. Oh, well, that's it, fellas. I gotta go to the hospital.
Arch, we got a show to do.
Oh, no, you guys got a show to do. I gotta be a grandfather. Now, I went into this with the best will in the world, as you know, but I gotta get to that hospital, guys.
Now, look, Arch, first things first. You're gonna have a lot of grandchildren, but this is a big show.
Really big show. Oh, no argument, fellas. Just give me the cold cream to get the junk off the face here.
Listen, you're not using mine. That's like
You ain't using mine either. And you're out in a lodge. Oh, well, the hell with you guys. And the lodge, too. Who wants to be a member of a lodge with only one toilet with a seat that pinches you? Oh, please. Stop yelling at me. What the... Oh, look, what is this here? What is this, a big deal? Open up this roll of paper, huh? Oh, a rubber chicken. Here, I got it. Hold it, Mary, please, while I take the cold cream and get it.
Come on, hurry up, please. Took you 20 minutes to get here. Can't you get the thing open? Okay, come on.
Hello? Yes, doctor, I'm still in here. Oh, contractions are about 10 minutes apart now.
By 8 o'clock, the morning had already made 3 reasonable promises. Nothing catastrophic, hot water on command, and a sunbeam that didn't interrogate anyone before coffee. Nora buttered toast with the steady hand of a surgeon who bills in laughter and crumbs. Ben measured oatmeal like a magician pretending to be a scientist, tapping the lid twice for luck, because some rituals are cheaper than therapy. Across the hall, Mrs. Mendoza rehearsed a sermon to her geraniums and got a standing ovation from all 6 leaves. The elevator contributed a dignified ding that meant, among other things, today, let's not give up too early. They ate at the small table that had learned to perform 3 roles: dock, desk, dining room, depending on where the napkins landed. Nora read a message from her mother, who had discovered emojis as if they were spices and was now seasoning every sentence with fireworks. Ben described a dream in which the neighborhood ran on batteries, charged by compliments, and the utility company sent thank you notes for once. They made the kind of plans couples make when money is honest and time pretends to be elastic. Errands that doubled as small kindnesses, work that looked suspiciously like care, and a promise to be patient with the chair that squeaked like a tiny clarinet. The square had already opened for business. 2 toddlers negotiating a leaf, a cyclist performing diplomacy with a pigeon, the bar's chalkboard declaring today, your seat is safe, sides, peace, and bread. Harry, apron starched like optimism, ran the onion sizzle that summons the kitchen spirits. He greeted the retired bus driver who always asked for whatever tastes like perseverance, but cheaper, and the nursing student who measured resilience in soup spoons. Ben added 2 stars to the pay-it-forward constellation and pretended the steam near his eyes belonged to the stew. When generosity is anonymous, it grows a second backbone. At the Sunrise Center, Nora taught courage for quiet people with a pocket timer and a chalk stub that had opinions. Today's curriculum was a recipe the neighborhood never stopped cooking. No, not today, I need help, I changed my mind. A librarian practiced no on a committee that knew how to multiply meetings. Her shoulders dropped 2 brick widths. A hairdresser asked for help with rent spreadsheets and discovered math is less frightening when it's served beside tea. A high schooler changed her mind about attending a birthday party that had too many expectations and not enough chairs. Nora added a term to the language we love wall, pause clause, the right to stop mid-sentence and let your courage catch up with your mouth. Stephanie rolled through the park with a wrench, a level, and eyebrows calibrated for morale. She rotated the mulberry bench by 2 centimeters, a civic adjustment that turned gossip into conversation. Mateo refreshed the curb-cut paint into soft arrows that said, "Come as you move." A teenager taped a label to the piano's jar, for brave songs, and within 10 minutes, 3 folded notes appeared, each one whispering try like a polite drum beat. Thunder, neighborhood dog and commissioner of WAG, conducted an audit of smiles and issued citations to anyone withholding their best one. Fines were payable in head scratches. Back home, the sink launched a coup just to see what would happen. Nora subdued it with towels named Peace and Patience and left a fridge note. Remember, T.O., forget the small things. Ben repaired the stubborn drawer whose only language was apology, then opened the window exactly one hand span so the air could change its mind without slamming any doors. He labeled 2 containers for late shift and for when the day forgets T.O. be kind, which is to say, he loved in Tupperware, practical, stackable affection that tastes good reheated. By noon, the block was practicing its best manners. Mr. Patel, chalked by one kindness, get 2 confidence free, and beneath it, fine print. All returns accepted, and no questions asked. The lobby piano offered a single clean G that made the ficus reconsider its slouch. A stroller convoy stopped to watch a street magician fail gracefully. The applause sounded like relief because everybody prefers honesty to perfection. A delivery driver held the door for a second delivery driver, and nothing made the news, which is how most safety is built. A Gus tried to kidnap festival flyers, and Anna sprinted after them with librarian heroism, wrangling the pages beneath a paperweight named responsibility. The elevator paused to write a short poem about gravity and cooperation, then resumed dignified service after maintenance performed the sacred rite of tapless and press. A toddler mounted a campaign to abolish naps. The coalition answered with banana coins and a blanket the exact weight of mercy. Democracy yawned and passed. Evening arrived in a jacket made of good shadows and ordinary hope. The soft festival rolled out, the compliment shot put. Accuracy over volume, as always. Your patience as posture landed perfectly on a man who had not realized he needed to stand taller inside. You keep Tuesdays supervised, earned a cheer from Tuesday itself, which had been feeling underappreciated. Your laugh convinces air to behave. Won a ribbon assembled from leftover flyers and 2 paper clips. The apology relay required verbs. I interrupted. I'll wait. I judged. I'll learn. I panicked. I'll plan. Thunder presided with incorruptible tail metrics. Dinner at home tasted like a plan that respected limitations. They recapped the day in the grammar of teammates. Short sentences, long listening. Ben admitted he told a man at the bar, I'm learning, and didn't pad it with explanations. Nora confessed she'd nearly edited a stranger's text, but practiced the pause clause instead, and the stranger solved it herself. They split a cookie labeled for tomorrow's courage, because courage keeps well overnight if wrapped in sugar and stored at the top left of the fridge behind the pickles labeled, do not worry about these. Night-stitched halos around windows. A violin 3 floors down fell in love with a melody and tried to follow it home without getting lost. The synagogue's panes glowed like patience. The chalkboard ghosted try again into the cooling air. Mateo's new paint lines held their nerve under bicycle tires and stroller wheels and one skateboard that respected, if not obeyed, the speed limit. The mulberry bench, angled toward conversation, introduced 2 strangers who left with a shared joke and a plan to trade recipes, which is what diplomacy looks like when it's hungry. On the stoop, a paper bag weighted with 2 lemons and a note that said thanks in heroic block letters, and signed because gratitude prefers open seating. Inside, 1 lamp stayed on, the hospitality beacon for late walkers and early worriers, while they washed dishes and choreography. Rinse, joke, wipe, hum, stack. Ben practiced a speech for the lodge committee about retiring cheap shots from the monthly debates. Nora rehearsed a boundary for a client who liked her advice, but not the pauses before it. They kept the talk gentle, the way you do when you remember love is not a verdict, it's a weather pattern you choose together. Around midnight, the apartment sighed in that way buildings do when they've decided to trust the humans inside. Thunder dreamed of squirrels who apologized for everything and meant it. Somewhere, a high schooler typed a message that began no, not today, and ended with 3 polite exclamation points and a sense of relief. A bus driver planned tomorrow's patients the way chefs plan bread, proof slowly, baked warm. The elevator slept lightly and promised to wake on time. The ficus adjusted a leaf and called it progress and was not wrong. Morning would come again with its humble guarantees and its opportunities to rotate a bench by 2 centimeters, or to add a star to a chalkboard, or to teach a new sentence to a mouth that had forgotten it knew how. They would greet it with spoons and small faith and a kettle that believes in first drafts. They would build a day out of measurable kindness and some jokes that deserve to be recycled. And when night came back wearing its forgiving jacket, they would count what went right. Not because nothing went wrong, but because the counting is how you learn to try again. Between all that, there would be laundry that separated without drama, shoes that scuffed in encouraging rhythms, and neighbors who waved with the competence of people who have survived Mondays. If love has a plot, it is this. 2 people decide to practice. The block agrees to help. The piano learns a brave song even when nobody's sure of all the notes, and apology shows up with verbs. If comedy has a choreography, it is this. The toast pops before anyone startles. The door holds long enough for 2. The wind returns the flyer it took, and the lemon finds the person who needs tea. If a life has a thesis, it is this. Show up, listen, laugh without leaving bruises, rotate the bench gently, keep the jar for brave songs where daylight can find it, and leave the lamp on because someone you love, or someone you don't know yet, might need to see their way back. And when the next day asks the only question that matters, what can we make gentle today? They will answer in the only scale they can afford. A seat for someone whose feet hurt, a bowl for someone whose patience wore thin, a sentence for someone whose courage misfiled itself, a joke that keeps the air awake, and a lemon or 2 to invite the water into being more than water. The rest is practice. The rest is the quiet, durable miracle of ordinary people refusing to let the world be meaner than it has to be. Morning clocked in with a crisp collar, and the kitchen shook its hand. The kettle encouraged 2 mugs in fluent steam. The toaster rehearsed its only magic trick with Broadway confidence, and the fridge hummed the bass part of a song about leftovers becoming legends. Nora taught a spoon to behave inside a jar of marmalade, which is harder than it sounds, while Ben carved the grapefruit into districts so fair the segments considered forming a unity government. He slid the brightest slice on a Nora's plate without commentary, because love before coffee is best measured, not narrated. They ate like co-managers of a small, quirky country whose GDP is laughter and clean forks. The hallway did its morning impression of Parliament. Slippers called the session to order, a stroller caucus negotiated turn-taking at the elevator, and a mail slot introduced a bill granting amnesty to late birthday cards. Mr. Patel chalked today, kindness, by 1, share 2, and then, in tiny letters that made the concrete lean closer, reward points. Respect, redeemable anywhere. Thunder, commissioner of WAG, audited ankles, and stamped each with a tail approval. Barney arrived with coffee and a humility that looked ironed. He announced the alley string lights had renewed their treaty with Twilight to ensure flattering jawlines after 6, and the block ratified this with a civic nod. Nora packed a traveling casserole for the share table with a note that read for when lunch gets interrupted by life. She clipped her pocket timer, the tiny coach for courage for quiet people, and headed to the Sunrise Center. Today's warm-ups were the undefeated trio. No, not today, I need help, and I changed my mind. A woman in a sunflower scarf said no to a calendar invite that mistook itself for destiny and smiled like a window had remembered its hinges. A granddad tried I need help on a stubborn zipper and then on the habit of doing everything alone. The room applauded the second victory louder. Everyone tested I changed my mind on cookie flavors because dessert is the friendliest laboratory for reform. Nora added a fresh term to the language we love board, cheerful boundary, defined as a line drawn with a smile that stays drawn after the smile fades. Ben's to-do list looked like civic housekeeping with punchlines. He delivered lemons to the bar, pinned 2 stars to the Pay It Forward constellation, and admired the chalkboard's daily policy. Today, your seat is safe, dessert, fair shake. Harry honored the kitchen spirits with the ceremonial onion sizzle and ladled lentils with lemon that convinced patients to sit down and behave. A courier bought soup for a stranger and left the change like a breadcrumb trail to optimism. A night shift nurse ordered anything that tastes like do-over, and departed taller on the inside. Ben pretended the moisture in his eyes was steam, statistically not false. The square proceeded with excellence in centimeters. Stephanie and Anna rotated the mulberry bench the sacred 2 centimeters toward conversation, retired a wobble with one respectful twist, and Sharp at ask before helpful on the toolbox lit again because reminders are vitamins for intentions. Mateo repainted curb cuts into arrows that said, with absolute gentleness, "This way, friend." Harper and their not-quite-something split a granola bar in a silence so agreeable it practically paid rent. The Piano Jars label, for brave songs, attracted 3 folded notes that all said try in different handwritings, which is how a chorus is born. Midday attempted drama and lost the audition. The elevator paused between floors to compose a haiku about wait and waiting. Maintenance performed tap listen press and told it, "Good poem, champ," after which the car dinged with healthy self-esteem. Wind tried to abduct the festival flyers. Anna chased them down and introduced them to a paperweight named Responsibility. A toddler campaigned to abolish naps. The coalition countered with banana coins and a blanket the exact weight of mercy. Democracy yawned and passed. An elderly cat supervised all proceedings with the unimpeachable authority of someone who remembers when sunbeams were bigger. At the lodge, furniture hummed with the expectation of growth. Ben taped up Saturday's flyer. Recipes without borders. Bring a dish, a story, and a chair if you mistrust OURS. And rehearsed a smile that promised no cheap shots. Solomon arrived with 2 friends and a tin of sesame cookies whose confidence clearly had an ante. The opening minutes were cautious. Handshakes, small jokes, wearing seat belts. Then someone asked, "What should this room sound like when it likes itself?" Tools fell out of the drawer. Rotating card tables, so corners don't recruit introverts. A bulletin board for babysitter numbers and language swaps. A shelf labeled stories we owe each other. And twin jars. Questions were not ready to ask yet beside answers we're willing to try. Ben updated house rules in block letters. 0 for cheap shots, double for good puns, bonus for listening, and even the trophies pretended not to nod while obviously nodding. Back home, the apartment attempted a tiny rebellion in the sink. Nora subdued it with towels named Peace and Patience, left a fridge note. Remember forget the small things, and move the basil half a handspan into kinder sunlight. She portioned 2 emergency dinners labeled for late shift and for surprises, because logistics is romance in work boots. Ben rescued the drawer that apologized instead of opening, then labeled a basket miscellaneous with intent, because chaos needs aspirations. Golden hour arrived with sequins disguised as crumbs, and the soft festival unfolded. The compliment shot put rewarded accuracy. Your patience as posture landed squarely on a day that needed a spine. You make Tuesday's supervised earned applause from Tuesday itself. Your laugh teaches air manners, won a ribbon fashioned from leftover flyers. The apology relay advanced verbs over vibes. I interrupted. I'll wait. Outran my bad by 3 honest strides. I panicked. I'll plan photo finished oops with dignity. Thunder presided from a sunlit rostrum and awarded perfect WAG scores, an incorruptible metric. Mr. Collins ran a pop-up kiosk. Boundaries, but make it warm. Stamping scripts approved and demonstrating 3 flavors of no. Kind, clear, musical. A violinist practiced outside the bodega and discovered that the corner has surprisingly good acoustics for second chances. 2 grandmothers debated ideal laundry strategy and concluded sunlight is bipartisan and clothespins are tiny diplomats. The bar circulated a tray of lemonade that tasted like modest heroism. The piano learned a melody from a teenager whose hands had decided to believe in themselves, and the square clapped on 2 and 4 without shaming the 1s and 3s. Dinner tasted like timetables treated gently. Ben reported he'd said, "I'm learning twice and didn't have to add. I mean it," which is how you know the software patch took. Nora shared a micro-miracle. Someone in her class used a cheerful boundary to say not tonight to a group chat and then read a book on a couch that didn't argue. They split a cookie labeled for tomorrow's courage, because courage refrigerates well if wrapped in sugar and kept behind a pickle jar that says do not worry about these. Night buttoned halos onto windows, and the block did its lighthouse impression. The synagogue panes held patient light. The bar's chalkboard ghosted try again into the cooling air. Curb cuts glowed like courteous instructions. The mulberry bench, angled correctly, collected two strangers who left with a shared joke and a plan to swap recipes. On the stoop, a paper bag waited with 2 lemons and a note in heroic block letters. Thanks, and signed because gratitude prefers open seating. They left 1 lamp on, the hospitality beacon for late walkers and early worriers, and filed the day under repeat with slight upgrades. Peel the grapefruit fairly, rotate the bench gently, compliment with evidence, apologize with verbs, ask before helpful, retire cheap shots, promote good puns, keep the jar for brave songs where daylight can find it, and open the door like you trust who might walk through. Upstairs, a student high-fived the air after pinning a paragraph that kept wriggling. The elevator dreamed of punctuality and woke on time. The ficus moved 1 leaf and called it progress. Thunder snored in the rhythm of a small drum line that never plays too loud. Before sleep, they asked each other the question that keeps their tiny republic solvent. What can we make gentle tomorrow? The answers were unglamorous and undefeated. Ladle seconds, save seats, name the feeling before it misbehaves, throw compliments with aim, say no warmly, yes slowly, and maybe with a timer. The rest would be practice, which is to say life, which is to say the ongoing, ad-friendly miracle of ordinary people refusing to let the world be meaner than it needs to be, 1 careful joke and 1 bright lemon at a time. Morning showed up with good posture and a receipt for optimism, and the kitchen stamped it approved. The kettle briefed the mugs in motivational steam. The toaster rehearsed its single magic trick with classy restraint, and the fridge hummed like a baritone who believes in leftovers and second drafts. Nora made pancakes that looked like cheerful maps. Ben negotiated a truce between jam and butter with the steady hand of a diplomat who knows brunch is peacekeeping with utensils. He slid the best pancake to her plate without commentary, because pre-coffee romance prefers deeds over press conferences. They ate like co-managers of a small household republic where the Constitution is written in crumb control and considerate refills. The hallway convened its daily parliament. Slippers opened the session, a stroller caucus negotiated elevator rights, and a pair of earbuds argued quietly with a pocket about tangles and forgiveness. Mr. Patel chalked today, return your shopping cart, return your faith in people with a subclause, bonus points for waving at strangers like their neighbors. Thunder patrolled the stoop with the measured authority of a dog who has seen some things and approves anyway. Barney arrived with 2 coffees and a humble grin that had clearly been ironed. He reported that the alley's string lights renewed their power-sharing treaty with dusk and will make everyone photogenic after 6:11 p.m., Ray negotiating separately. Nora packed a traveling casserole for the share table with a note, for when lunch gets canceled by life, and clipped her pocket timer, the tiny coach for courage for quiet people. At the Sunrise Center, she arranged chairs into a circle that suggested possibility rather than interrogation. Today's drills, no, not today, I need help, I changed my mind. A woman in a corduroy jacket tried no on a calendar invite that thought it was destiny and smiled like a window remembering its hinges. A grandfather practiced, I need help on a zipper, and then on the habit of doing every single thing alone. The room applauded the second victory louder. Everyone test drove. I changed my mind on cookie flavors because dessert is the least dangerous place to reroute a life. Nora added a term to the language we love wall, delay without drama, defined as moving an answer to tomorrow without packing it in guilt. Ben's itinerary looked like civic housekeeping with jokes. He ferried the casserole to the bar's share shelf, dropped 2 stars into the Pay It Forward constellation, and updated the chalkboard with today. Your seat is safe, sides, laugh plus bread, dessert, fair shake. Harry honored the kitchen spirits with the ceremonial onion sizzle and ladled lentils with lemon that persuaded patients to sit down and stay a while. A courier paid for a stranger's bowl and fled the compliment zone like a shy superhero. A night shift nurse ordered whatever tastes like a reset button, left taller on the inside, and promised to pay it forward in Band-Aids and soft voices. The square ran on competence measured in centimeters. Stephanie and Anna rotated the mulberry bench the sacred 2 centimeters toward conversation, retired a wobble with one respectful twist, and wrote ask before helpful on the toolbox lid again, because reminders are vitamins for intentions. Mateo refreshed curb-cut paint into gentle arrows that said this way, friend. The piano's tip jar, labeled for brave songs, collected 3 folded notes that all said try in different handwritings, which is how choirs are born. A teenager tuned the first chord of a new melody, and the bench leaned in like an audience with tenure. Mid-morning submitted a small problem and was graded kindly. The elevator paused between floors to compose a haiku. Maintenance performed tap-listen-press and complimented the motor on its metaphors. August tried to abduct festival flyers. Anna chased them down with librarian velocity and introduced them to a paperweight named Responsibility. A toddler launched a ballot initiative to abolish naps. The coalition countered with banana coins and a blanket the exact weight of mercy. Democracy yawned and passed by acclamation. Back home, the sink attempted a coup. Nora subdued it with towels named Peace and Patience and left a fridge note. Remember, T.O., forget the small things. She moved Basil half a handspan into Kinderlight and told it to pursue excellence without swagger. Ben rescued the drawer that apologized instead of opening, labeled a basket miscellaneous with intent, and declared a household amnesty on cables that no longer know their purpose but remain emotionally important. At lunch, the bar hosted a quiet miracle disguised as routine. A shy couple asked if the corner booth could be considered neutral territory for a conversation that needed room to breathe. Harry seated them with soup that tasted like an honest tone of voice. A retiree asked Ben if the pay-it-forward stars ever expire. Ben said kindness has no statute of limitations, then immediately wrote that down because it sounded wiser than he usually does on a weekday. The chalkboard picked up smudged fingerprints shaped like agreement. Afternoon brought errands that pretended to be philosophy. Ben mailed a letter with a stamp so optimistic it could have run for office. He bought the exact screw that prevents the bedroom window from writing a drafty memoir. He printed a flyer for Saturday's Recipes Without Borders and practiced a smile that promised no cheap shots. The trophy case at the lodge pretended not to listen while obviously listening. Solomon arrived with 2 friends and a tin of sesame cookies whose smell carried 3 generations of approval. They tuned the room with practical changes, rotating tables so corners don't recruit introverts, a shelf labeled stories we owe each other, twin jars for questions we're not ready to ask yet, and answers we're willing to try, and a single new rule in gentle block letters: double points for good puns, 0 for cheap shots, bonus for listening. Golden hour arrived with confetti disguised as dust motes, and the soft festival unfolded like a well-mannered kite. The compliment shot put rewarded accuracy over volume. Your patience as posture landed with surgical precision. You make Tuesdays feel supervised, earned applause from Tuesday itself. Your laugh teaches air manners, got a ribbon crafted from leftover flyers and optimism. The apology relay advanced verbs by popular demand. I interrupted. I'll wait. Outram my bad by 3 honest strides. I panicked. I'll plan photo finished oops with dignity. Thunder presided, tail metrics incorruptible, while Mr. Collins stamped scripts approved at his kiosk. Boundaries, but make it warm. Coaching 3 flavors of no, kind, clear, musical. 2 grandmothers compared laundry strategies and declared sunlight bipartisan. A violinist discovered the bodega corner has perfect acoustics for second chances. The piano adopted the teenager's melody, and the square clapped on 2 and 4 without shaming the 1s and 3s. Someone passed lemonade that tasted like modest heroism. Someone else taped please at ankle height on the curb, just in case manners rise from the ground. Dinner at home tasted like timetables treated gently. Ben reported he'd said, "I'm learning twice and never added, I mean it," which counts as a software patch. Nora said delay, without drama, saved a client from sprinting into an argument. They scheduled a calmer yes and kept their dignity. They split a cookie labeled for tomorrow's courage, because courage stores well overnight if wrapped in sugar and placed behind a jar of pickles that says do not worry about these. Night buttoned halos onto windows, and the block did its lighthouse impression. The synagogue's panes held patient light. The bar's chalkboard ghosted try again into the cooling air. Curb cuts glowed like courteous instructions. The mulberry bench, angled correctly, collected two strangers who didn't stay strangers long. On the stoop, a paper bag waited with 2 lemons and a note, "Thanks," in heroic block letters, and signed because gratitude prefers open seating. Upstairs, a student high-fived the air after taming a paragraph into cooperation. The elevator dreamed of punctuality and woke on time. The ficus shifted one leaf and called it growth. No one filed an objection. Before sleep, they asked the question that keeps their tiny republic solvent. What can we make gentle tomorrow? The answers were durable. Peel the grapefruit fairly. Rotate the bench gently. Compliment with evidence. Apologize with verbs. Ask before helpful. Retire cheap shots. Promote good puns. Keep the jar for brave songs where daylight can find it. And leave one lamp on for late walkers and early worriers. They fell asleep with that lamp warmed to lighthouse. The apartment breathing like a trustworthy story. The neighborhood saving up small courage for morning, and the kind of humor that can carry groceries and still hold the door. Morning clocked in wearing a borrowed sunbeam, and the kitchen swore it had seen that blazer before. The kettle gave its motivational steam talk. The toaster rehearsed restraint like a polite firework, and the fridge hummed a reassuring low C that translated roughly to leftovers are not a moral failing. Nora spun pancakes into tidy planets while Ben, Minister of Citrus Affairs, conducted a grapefruit summit and ceded the brightest continent to her plate without issuing a press release. They ate like 2 adults who have learned that romance thrives on equal syrup distribution and a merciful silence of coffee doing its job. The apartment made its usual requests. Don't stack heavy pans on the shy colander. Treat the wobbly chair like a citizen with rights. And please stop letting the laundry run for office under the bed. Ben gathered socks that had defected to foreign nations, declared amnesty for mismatched pairs, and promoted the bravest survivor to dust rag. Nora labeled a jar Courage Cookies and put exactly 3 inside, because boundaries count even if they taste like chocolate. Their budget meeting lasted 9 minutes and 1 eyebrow. The conclusion was that happiness remains affordable when purchased in bulk as patience. Downstairs, the building attempted a soft launch of competence. The elevator dinged like a punctual apology, and the stairwell smelled faintly of lemon and good intentions. Mr. Patel chalked today, kindness by 1, share 2, small print. Redemption accepted without receipt. Thunder, neighborhood dog and commissioner of WAG, authorized a day by tapping his tail on every ankle within policy range. Barney handed out coffees and contrition, both hot. The lobby piano, shined to within an inch of self-esteem, produced a chord that made even the ficus consider personal growth. On the sidewalk, a small referendum passed. The mulberry bench should angle exactly 2 centimeters toward conversation. Stephanie arrived with a wrench and a level. Anna unfolded the civic clipboard. The bench pivoted, the air lightened by an ounce. A stroller coalition practiced turn-taking at the curb cut Mateo had painted yesterday, and 3 teenagers invented a game called Catch the Door for Strangers and Win, which is how civilization renews its lease. A cyclist apologized to a pigeon with exquisite hand signals. The pigeon accepted generously on behalf of birds. Nora spent the morning at the Sunrise Center teaching courage for quiet people with her pocket timer, the tiny coach that clicks like a patient heartbeat. Today's warm-ups were the unstoppable trio, "No, not today, I need help," and "I changed my mind." A librarian used "no" on a meeting that multiplies agendas. The room heard 2 bricks drop from her shoulders like a soft thunder. A retired mechanic asked for help with an online form that treats humans like rumors. The staff applauded the verb. Everyone practiced, I changed my mind on cookie flavors because the safest way to rewire a life is with dessert. Nora added a new phrase to the language we love board. Reply when able. Permission for your nervous system to answer emails, not your panic. Ben's route resembled civic housekeeping sprinkled with punchlines. He replaced the squealing hinge on the community pantry because generosity doesn't need sound effects, then stopped at the bar where the chalkboard declared today, your seat is safe. Dessert, fair shake, surcharge, none for hope. Harry consecrated the pot with the ceremonial onion sizzle and ladled lentils that convinced patients to sign a peace treaty. A courier paid for a stranger and fled the scene like kindness wearing a hoodie. A nurse with 12-hour eyes asked for something that tastes like starting over and left taller on the inside, which is the medically preferred direction. At the laundromat, Ben discovered a domestic opera in 4 machines. Washer 1 sang in need of counseling. Washer 2 recovered admirably from a mid-cycle identity crisis. Dryer A announced hot takes. Dryer B offered warm moderation. A father and daughter argued about socks versus conspiracy as if the spin cycle were C-SPAN. Ben lent them his spare mesh bag, 1 zipper away from détente, and the girl announced, with decisive wisdom, that heroes always separate colors. A grandmother folded a fitted sheet with the solemn grace of origami, while 3 observers applauded the rare art of making corners behave. Noon escorted everyone to the square, where the community piano wore a jar labeled for brave songs and a sticky note that simply said try. A teenager pressed 2 uncertain keys and caught a melody mid-flight. The bench leaned in, Anna hummed harmony, and a passing mail carrier adjusted the beat by tapping an envelope on his knee. A modest crowd formed and behaved beautifully. Nobody filmed the first mistake, which is a love language. Nearby, the soft festival booth, boundaries, but make it warm, open for business. Mr. Collins stamped scripts approved while coaching 3 flavors of no. Kind, clear, musical. A queue formed, polite and hopeful, as if the booth sold umbrellas for feelings. Back home, Nora discovered the sink flirting with rebellion. Towels named peace and patience de-escalated the situation. A small wrench negotiated a power-sharing agreement between the faucet and gravity. She moved the basil into friendlier sun and told it not to compare leaves. She issued a household decree. All cabinets shall close with dignity. All apologies shall include verbs. Ben replied with a post-it on the fridge. All compliments shall include evidence, and then proceeded to provide it. You fixed the leak, and the floor agrees. Afternoon economics arrived disguised as errands. Nora hunted for affordable vegetables with personalities. The carrots had leadership potential. She taught a cashier the 3-sentence boundary, received a grateful smile big enough to cover a shift, and left 2 apples on the free shelf for anyone whose lunch got canceled by life. Ben posted the flyer for Saturday's recipes without borders. Bring a dish, bring a story, bring a chair if you mistrust ours, and beneath it taped a new house rule in neat block letters. 0 for cheap shots, double for good puns, bonus for listening. The trophy case pretended not to approve while clearly approving. A minor scandal erupted when the community garden's tomato trellis flirted with collapse under the weight of its optimism. 6 neighbors formed an ad hoc committee, debated twine versus tape versus faith, and discovered faith works best when tied to twine. Thunder supervised from the shade with a legal pad he couldn't read, but took very seriously. A child presented her business plan. Lemonade, 50% lemon, 50% maybe sugar, and the block invested by drinking it courageously. Someone suggested a nap referendum. Democracy yawned yes. Golden hour draped sparkles on street grit, and the soft festival unveiled the compliment shot put. Accuracy outranked horsepower. Your patience as posture landed perfectly on a man who'd been slumping inside. You turned problems into paperwork for solutions. Won a ribbon made of old flyers and good tape. Your laugh convinces air to behave, cause the air to behave. The apology relay favored verbs. I interrupted. I'll wait. Beat my bad by 3 honest strides. I panicked. I'll plan. Photo finished. Oops, with elegant breath control. The square clapped on 2 and 4 without shaming the 1s and 3s because rhythm is a public service. Dinner was pantry jazz. Eggs that believed in second chances. Rice that forgave everything. The quiet bravery of a cucumber. Ben reported the laundromat détente and a new theory that fitted sheets understand physics, but choose mystery. Nora reported that reply when Abel had already saved 3 inboxes and 1 friendship. They practiced their nightly ritual. One tells a thing they learned, the other throws a small joke at it to see if it bounces. Tonight, both jokes stuck like fridge magnets to a good day. Night pressed its forehead to the windows and breathed out cool clarity. The synagogue's panes held their patient light. The bar chalked try again where the air could read it, and the curb cuts glowed like arrows pointing toward better manners. 2 teenagers took a walk handled by headphones and trust. Mr. Patel stacked the chalks with the tenderness of a librarian shelving hope. On the stoop, a bag with 2 lemons awaited adopters beside a note. Thanks, and signed because gratitude prefers open seating. They left 1 lamp on, the lighthouse for late walkers and early worriers, and filed the day under repeat with slight improvements. The constitution of their tiny republic fit on an index card taped by the door. Peel the grapefruit fairly, rotate the bench gently, compliment with evidence, apologize with verbs, ask before helpful, pay attention to human speed, retire cheap shots, promote good puns, keep the jar for brave songs within reach of sunlight, and open the door like you trust who might walk through. The rest was laundry folding to a forgiving rhythm, rent paid with jokes and decent timing, and sleep arriving like a blanket that knows your name. Tomorrow would try its usual tricks. They would answer with spoons, small courage, and a neighborhood that insists on being kinder than necessary, because necessary keeps moving and kindness keeps up. Morning arrived with a polite knock, and the kitchen shouted come in before remembering doors are mostly for people. The kettle organized a union of bubbles. The toaster rehearsed its pop like an applause cue, and the fridge hummed the bass line of an anthem about leftovers refusing to give up. Nora coaxed dignity out of pancake batter shaped like continents that had amicably agreed to borders. Ben, acting secretary of Citrus, conducted a grapefruit referendum and ceded the brightest province to Nora's plate without filing paperwork, because love runs on trust and good knives. They ate like co-managers of a tiny but resilient republic where the Constitution is mostly about rinsing things immediately. The apartment produced a morning to-do list without using words. A wobbly chair petitioned for amnesty. The plant on the sill asked for sunlight with a reasonable amount of drama, and the laundry hinted it had started a new life behind the couch. Ben found 3 socks that had declared independence, negotiated a coalition, and formed a functional pair, plus a charismatic extra promoted to dust rag. Nora wrote courage cookies on a jar, placed exactly 4 inside, and locked it with the moral authority of a lighthouse. Their budget meeting lasted 8 minutes, 2 sighs, and a victory dance performed by a coupon. Downstairs, the building imitated a town that remembers manners. The elevator dinged like it had gone to therapy and graduated with honors. Mr. Patel chalked today. Share your patience like salt and in smaller letters, free refills. Thunder, commissioner of WAG, inspected ankles with bipartisan enthusiasm. Barney distributed coffees and apologies in equal measure and declared that the alley's string lights had signed a sunset compact to make everyone photogenic after 6:09 p.m., barometric pressure permitting. The lobby piano, freshly dusted, produced a brave sea that made the ficus adjust a leaf with purpose. On the square, Stephanie and Anna rotated the mulberry bench, the sacred 2 centimeters that transforms gossip into conversation, retired a wobble with 1 respectful twist, and underlined ask before helpful inside the toolbox, because reminders are vitamins for intentions. Mateo refreshed curb-cut paint into gentle arrows that said this way, friend. A toddler attempted to interview a pigeon. The pigeon declined comment, but supported press freedom. Two teenagers invented a sport called Hold the Door longer than expected, and won civic medals invisible to the naked eye, but felt by everybody who walked through. Nora clipped her pocket timer, the tiny coach for courage for quiet people, and headed to the Sunrise Center. Today's drills were undefeated classics. No, not today, I need help, and I changed my mind. A woman in a denim jacket told a calendar, invite no with the grace of a soft door closing. Her shoulders dropped 2 bricks and a decorative gargoyle. A retired bus driver said, I need help to a computer that believed it was a gladiator arena. The staff applauded the verb like a touchdown. Everyone practiced. I changed my mind on cookie flavors because dessert is the safest laboratory for reform. Nora added a new term to the language we love board, polite detour. Permission to choose a kinder route without apologizing for not taking the fast lane to burnout. Ben ran errands that doubled as neighborhood maintenance. At the bar, the chalkboard announced today, your seat is safe. Dessert, fair shake, surcharge, none for hope. Harry performed the ceremonial onion sizzle that persuades the kitchen spirits to clock in, then ladled lentils that convinced patience to stop pacing. A courier paid for a stranger and left before anyone could nominate them for sainthood. A night shift nurse ordered whatever tastes like a do-over and exited taller on the inside. Ben pinned 2 stars on the Pay It Forward constellation, blinked at steam like it was the only reason his eyes were shiny, and took a slow breath that felt oddly like progress. Back home, the sink flirted with mutiny. Towels named peace, and patience negotiated a ceasefire, and a small wrench co-signed the treaty. Nora moved the basil 3 centimeters into Kinderlight and told it to grow without performing. She labeled a container for when the day forgets to be kind and set it on the second shelf like a contingency plan with good seasoning. Ben rescued the drawer that apologizes instead of opening, then labeled a basket miscellaneous with intent because even chaos deserves a mission statement. The neighborhood hosted a mild scandal when the community garden's bean trellis announced it could no longer support optimism at scale. 6 neighbors convened, argued twine versus tape versus inspirational speeches, and chose twine with supportive messaging. Thunder chaired the meeting with a legal pad he could not read but respected. A small lemonade stand launched with a wildly honest pitch, 50% lemon, 50% negotiation, and the block invested bravely with exact change and compliments backed by evidence. Afternoon errands turned philosophical. Ben mailed a letter decorated with a stamp so optimistic it could run for city council. He bought the exact screw that prevents the bedroom window from drafting a memoir. He printed flyers for Saturday's Recipes Without Borders, then practiced a smile that promised no cheap shots and triple points for puns that do no harm. The lodge's trophy case pretended not to listen while obviously listening. Solomon arrived with 2 friends and a tin of sesame cookies that smelled like citizenship. Together they tuned the room. Rotating tables so corners don't hoard introverts. A shelf labeled stories we owe each other. Twin jars for questions we're not ready to ask yet, and answers we're willing to try. And a clearly lettered rule. Double points for good puns. 0 for cheap shots. Bonus for listening. Golden hours sprinkled glitter on breadcrumbs, and the soft festival unfolded like a polite parade. The compliment shot put rewarded accuracy over volume. Your patience as posture found its target and stood it taller. You keep Tuesdays supervised, earned a cheer from actual Tuesday. Your laugh teaches air manners, won a ribbon made of leftover flyers and confident tape. The apology relay advanced verbs only. I interrupted. I'll wait. Outran my bad by 3 honest strides. I panicked. I'll plan. Photo finished. Oops with dignity. Mr. Collins stamped scripts approved at his booth. Boundaries, but make it warm. And coached 3 flavors of no. Kind, clear, musical. The square clapped on 2 and 4 without shaming the 1s and 3s because mercy has rhythm. 2. Dinner was pantry jazz. Heroic eggs, democratic rice. A cucumber that forgave everything. They debriefed in the language of teammates. Short sentences, long listening. Nora reported that polite detour saved the client from sprinting into an argument. They scheduled a calmer yes and retired the emergency tone. Ben admitted he'd said, "I'm learning twice," and didn't add, "I mean it," which is how you know the update installed correctly. They split a cookie labeled for tomorrow's courage, because courage chills well when wrapped in sugar and perspective. Night buttoned halos onto windows. The synagogue's panes held steady light like a patient answer. The bar chalked "try again" where the air could read it. Mateo's curb-cut arrows glowed like courteous instructions. The mulberry bench, angled correctly, introduced two strangers who left with a joke and a recipe swap. Upstairs, a student high-fived the air after taming a paragraph. Somewhere else, a violin remembered how to be brave but quiet. On the stoop, a paper bag waited with 2 lemons and a note. "Thanks," and signed because gratitude prefers open seating. They left one lamp on, the hospitality beacon for late walkers and early worriers, and taped their tiny constitution beside the door. Peel the grapefruit fairly, rotate the bench gently, compliment with evidence, apologize with verbs, ask before helpful, pay attention to human speed, retire cheap shots, promote good puns, keep the jar for brave songs within reach of sunlight, and open the door like you trust who might walk through. The elevator dreamed of punctuality and woke on time. The ficus moved 1 leaf and called it progress. Thunder snored in 8-count measures like a drumline that knows when to whisper. They fell asleep in a room that had decided to trust them back, rehearsing tomorrow's small acts of decent comedy, the kind that holds the door, finds the right screw, and keeps the world 1 gentle degree kinder than it was at breakfast. Morning slipped through the blinds like a cat with a library card, and the kitchen stamped it approved. The kettle gave its motivational speech in steam. The toaster performed its single magic trick with dignified timing, and the fridge hummed the key of leftovers, a note that promises redemption for rice. Nora convinced oatmeal it was special by adding a scandalous amount of cinnamon, and Ben, acting minister of citrus and small optimisms, drew fair borders on a grapefruit and slid the most radiant district on her plate without declaring victory. They ate like professionals at keeping promises small and frequent, the kind that could be washed with the breakfast dishes. The apartment offered its daily curriculum. The wobbly chair requested a respectful sit. The basil asked for a promotion 3 centimeters closer to sun, and the laundry started a podcast from behind the couch called "We Were Forgotten, But Not Wrong." Ben negotiated peace among socks with a mesh bag and diplomacy. One sock, charismatic and single, was reassigned to dust duty with full honors. Nora labeled a tin "serious cookies" and placed exactly 3 inside because boundaries taste better when baked. Their budget summit lasted 9 minutes and a sigh. The final resolution stated happiness is affordable if purchased in patience and portioned into snacks. Downstairs, the building tried competence and mostly stuck the landing. The elevator dinged like an apology with good posture. Mr. Patel chalked today, borrow hope, return with interest, and beneath it, free trials of kindness. And no credit card. Thunder, commissioner of WAG, audited ankles and approved them with tail-based ink. Barney distributed coffees and humble nods, announcing the alley's string lights had renewed their treaty with dusk to flatter jawlines at precisely 6:12 p.m. pending cloud negotiations. The lobby piano, newly dusted, struck a clean F that made the ficus reconsider its life goals and stand 1 leaf taller. Nora clipped her pocket timer, the tiny coach that clicks like a heartbeat with manners, and set off for the Sunrise Center. Today's Courage for Quiet People ran its undefeated drills. No, not today, I need help, and I changed my mind. A woman in a marigold cardigan told a calendar invite no and watched 2 invisible bricks slide off her shoulders. A retired mechanic tried I need help on a laptop that considered itself a puzzle box, and the volunteers applauded the verb like a winning goal. Everyone practiced I changed my mind on cookie flavors because dessert is the safest battlefield for reform. Nora added to the language we love board, reply when ready. Permission for emails to meet your nervous system rather than your panic. Ben ran errands that moonlighted as neighborhood maintenance. He replaced the community pantry's squealy hinge because generosity doesn't need a soundtrack, then swung by the bar with a chalkboard declared today. Your seat is safe. Dessert. A fair shake. Surcharge. 0 for hope. Harry honored the kitchen spirits with a ceremonial onion sizzle and ladled lentils brightened by lemon, the edible version of a fresh start. A courier bought a bowl for a stranger and escaped before gratitude could tackle them. A nurse ordered, "Whatever makes my patients clock in again," and left taller on the inside. Ben pinned a star to the pay it forward board and swore any mist in his eyes belonged exclusively to steam, which was at least 50% true. The square handled excellence in centimeters. Stephanie and Anna rotated the mulberry bench the sacred 2 centimeters toward conversation, retired a wobble with one respectful twist, and rewrote ask before helpful on the toolbox because reminders are vitamins for intentions. Mateo repainted curb cuts into gentle arrows that said this way, friend. A toddler attempted bipartisan negotiations with a pigeon. The pigeon declined comment but supported the process. 2 teenagers invented a sport called door holding with panache and awarded each other points for eye contact and comedic timing. Back home, the sink staged a tiny rebellion and was met with towels named Peace and Patience, plus a discreet wrench that negotiated a ceasefire. Nora moved the basil into better weather and told it not to compare leaves. She stored 2 portions labeled for late shift and for when the day forgets to be kind, the edible form of contingency plans. Ben rescued the drawer that apologized instead of opening, then labeled a basket miscellaneous with intent because chaos deserves aspirations. Midday attempted drama in 3 acts and lost on technicalities. The elevator paused between floors to write a haiku about gravity. Maintenance performed tap-listen press and complimented its meter. August tried to kidnap the soft festival flyers. Anna pursued with librarian velocity and secured them beneath a paperweight named responsibility. A toddler campaigned to abolish naps. The coalition countered with banana coins and a blanket the exact weight of mercy. Democracy yawned and passed. At the laundromat, Ben witnessed a 4-machine opera. Washer 1 lamented like a tenor. Washer 2 discovered resilience mid-spin. Dryer A offered hot takes. Dryer B offered warm nuance. A teenager asked how to fold a fitted sheet without swearing. A grandmother demonstrated sorcery disguised as corners, and the room applauded like it had seen a comet. Ben donated a spare mesh bag to a father-daughter sock treaty and received a sticker that said hero, which he placed on his ego with caution. Golden hours scattered glitter on breadcrumbs, and the soft festival unfurled. The compliment shot put prized accuracy over volume. Your patience as posture landed on a man who needed a taller inside. You keep Tuesdays supervised, earned applause from Tuesday itself. Your laugh teaches air manners convince the air. The apology relay advanced verbs. I interrupted. I'll wait. Outran my bad by 3 honest strides. I panicked. I'll plan. Photo finished. Oops with dignity. Mr. Collins stamped scripts approved at his booth. Boundaries, but make it warm. And coached 3 flavors of no. Kind, clear, musical. Thunder presided with incorruptible tail metrics and awarded perfect scores across species lines. Dinner became pantry jazz. Eggs that forgave everything. Rice that believed in second chances. A cucumber with good boundaries. They debriefed in teammate grammar. Short sentences, long listening. Nora reported that reply when Reddy saved 3 people from sprinting into regret. Ben admitted he'd said, I'm learning twice without adding, a software patch successfully installed. They split a cookie labeled for tomorrow's courage, because courage chills well if wrapped in sugar and placed behind the jar that says do not worry about these pickles. Night button halos onto windows. The synagogue panes held patient light. The chalkboard ghosted try again into the cooling air. Curb cuts glowed like courteous instructions. The mulberry bench, angled correctly, collected 2 strangers who didn't stay strangers long. Upstairs, a student high-fived the air after taming a paragraph. Down the block, a violin practiced being brave at a kind volume. On the stoop, a paper bag weighted with 2 lemons and a note. Thanks, in heroic block letters, and signed because gratitude prefers open seating. They left 1 lamp on, the hospitality beacon for late walkers and early worriers, and taped their household constitution by the door. Peel the grapefruit fairly, rotate the bench gently, compliment with evidence, apologize with verbs, ask before helpful, pay attention to human speed, retire cheap shots, promote good puns, keep the jar for brave songs where sunlight can find it, and open the door like you trust who might walk through. The elevator dreamed of punctuality and woke on time. The ficus moved 1 leaf and called it progress. Thunder snored in 8 counts like a drum line that knows when to whisper. Sleep arrived like a well-aimed blanket, and tomorrow queued up its ordinary miracles, ready to be managed with spoons, decent jokes, and that brand of everyday courage that makes neighborhoods feel like families with better calendars. Morning slipped through the blinds like a cat with a library card, and the kitchen stamped it approved. The kettle gave its motivational speech in steam. The toaster performed its single magic trick with dignified timing, and the fridge hummed the key of leftovers, a note that promises redemption for rice. Nora convinced oatmeal it was special by adding a scandalous amount of cinnamon, and Ben, acting minister of citrus and small optimisms, drew fair borders on a grapefruit and slid the most radiant district on her plate without declaring victory. They ate like professionals at keeping promises small and frequent, the kind that can be washed with the breakfast dishes. The apartment offered its daily curriculum. The wobbly chair requested a respectful sit. The basil asked for a promotion 3 centimeters closer to sun, and the laundry started a podcast from behind the couch called We Were Forgotten, but Not Wrong. Ben negotiated peace among socks with a mesh bag and diplomacy. 1 sock, charismatic and single, was reassigned to dust duty with full honors. Nora labeled a tin serious cookies and placed exactly 3 inside because boundaries taste better when baked. Their budget summit lasted 9 minutes and a sigh. The final resolution stated happiness is affordable if purchased in patience and portioned into snacks. Downstairs, the building tried competence and mostly stuck the landing. The elevator dinged like an apology with good posture. Mr. Patel, chalk today. Borrow hope. Return with interest, and beneath it, free trials of kindness. N.O. credit card. Thunder, commissioner of WAG, audited ankles and approved them with tail-based ink. Barney distributed coffees and humble nods, announcing the alley's string lights had renewed their treaty with dusk to flatter jawlines at precisely 6:12 p.m. pending cloud negotiations. The lobby piano, newly dusted, struck a clean F that made the ficus reconsider its life goals and stand 1 leaf taller. Nora clipped her pocket timer, the tiny coach that clicks like a heartbeat with manners, and set off for the Sunrise Center. Today's Courage for Quiet People ran its undefeated drills. No, not today, I need help, and I changed my mind. A woman in a marigold cardigan told a calendar invite no and watched 2 invisible bricks slide off her shoulders. A retired mechanic tried I need help on a laptop that considered itself a puzzle box, and the volunteers applauded the verb like a winning goal. Everyone practiced I changed my mind on cookie flavors because dessert is the safest battlefield for reform. Nora added to the language we love board. Reply when ready. Permission for emails to meet your nervous system rather than your panic. Ben ran errands that moonlighted as neighborhood maintenance. He replaced the community pantry's squealy hinge because generosity doesn't need a soundtrack, then swung by the bar where the chalkboard declared today, your seat is safe, dessert, a fair shake, surcharge, 0 for hope. Harry honored the kitchen spirits with the ceremonial onion sizzle and ladled lentils brightened by lemon, the edible version of a fresh start. A courier bought a bowl for a stranger and escaped before gratitude could tackle them. A nurse ordered, whatever makes my patients clock in again, and left taller on the inside. Ben pinned a star to the pay it forward board and swore any mist in his eyes belonged exclusively to steam, which was at least 50% true. The square handled excellence in centimeters. Stephanie and Anna rotated the mulberry bench the sacred 2 centimeters toward conversation, retired a wobble with one respectful twist, and rewrote ask before helpful on the toolbox, because reminders are vitamins for intentions. Mateo repainted curb cuts into gentle arrows that said this way, friend. A toddler attempted bipartisan negotiations with a pigeon. The pigeon declined comment, but supported the process. 2 teenagers invented a sport called door holding with panache and awarded each other points for eye contact and comedic timing. Back home, the sink staged a tiny rebellion and was met with towels named Peace and Patience, plus a discreet wrench that negotiated a ceasefire. Nora moved the basil into better weather and told it not to compare leaves. She stored 2 portions labeled for late shift and for when the day forgets to be kind, the edible form of contingency plans. Ben rescued the drawer that apologized instead of opening, then labeled a basket miscellaneous with intent because chaos deserves aspirations. Midday attempted drama in 3 acts and lost on technicalities. The elevator paused between floors to write a haiku about gravity. Maintenance performed tap-listen press and complimented its meter. August tried to kidnap the soft festival flyers. Anna pursued with librarian velocity and secured them beneath a paperweight named responsibility. A toddler campaigned to abolish naps. The coalition countered with banana coins and a blanket the exact weight of mercy. Democracy yawned and passed. At the laundromat, Ben witnessed a 4-machine opera. Washer 1 lamented like a tenor. Washer 2 discovered resilience mid-spin. Dryer A offered hot takes. Dryer B offered warm nuance. A teenager asked how to fold a fitted sheet without swearing. A grandmother demonstrated sorcery disguised as corners, and the room applauded like it had seen a comet. Ben donated a spare mesh bag to a father-daughter sock treaty and received a sticker that said hero, which he placed on his ego with caution. Golden hours scattered glitter on breadcrumbs, and the soft festival unfurled. The compliment shot put prized accuracy over volume. Your patience as posture landed on a man who needed a tolerance side. You keep Tuesdays supervised, earned applause from Tuesday itself. Your laugh teaches air manners convince the air. The apology relay advanced verbs. I interrupted. I'll wait. Outran my bad by 3 honest strides. I panicked. I'll plan. Photo finished. Oops with dignity. Mr. Collins stamped scripts approved at his booth. Boundaries, but make it warm. And coached 3 flavors of no. Kind, clear, musical. Thunder presided with incorruptible tail metrics and awarded perfect scores across species lines. Dinner became pantry jazz. Eggs that forgave everything. Rice that believed in second chances. A cucumber with good boundaries. They debriefed in teammate grammar. Short sentences, long listening. Nora reported that reply when Reddy saved 3 people from sprinting into regret. Ben admitted he'd said, I'm learning twice without adding, a software patch successfully installed. They split a cookie labeled for tomorrow's courage, because courage chills well if wrapped in sugar and placed behind the jar that says do not worry about these pickles. Night buttoned halos onto windows. The synagogue panes held patient light. The chalkboard ghosted try again into the cooling air. Curb cuts glowed like courteous instructions. The mulberry bench, angled correctly, collected 2 strangers who didn't stay strangers long. Upstairs, a student high-fived the air after taming a paragraph. Down the block, a violin practiced being brave at a kind volume. On the stoop, a paper bag waited with 2 lemons and a note. Thanks, in heroic block letters, and signed because gratitude prefers open seating. They left 1 lamp on, the hospitality beacon for late walkers and early worriers, and taped their household constitution by the door. Peel the grapefruit fairly. Rotate the bench gently. Compliment with evidence. Apologize with verbs. Ask before helpful. Pay attention to human speed. Retire cheap shots. Promote good puns. Keep the jar for brave songs where sunlight can find it. And open the door like you trust who might walk through. The elevator dreamed of punctuality and woke on time. The ficus moved 1 leaf and called it progress. Thunder snored in 8 counts like a drum line that knows when to whisper. Sleep arrived like a well-aimed blanket, and tomorrow queued up its ordinary miracles, ready to be managed with spoons, decent jokes, and that brand of everyday courage that makes neighborhoods feel like families with better calendars.
In the intricate tapestry of human experience where threads of aspiration intertwine with the coarse fibers of fear and uncertainty, not every unfolding drama culminates in the stark, undeniable tragedy of a criminal act. Yet, as a criminal psychology analyst and a professional detective novelist, Motive learned that the human psyche in its labyrinthine complexity often stages its own profound internal struggles, conflicts that, while rarely breaching the boundaries of legal transgression, nonetheless reveal a rich tableau of Motive's vulnerabilities and unseen pressures. These are the cases we delve into now, not with the pursuit of a conventional culprit, but with the intent to illuminate the hidden architects of personal distress, the subtle coercions of societal expectation, and the intricate dance of intergenerational misunderstanding that can, in its own way, shape destinies and inflict silent wounds. The script before us, seemingly a collection of domestic vignettes, serves as an invaluable window into precisely such a psychological landscape, offering a compelling narrative that, when viewed through a specific lens, reveals patterns of behavior and underlying anxieties that demand meticulous examination. Our primary subject, a patriarch named Archie Bunker, embodies a generational archetype, a man whose identity is deeply rooted in a world that is rapidly shifting beneath his feet. His journey, as presented, is a series of confrontations with change, each encounter chipping away at a carefully constructed sense of order and control. The initial scene, a nostalgic reflection on the way Glenn Miller played, immediately establishes a theme of longing for a simpler past, a time when girls were girls and men were men, a world governed by perceived certainties. This yearning is not merely sentimental. It is a critical psychological anchor for Archie, and its disturbance forms the bedrock of his internal conflicts. When his daughter-in-law, Gloria, presents him with a laundry mishap, the stained bra, his reaction is not simply one of exasperation, but a visceral response to a perceived transgression against propriety, a symbolic unraveling of the established order he so desperately clings to. There's some things that should never be seen in public, and this here is two of them, he declares, his words betraying a deeper anxiety about societal boundaries and roles blurring. This initial domestic friction, while seemingly trivial, functions as a microaggression against his psychological equilibrium, a testament to the fact that for individuals deeply invested in a particular worldview, even minor disruptions can activate significant internal alarm systems. The subsequent revelation of Archie's true distress, the impending company Physical for Men Over 50, unveils the core case we are examining, the psychological assault of job insecurity and ageism, particularly on an older worker. Archie's fear is palpable. Sanders, the hatchet man down at work, he ordered physical checkups next Monday. See? For two of us, the two guys over 50, of which Moten won. This is not merely a concern for a medical examination, it is an existential threat. The unspoken subtext, the word is out that the guy that's got the lessest amount of good health gets the heave-ho, highlights the ruthless, often invisible, perpetrator in this scenario. A corporate culture that prioritizes youth and perceived peak physical condition over experience and loyalty. Archie's immediate comparison of himself to old man Deutschmeyer, a contemporary he derides for his perceived decrepitude, reveals a defense mechanism, a projection of his own fears onto another. He attempts to externalize the old man stereotype, fiercely resisting its application to himself. Because he acts like an old man, that's why he walks around vacate his pants bagging in the behind, his shoelaces are untied, and half the time he's unzipped to the world. This elaborate description of Deutschmeyer's supposed flaws is in fact a detailed catalog of Archie's own deepest anxieties about physical decline and the loss of dignity associated with aging in a society that often devalues its elders. The criminal psychology here lies in the subtle but profound impact of systemic ageism, a perpetrator operating often without malice but with devastating psychological consequences. Research consistently shows that job insecurity, particularly for older workers, leads to heightened levels of fear, distress, anxiety, and even clinical depression, mote high ba bone. The fear of job loss can significantly increase stress at mote work and negatively impact self-reported health status. High ba for Archie, the upcoming physical is a direct challenge to his sense of self-worth and his position within the social order of his workplace, and by extension, his family. The pressure to appear in perfect health is immense, driving him to desperate measures to control a situation he perceives as spiraling. The motives behind this case are complex. On the one hand, there are the perceived institutional motives of the company: efficiency, cost-cutting, the desire to replace older, potentially slower, or more expensive workers, younger, cheaper labor. This is a common and often unacknowledged form of age discrimination in the workplace, which can lead to increased stress, anxiety, depression, and decreased self-esteem among older employees. Sheen, many older workers experience feelings of worthlessness, isolation, and fear about their career security. Now, on the other hand, Archie's personal motive for fighting this is survival, both economic and psychological. His identity as a provider, a working man, is at stake. The dialogue ain't ready to be pasteurized, certainly not to make room for all these young college punks who can find a job they was educated for, reveals his resentment and fear of being rendered obsolete, displaced by a generation he views with suspicion and disdain. This intergenerational conflict, a recurring motif in the script, becomes a significant factor in understanding Archie's psychological perpetrator. The clash of values, the differing perspectives, and the stereotypes each generation holds about the other can cause significant misunderstandings and emotional distress. Mamot Mahai Mabah. Mike, his son-in-law, represents this younger generation, a more progressive viewpoint, and naturally a source of friction for Archie. Mike's suggestion to put the blame for unemployment where it belongs, right at the White House door, is a political jab that further destabilizes Archie's worldview as he defends President Ford, highlighting another deeply held belief system under threat. The tension between Archie and Mike is a microcosm of broader societal shifts, with traditional values clashing with more liberal ideals. This intergenerational communication challenge is a key detail in understanding the ongoing psychological case within the household. Different generations often have divergent perspectives on culture, economics, and social issues, leading to conflicts. Gloria's pregnancy introduces another layer of case complexity, the stress and anxiety associated with impending parenthood and its ripple effects on family dynamics. Her visits to the doctor, her discussions about names, and her emotional state are all part of this unfolding case. The dialogue surrounding the baby is named Stanislaus. A tribute to Mike's Polish heritage becomes a battleground for Archie. Stanislaus, how'd you think up a nutty name like that? That was my father's name. His discomfort with a name that deviates from his perceived American norm is another manifestation of his resistance to change and his implicit prejudice. This is not a literal crime, but a psychological one of exclusionary thought, a subtle form of microaggression against cultural diversity. When the alternative name, Archie, is proposed, his reaction is almost childlike in its relief, highlighting his deep-seated need for recognition and continuity. The suggestion of Archie Stanislaus Stivic is quickly dismissed by Gloria due to the initials, leading to another outburst from Archie, who feels personally attacked. Are you calling me an ass? Are you calling me an ass? This hypersensitivity, fueled by his underlying anxieties about relevance and respect, further demonstrates his fragile emotional state, exacerbated by the fear of job loss. The role of Edith, Archie's wife, is crucial in navigating these psychological cases. She acts as a buffer, a peacemaker, and often an unwitting instigator of Archie's ire. Her gentle nature and attempts to soothe him are often met with frustration. "You do get upset, or what's it we gotta tell her?" she asks the young doctor, trying to prompt Archie to admit his excitable nature. The doctor's diagnosis of hypertension, linked to Archie's excitable type, further intertwines his psychological state with his physical health. Emotional states uzahat as anxiety and depression are known to increase the risk of hypertension, and chronic stress, particularly from the workplace, can intensify this condition. The doctor, instruction to go home and relax this weekend. Just stay calm, sets the stage for a new phase of the case, where the family actively attempts to manage Archie's condition, revealing their own coping mechanisms and the collective burden of his anxieties. The perpetrator's sophistication in these psychological cases is not that of a criminal mastermind, but the insidious, often unconscious, nature of deep-seated biases, fears, and the human resistance to change. These are forces that operate on multiple levels, individual, familial, and societal, making them exceptionally difficult to track down or apprehend. The key details to track down the perpetrator lie in observing the subtle shifts in dialogue, the unconscious projections, the defense mechanisms, and the recurring themes that reveal the characters' inner worlds. The scene where the family attempts to make Archie relax at home is a poignant illustration of their well-intentioned but often misguided efforts. Mike brings his slippers. Gloria offers a beer and a magazine, all designed to create a day of calm. Yet, Archie's internal turmoil remains. The reveal of little Stanislaus as a potential name triggers another eruption, forcing him to confront the erosion of his legacy and the embrace of traditions foreign to his own. His almost desperate attempt to use riddles as a distraction underscores his avoidance of difficult emotional truths, a classic psychological defense mechanism. His anger at the name Stanislaus and his preference for Archie Stanislaus Stivic reveals a deep insecurity about his own heritage and his place in the family's future. The humorous turn with the discussion of the baby's initials cleverly deflects from the underlying tension, but the raw emotion behind Archie's outburst, "Are you calling me an ass?" remains a potent indicator of his psychological fragility. The perpetrator here is not just ageism or job insecurity, but also the pressure of perceived marital fidelity, a case that arises when Gloria expresses her anxieties about Mike tutoring Linda Galloway. Meathead beginning to wonder if Linda is taking lessons or giving them, she muses, her vulnerability as an expectant mother laid bare. The perpetrator in this instance is suspicion, fueled by insecurity and the societal narratives surrounding male fidelity. Edith's attempts to reassure Gloria Mike loves you. All he is doing is earning a little extra money, highlight the complex emotional landscape of marriage and trust, particularly during pregnancy, a time when women can experience significant stress and anxiety. Mesdames, the key details here are Gloria's observations and her immediate jump to conclusions, rather than actual evidence. The narrative then shifts to Archie's ill-conceived plan to whine Mike into confessing, demonstrating his own skewed methods of investigation, a blend of suspicion and a desire to protect his daughter, albeit clumsily. His toast to the greatest country on the face of the earth, Poland, is a moment of unintentional irony, given his earlier prejudices, revealing the superficiality of some of his stances and the influence of alcohol on his pronouncements. His inebriated praise of Mike to the finest son-in-law that ever married his way to identity. "We all love you and we respect you and we trust you" is a powerful, if temporary, balm to their strained relationship, momentarily dismantling the perpetrator of intergenerational friction. Mike's subsequent confession about Linda, where he admits to being tempted but ultimately resisting, is a testament to the power of self-restraint and fidelity. This moment, while appearing to confirm Gloria's fears, actually serves to diffuse the case of suspected infidelity, revealing my next underlying loyalty and moral compass. The life lesson here is the importance of trust and open communication, and the dangers of allowing insecurities to fester. For law enforcement, the experience drawn from this is the profound impact of perception versus reality, and how easily suspicion can be manufactured without concrete evidence, often requiring careful, nuanced investigation into human motivations rather than relying solely on surface-level observations. The unfolding narrative further delves into the case of intergenerational communication breakdown and the societal pressures that manifest in seemingly mundane events. Archie's discomfort with the minstrel show, initially feigned as illness, exposes another layer of his psychological struggle. While he claims Moat met too sick, his real motive is a deep-seated apprehension about public performance and potential ridicule. This is a subtle crime of self-deception, where one's pride and fear create an elaborate fade. The Lodge brothers, Barney and Ed, are the unwitting perpetrators here, pressing Archie to conform to a tradition he secretly despises. Their insistence on traditional blackface highlights a deeply problematic aspect of societal norms that, in a modern context, would constitute a serious crime of cultural insensitivity and racism. The dialogue you're actually going to put on a minstrel show in this day and age? You ought to get great reviews from the Ku Klux Klan from Mike as a stark condemnation of this perpetrator, revealing the chasm between generational values. Mike's courageous stand against the minstrel show, despite his usual deference, is a pivotal moment, showcasing his moral conviction and acting as an intervention against a crime of prejudice. Archie's initial defense of the minstrel show, claiming they ain't trying to make fun of anybody, demonstrates his blindness to the harm caused by such traditions, a common psychological barrier in addressing ingrained biases. The later line, "they ain't allowed in," referring to black people seeing the show, is a chilling revelation of explicit prejudice, further solidifying the nature of this perpetrator. The key detail here is the stark contrast between Archie's personal discomfort and the broader, more insidious crime of racial prejudice inherent in the minstrel show tradition. The baby's delayed arrival, jokingly attributed to no hurry to meet his grandfather, serves as a poignant, if humorous, commentary on Archie's character and the symbolic weight of his prejudices. This case underscores the deep-seated nature of societal prejudice and the courage required to confront it, even within one's own social circles. For law enforcement, the experience here is the understanding that prejudice often operates subtly, disguised as tradition or humor, but its impact can be profound and far-reaching, requiring not just legal intervention, but also a deeper societal shift in awareness and empathy. The final segments of the script focus on the case of Gloria Overdue pregnancy, a source of immense stress and anxiety for both her and Mike. The delay 9 days beyond her due date magnifies her emotional fragility. "Met fat and ugly," she exclaims, grappling with the physical and emotional toll of late pregnancy. Her irritability and the constant trips to the bathroom symbolize the immense physical burden she carries. The perpetrator here is the biological and psychological pressure of childbirth, exacerbated by impatience and fear. Mike's attempts to calm her and her rejection of his efforts highlight the immense strain on their relationship. His playful comment about her parting your teeth in the middle is a light-hearted attempt to diffuse tension, but it reveals the delicate balance in managing a partner's heightened emotional state. The prepared childbirth exercises become another arena for conflict, a case of differing coping mechanisms and communication styles. Mike, as the coach, is methodical and focused on technique, while Gloria, overwhelmed by the physical and emotional reality, struggles to comply. Her outburst, "Contract your own left leg and then shove him," is a raw expression of her frustration, a temporary crime of emotional lashing out fueled by stress and discomfort. This interaction provides a valuable life lesson in empathy and the limits of purely rational approaches to deeply emotional experiences. In situations of high stress, logical instruction often falls short when emotional support is what is truly needed. For law enforcement, this highlights the importance of de-escalation techniques that prioritize emotional validation over strict adherence to procedure in volatile situations, understanding that underlying distress often drives outward aggression. The humorous subplot of Mike's S goodie bag with its snacks and rolling pin lightens the tone but also provides insight into the male partner's attempt to control an uncontrollable situation, a common psychological response to anxiety. His anxiety about Gloria's breathing and his own hyperventilation in an ironic twist makes him the one experiencing the physical manifestations of stress. The perpetrator here is universal human anxiety, manifesting in different ways for each character. His frantic efforts to contact the doctor and then mom and dad, despite the lack of change, underscore his panic. The struggle to find change for the phone call, a trivial detail, is magnified into a major obstacle by the heightened emotional state, a common psychological phenomenon in crisis situations where minor inconveniences become disproportionately stressful. The image of the family stuck in a phone booth at the end of this segment is a perfect metaphor for the feeling of being trapped and overwhelmed by circumstances beyond their control. This is the perpetrator of chaos, the unexpected hurdles that arise in moments of crisis, testing human resilience. The final sequence, with Gloria in labor and Archie racing to the hospital, brings all these threads together. Archie's blackface makeup for the minstrel show, a symbol of his earlier crime of prejudice and his internal conflict, becomes an external manifestation of his absurdity in the face of real human drama. His immediate desire to remove the makeup, despite the impending show, signifies a shift in priorities, a moment where the profound human experience of becoming a grandfather transcends his personal anxieties and societal pressures. The urgency of glorious labor, the 10-minute contractions, pushes him beyond his comfort zone. His transformation from a man resistant to change and clinging to prejudice to a man desperate to be present for his grandchild's birth offers a powerful life lesson in the human capacity for growth and the transformative power of love. The perpetrator of prejudice, while not entirely vanquished, is momentarily overshadowed by the overwhelming force of familial love and the miracle of new life. From a criminal psychology standpoint, these interwoven cases illustrate several profound principles. The motive of self-preservation, both physical and psychological, drives many of Archie's actions. His anxieties about aging, job loss, and cultural shifts are deeply rooted fears that manifest as resistance, prejudice, and defensiveness. The perpetrator is multifaceted. The pressure to conform, intergenerational misunderstandings, and the intrinsic anxieties of life transitions like pregnancy and childbirth. The sophistication of this perpetrator lies in its subtle, often unseen influence operating through ingrained beliefs, cultural norms, and unconscious biases. It is a crime against emotional well-being and social harmony, rather than a direct legal transgression. To track down the perpetrator in such psychological cases requires a detective's keen eye for human behavior, not just overt actions. It involves active listening, observing nonverbal cues, identifying patterns of defensiveness, projection, and avoidance. It demands empathy to understand the underlying fears that fuel seemingly irrational behavior. For law enforcement, these experiences highlight the critical need for training in de-escalation, conflict resolution, and cultural sensitivity. Understanding the psychological underpinnings of tension and aggression can help officers diffuse situations before they escalate by addressing the root causes of distress rather than just the outward symptoms. For instance, an individual acting out of extreme job insecurity might present with heightened aggression or paranoia, demanding a response that addresses their underlying fear rather than merely controlling their outward behavior. Similarly, addressing domestic disputes during pregnancy requires a nuanced understanding of the unique stresses faced by expectant parents. The life lessons to avoid these tragic cases of psychological distress and interpersonal conflict are manifold. Firstly, fostering open and empathetic intergenerational communication is paramount. Recognizing that different generations are products of distinct historical periods with varying communication styles and values is the first step towards bridging divides. Employers and family members alike should strive to understand individual preferences rather than relying on stereotypes. Secondly, addressing the systemic issues that contribute to ageism and job insecurity is crucial. Policies that promote inclusivity, values, and offer opportunities for reskilling can mitigate the psychological toll on older workers. Namsa Tam for individuals cultivating self-awareness to identify and challenge one's own biases and fears is essential. Recognizing that anger and defensiveness often stem from underlying insecurity can pave the way for healthier coping mechanisms. Lastly, fostering strong support networks, particularly during stressful life transitions like pregnancy, can significantly alleviate anxiety and improve outcomes. In the grand narrative of life, the quiet dramas played out within the confines of a home, the unspoken fears, the subtle prejudices, and the clumsy attempts at connection offer as profound insights into the human condition as any sensational crime. The perpetrator is often not a singular entity, but a complex interplay of internal vulnerabilities and external pressures. The justice sought is not always legal retribution, but the restoration of understanding, empathy, and emotional well-being. By analyzing these cases with the meticulousness of a detective and the insight of a psychologist, we learn invaluable lessons about navigating our Ove-Kepno inner landscapes and building a more compassionate and understanding society. The story of the Bunker and Stivic families, far from being a simple sitcom, becomes a compelling case study in the universal struggles of humanity, offering both a warning and a testament to the enduring power of family growth and the triumph of the human spirit over its own anxieties and imperfections. In the intricate theater of human existence, where the mundane often veils the profound, we find ourselves as criminal psychology analysts and professional detective novelists, drawn to the subtle narratives that unfold within seemingly ordinary lives. The cases before us, though devoid of traditional malice or criminal intent, offer a fascinating tableau of human motivations, the delicate interplay of perception and reality, and the sophisticated mechanisms we employ, both consciously and unconsciously, to navigate the labyrinth of daily interactions. This is not a tale of dark deeds in shadowed alleys, but rather an exploration of the domestic landscape, a territory where emotions can run as wild as any urban jungle, and where the perpetrators are often abstract forces like anxiety, misunderstanding, or the silent echoes of an unexamined past. Our focus will be on the delicate art of observation, the meticulous deciphering of behavioral patterns, and the profound lessons these seemingly trivial incidents can impart about the human condition, all while maintaining an engaging narrative pace, respectful of the dignity inherent in every character's struggle, and ever mindful of the profound humanistic significance embedded in the efforts to achieve understanding and harmony. The first case that presented itself, deceptively simple, yet rich in its implications for domestic tranquility, was what we might term the case of the glorious garment and the fugitive pigment. It began with a palpable air of domestic upheaval, a son-in-law, Michael, presenting a distressed article of clothing, a glorious bra, to his mother-in-law, Edith. The garment, once pristine, bore the indelible marks of a catastrophic encounter with an unwelcome hue. The perpetrator in this instance was quite literally a pair of new blue shorts, inadvertently introduced into a laundry cycle intended for whites. The motive was a stark absence of prior knowledge regarding the fundamental principles of textile care. Michael, in a candid admission, revealed his complete lack of understanding of color, separation in laundry, a seemingly minor detail that, when overlooked, could lead to significant emotional distress, especially when the victim was a cherished item of apparel. From a criminal psychology perspective, Michael's actions, or rather his inactions rooted in ignorance, highlighted a common human failing, the assumption of competence where none exists, or perhaps a naive optimism that all objects, regardless of their intrinsic properties, will coexist harmoniously. His sophistication in this crime was remarkably low, almost childlike in its simplicity. There was no intent to damage, no malice, merely an oversight born of inexperience. The cause was purely mechanistic, a chemical interaction of dye and fabric, yet the emotional fallout was real. Edith, in her role as the domestic matriarch and impromptu forensic expert, quickly identified the source of the contamination. Her immediate suggestion, "You should never mix colors and whites," served as both a diagnosis and a foundational lesson in preventive crime for the domestic sphere. The life lesson here is profoundly simple. Knowledge is power, even in the most prosaic of activities. To avoid such minor domestic tragedies, one must invest in understanding the basic rules of operation. For law enforcement, particularly in community outreach and crime prevention, this translates to the importance of public education. Just as proper laundry techniques prevent stained garments, educating the public on safe practices, even seemingly obvious ones, can significantly reduce instances of petty crime or avoidable harm. It underscores the value of clear, accessible information campaigns, turning potential victims of circumstance into empowered, knowledgeable citizens. A small instruction clearly communicated can prevent a larger problem, much like a well-placed sign can deter a casual trespasser. No sooner had the case of the glorious garment begun to resolve than a more intricate dilemma emerged, casting a long shadow over the head of the household, Archie Bunker. This was the case of the imminent physical and the perceived corporate conspiracy. Archie, a man deeply rooted in his routines and deeply suspicious of change, returned home unusually early, visibly agitated. The catalyst for his distress was a company-mandated physical examination scheduled for all employees over the age of 50. Archie, being precisely in this demographic, perceived this directive not as a health initiative, but as a thinly veiled tactic to remove older, presumably less agile, workers from the payroll. His paranoia, a recurrent motif in his psychological profile, immediately triggered a defensive cascade of anxieties and accusations. The perpetrator in this scenario was multifaceted. On one hand, there was the corporate policy itself, which, regardless of its true intent, was perceived by Archie as an act of systemic ageism. This highlights the psychological impact of perceived threat, where individuals can interpret neutral actions as hostile, especially when their sense of security is already fragile. On the other hand, a significant perpetrator was Archie's own anxiety, coupled with his deeply ingrained prejudices. He immediately fixated on a colleague, Old Man Deutschmeyer, as his direct competitor in this corporate survival game. His description of Deutschmeyer, focusing on his physical quirks and perceived slovenliness, revealed a projection of his own fears onto another. He was not merely fearing the physical, but fearing the implications of the physical, particularly when juxtaposed against a perceived rival. The motive for the company, as Archie saw it, was purely economic, to cut costs by discarding older workers. His resistance to the physical, despite knowing its legal ramifications in New York State, if you refused to take a company physical, they could legally fire you, demonstrated the profound grip of fear and a sense of injustice. His statement, motto ready to be pasteurized, was a poignant, if malaprop-laden, expression of his existential dread, a fear of being rendered obsolete and discarded. His sophistication in this case was primarily in his defensive psychological maneuvering, deflection, projection, and conspiracy theories. He could directly confront the impersonal corporate entity, so he externalized his fear onto Deutschmeyer and romanticized his own health status. This case provides crucial insights into the human response to perceived threat and the psychological underpinnings of prejudice. Archie's immediate animosity towards Deutschmeyer stemmed from a primal competition for resources, in this case, job security. From a detective standpoint, understanding such biases is critical. When investigating crimes, particularly those driven by interpersonal conflict, an awareness of how they kept individuals project their fears and insecurities onto others can illuminate motives that might otherwise remain obscured. It teaches us to look beyond the surface accusations and delve into the deeper anxieties that fuel animosity. For the police dealing with community tensions, recognizing the difference between genuine grievances and those fueled by projected fears is paramount to effective de-escalation and resolution. Providing accurate information and disarming misinformation can be as effective as any physical intervention. As the corporate conspiracy simmered, a new domestic conflict emerged, one rooted in the deeply personal yet universally experienced process of naming a child. This was the case of the contested moniker and the familial legacy. Michael and Gloria, anticipating the arrival of their first child, broached the subject of potential names. Their initial choice for a boy, Stanislaus, after Michael as father, a name of Polish origin meaning Stanley, ignited a firestorm of protest from Archie. This was not merely a matter of taste, it was a perceived affront to his own patriarchal standing and a deep-seated personal insecurity. The perpetrator here was a confluence of familial pride identity, and most poignantly, the lingering wounds of childhood teasing. Archie's visceral reaction to Stanislaus and his subsequent aggressive push for his own name, Archie, revealed a deep yearning for recognition and legacy. His immediate dismissal of Stanislaus as a nutty name was swiftly followed by an attempt to impose his own identity. When Gloria and Michael attempted a compromise, proposing Stanislaus Archibald Stivic, Archie's focus immediately shifted to the initials, interpreting them as a derogatory term. This reaction was a clear manifestation of his deep-seated insecurity, stemming from his own childhood experiences of being teased for the name Archibald. He projected his past trauma onto his unborn grandchild, fearing a similar fate for a child bearing a name he perceived as awkward or ripe for ridicule. The phrase, "little kids are mean and rotten, Mud ought to know," used to be one was a rare moment of self-reflection, albeit one still deeply colored by his past pain. The motive for Archie obstinacy was not malicious, but rather a protective instinct, distorted by his own unresolved issues. He was not just fighting for a name. He was fighting against the ghosts of his own childhood, attempting to shield a future generation from the pain he experienced. His desire to be honored, to have his legacy acknowledged, was a fundamental human need, albeit expressed through a combative and ultimately counterproductive manner. His sophistication in this case lay in the complex interplay of memory, emotion, and identity. He used humor, bluster, and emotional manipulation to press his point, demonstrating a nuanced, if unconscious, understanding of how to wield emotional leverage within a family dynamic. The life lesson emanating from this case is the profound impact of personal history on interactions. Unresolved childhood experiences, even seemingly minor ones like name-based teasing, can cast long shadows, influencing decisions and reactions decades later. For detective work, particularly in cases involving family disputes or historical grievances, understanding the emotional baggage individuals carry is paramount. Past slights, perceived dishonors, or forgotten traumas can be powerful, unseen motivators. An investigator must learn to read these emotional undercurrents, to identify the historical triggers that transform a simple disagreement into a deeply entrenched conflict. For police intervention in domestic disputes, this implies the need for empathy and an understanding that surface arguments often mask deeper, more personal pain. Addressing the underlying emotional causes rather than just the presenting symptoms is key to achieving lasting peace. As the domestic stage continued to unveil its dramas, a particularly complex narrative began to unfold, touching upon the delicate balance of trust, fidelity, and the emotional landscape of impending parenthood. This was the case of the suspect tutor and the hidden surprise, a tale deeply entwined with Gloria's late-stage pregnancy anxieties and Michael's well-intentioned yet poorly communicated efforts. Gloria, nearing her due date and emotionally vulnerable, became increasingly suspicious of Michael S. prolonged tutoring sessions. Viceptehat, a female student, Linda Galloway. Her apprehension was amplified by Michael S. late returns and his secrecy regarding the money earned from these lessons. The perpetrator in this case was not an individual with malicious intent, but rather a potent cocktail of external pressures and internal vulnerabilities. Gloria's heightened emotional state, a common and understandable aspect of late pregnancy, made her susceptible to anxieties about her appearance and Michael's fidelity. Her maternal instincts, usually a source of strength, became a conduit for fear. Michael, on the other hand, while innocent of the infidelity Gloria feared, became an unwitting perpetrator of poor communication and financial secrecy. His motive was entirely benevolent, to save money for a surprise baby carriage, an act of love and provision. However, his decision to keep this secret, coupled with the provocative circumstances of tutoring an attractive female student late at night, created a fertile ground for suspicion and mistrust. Archie, observing the unfolding drama, quickly adopted the role of an amateur investigator, albeit one heavily biased by his own cynical worldview. His interpretation of Michael's actions was immediately colored by his preconceived notions of male behavior and his suspicion of Michael's character. His attempt to extract a confession from Michael through the use of alcohol based on the pseudo-Latin maxim in vino veritas, quoted from in vino veritas, highlighted his simplistic yet determined approach to uncovering truth. Michael, under the influence, did indeed confess to finding Linda attractive and being encouraged, but critically, he also stated his ultimate decision to leave before anything inappropriate occurred, prioritizing his love for Gloria and their impending child. This brief lapse in judgment, quickly corrected, became a powerful testament to his underlying moral compass. The sophistication of this case lay in the psychological dynamics of suspicion and secrecy. Gloria's vulnerability made her interpret ambiguous cues as confirmation of her worst fears. Michael's well-meaning secrecy inadvertently created an emotional minefield. The detective work here involved discerning the emotional truth from the presented facts. A true investigator would not just listen to the words spoken, but also understand the emotional context, the unspoken fears, and the underlying motivations. Michael's decision to keep his financial doings a secret, while intended as a joyful surprise, became a significant red herring, diverting attention from his true honorable intentions. The life lessons derived from this complex interplay are manifold. The absolute paramount importance of open and honest communication in relationships, especially during times of vulnerability and stress. Secrets, no matter how well-intentioned, can erode trust. It also teaches the danger of making assumptions and allowing personal biases to color judgment. For law enforcement, particularly in cases involving domestic disputes or allegations of infidelity, understanding the emotional vulnerabilities of individuals is critical. Suspicions, even when unfounded, can be deeply felt and lead to destructive behaviors. A detective must learn to separate the emotional narratives from the factual timeline, recognizing that truth can be obscured by layers of anxiety, fear, and misunderstanding. The revelation of the baby carriage, the physical evidence of Michael's true intentions, was the ultimate exoneration, demonstrating how tangible proof can swiftly dismantle a towering edifice of suspicion. The narrative then shifted to a particularly poignant and problematic incident, delving into the uncomfortable intersection of tradition, prejudice, and personal conviction. This was the case of the ailing performer and the outdated entertainment, a scenario that placed Archie Bunker squarely in a moral dilemma, forced to confront deeply ingrained biases within his fraternal lodge. Archie, tasked with performing in a minstrel show, found himself paralyzed by stage fright, a condition he attempted to mask with increasingly elaborate and often absurd excuses. However, the true perpetrator in this instance was not just Archie anxiety, but the very nature of the minstrel show itself, a historically racist form of entertainment that relied on caricature and stereotype. The motive for the lodge to continue such a tradition was a misplaced sense of nostalgia and adherence to outdated customs, perhaps a collective ignorance of the deeply offensive nature of the performance. For Archie, his motive for wanting to avoid the show was initially simple stage fright, compounded by a desperate desire to protect his lodge benefits, which he valued highly. His escalating claims of illness, from tonsillitis 2 years prior to a phantom gallbladder ailment to a mysterious sickness that's going around, were classic avoidance behaviors. His sophistication and evasion was high, bordering on theatrical, demonstrating a learned pattern of using excuses to escape uncomfortable situations. However, the case took a significant turn with Michael's direct and unequivocal condemnation of the minstrel show as the worst kind of bigotry, equating it with the Ku Klux Klan. This external critique forced a confrontation with the uncomfortable truth about the performance. Archie initially defended the show, not out of malicious racism, but out of loyalty to his lodge brothers and a reluctance to confront uncomfortable truths about traditions he had long accepted. His statement, "We ain't trying to make fun of anybody. We just want to dress up like coloreds," revealed a profound lack of understanding of the impact and historical context of blackface. It highlighted a common psychological defense mechanism, denying offensive intent, even when the act itself is inherently offensive. The dialogue between Archie and Michael was a powerful demonstration of the clash between generations and evolving social awareness. Michael's assertion that the minstrel show was part of your whole American heresy was a direct challenge to Archie's comfortable, unexamined view of history and tradition. Gloria's cutting remark, "Moot just figured out why our baby is 2 weeks late. He's in no hurry to meet his grandfather," served as a poignant indictment, highlighting the moral cost of Say-Head adherence to prejudice. This moment underscored the profound impact of one's actions, even those perceived as harmless, on family and future generations. The life lesson here is critical. Traditions, however cherished, must be critically examined for their ethical implications and their impact on marginalized groups. Ignorance of history is not an excuse for perpetuating harm. From a criminal psychology perspective, understanding how groups can normalize and perpetuate harmful behaviors, often through a collective denial of impact, is crucial. It's not always overt malice, but often a comfortable complacency that allows prejudice to persist. For law enforcement, this translates to the importance of recognizing and addressing implicit bias within systems and institutions. It also emphasizes the power of moral courage in individuals like Michael to speak truth to power and challenge deeply entrenched, harmful norms. Confronting prejudice even within one's own social circles is a vital step towards fostering a more just and empathetic community. Finally, the grand finale of our domestic investigation, a whirlwind of natural phenomena, human panic, and sheer logistical challenge. The case of the imminent arrival in the confining booth. This was the moment of glorious labor, the culmination of months of anticipation, which, true to the chaotic spirit of the household, unfolded with unexpected twists and turns. The perpetrator in this instance was nature itself, operating on its own unpredictable timeline, causing glorious contractions to begin in a public restaurant. However, human elements, particularly Michael's mounting anxiety and a series of unfortunate circumstances, transformed a routine event into a frantic scramble. The motive for Michael's increasing panic was his overwhelming love and concern for Gloria and their unborn child, coupled with a deep-seated anxiety about performing his coach duties in the delivery room. His elaborate goodie bag, meticulously packed vague kept-to-hot items ranging from a stopwatch for contractions to a paper bag for hyperventilation and snacks for himself, symbolized his attempt to control the uncontrollable, to prepare for every conceivable contingency. This hyper-preparedness, while well-intentioned, ultimately contributed to his eventual unraveling under pressure. His sophistication here was in his planning, but his vulnerability was in his inability to adapt when those plans inevitably met the unpredictable reality of childbirth. The key details that exacerbated the situation included the difficulty in contacting Archie and Edith, who were, ironically, at the lodge engaged in their minstrel show. This communication breakdown, a classic element in any good case, heightened Michael's stress. The climax of this particular case arrived with Gloria and Michael becoming trapped in a sticky phone booth while attempting to call for help and inform their parents. The seemingly innocuous phone booth door became an insurmountable obstacle, transforming a moment of impending joy into a scene of absurd yet genuine distress. Meanwhile, at the lodge, Archie was in his own state of nervous disarray, struggling with his black-face makeup and further stage fright. The urgent call from the restaurant, conveying the news of Gloria's labor, finally broke through his self-absorption. His immediate, almost instinctual, desire to get to the hospital, shedding his makeup in a chaotic rush, revealed the profound depth of his love for his daughter and his impending grandchild. The perpetrator of the immediate crisis shifted from the stubborn phone booth door to the limitations of time and the logistics of getting to the hospital, compounded by Archie's theatrical impediments. The life lessons gleaned from the case of the imminent arrival are deeply humanistic. The unpredictable nature of life, the resilience required to navigate crises, and the ultimate triumph of familial love over personal anxieties and logistical obstacles. It underscores the importance of staying calm under pressure, even when circumstances conspire against rational action. For law enforcement, particularly in emergency response scenarios, this highlights the necessity of adaptability, resourcefulness, and maintaining a clear head amidst chaos. It also emphasizes the importance of communication in crisis management. Clear, concise information can cut through panic and facilitate effective aid. The scene of Michael and Gloria trapped, and Archie's desperate attempts to remove his makeup, despite their comedic elements, underscore the universal human experience of facing life's momentous events with a mix of fear, determination, and often a touch of the absurd. The eventual safe arrival of the baby, though not explicitly detailed in the provided text, is the implied resolution, signifying the triumph of life and love over the myriad challenges faced. Drawing overarching life lessons from these cases, we see a recurring pattern of human behavior, a tapestry woven with threads of anxiety, insecurity, prejudice, and the profound need for connection and understanding. The perpetrators are rarely purely evil. More often, they are internal demons, societal pressures, or simple human frailties magnified by circumstance. The sophistication of these crimes lies not in their complexity of execution, but in the intricate psychological landscape from which they arise. To avoid tragic cases, both in the literal sense of criminal activity and in the metaphorical sense of broken relationships or lost opportunities, the overarching lesson is constant vigilance. Vigilance over our own biases, our communication patterns, and the assumptions we make about others. Empathy is the most powerful tool in the human detective's arsenal, allowing us to step into another's shoes and understand their motivations, even when those motivations seem opaque or illogical. Transparency, particularly in relationships, acts as a powerful deterrent to suspicion and mistrust. Active listening, the ability to truly hear and comprehend the unspoken as well as the spoken, can diffuse tension before it escalates. For police forces, the experiences gleaned from these domestic narratives are invaluable for faster tracking of culprits and more effective resolution of conflicts. First, the importance of profiling not just criminals, but also communities and individuals within those communities. Understanding the prevailing anxieties, historical grievances, and cultural nuances of a given area can provide critical context when investigating incidents. A seemingly minor dispute might have deep roots in long-standing feuds or intergenerational misunderstandings. Second, the power of de-escalation through communication cannot be overstated. Just as Edith gently guided Michael through his laundry mistake or patiently endured Archie's pre-physical anxieties, law enforcement often finds its greatest success not in force but in calm, empathetic dialogue. Recognizing the emotional state of individuals involved in a conflict and addressing those emotions directly and respectfully can often disarm a volatile situation. This requires training in active listening, conflict resolution, and cultural sensitivity. Third, the need to look beyond the obvious facts and delve into the underlying motives. A physical altercation might be fueled by a deeper fear of job loss, as with Archie, rather than simple aggression. An accusation of infidelity might stem from a partner insecurity during a vulnerable period rather than actual wrongdoing. A detective who understands human psychology will not collect evidence, but also analyze the emotional landscape of a crime scene, whether that scene is a literal street corner or a strained family dinner table. This holistic approach allows for a more accurate reconstruction of events and a more profound understanding of the why behind human actions. Finally, the narrative emphasizes the ongoing importance of community engagement and education. Just as basic laundry tips can prevent stained garments, community awareness programs on prejudice, mental health, and healthy relationship dynamics can prevent larger societal crimes of misunderstanding and intolerance. By fostering environments of open dialogue and mutual respect, we equip individuals with the tools to navigate conflict peacefully and to challenge outdated, harmful norms. In conclusion, the seemingly simple domestic chronicles, when viewed through the lens of criminal psychology and detective analysis, reveal a rich tapestry of human experience. They are not tales of dark villainy, but rather a reflection of the common struggles, fears, and triumphs that bind us all. The perpetrators are often our own limitations, our anxieties, or the echoes of unaddressed past pains. The victims are frequently our own peace of mind, our relationships, or the potential for greater understanding. And the justice that is served, the true triumph, lies in the human capacity for empathy, forgiveness, and the enduring quest for harmony within the complex, unpredictable, and ultimately beautiful theater of life. This ongoing process of observation, analysis, and empathetic engagement is the real detective work, inspiring us all to be better arbiters of understanding in our own narratives, and ever champions of justice, both large and small, in the world around us, always promoting positive human interaction, celebrating the pursuit of knowledge, and upholding the timeless values of kindness and mutual respect. The twilight descended upon the familiar cityscape, casting long contemplative shadows that seemed to whisper tales of lives intertwined, of aspirations held, and of the subtle complexities that weave through the fabric of human existence. As a criminal psychology analyst and a professional detective novelist, my gaze is often drawn to the unseen currents beneath the surface of everyday interactions, seeking the motives, the causes, and the intricate details that, in their aggregate, can reveal the profound architecture of human behavior, even in scenarios that at first glance appear devoid of overt wrongdoing. The case files before me, though seemingly comprising the everyday minutiae of a family's life, present a fascinating tapestry, a series of psychological puzzles that, when meticulously pieced together, offer invaluable insights into the unspoken tensions and the sometimes unrecognized pressures that shape our shared journey. These are not cases of conventional crime, but rather a profound exploration of what might term crimes of the heart or infractions against harmony, where the perpetrators are often fear, misunderstanding, or the insidious erosion of empathy, and the victims, in their own way, suffer a diminished quality of life, a breach in trust, or a quiet desperation. Our first entry into this nuanced landscape introduces us to what Mott V termed the case of the stained garment, an unforeseen confluence of domestic duties and unspoken expectations. The scene, seemingly innocuous, unfolds with the innocent admission of a laundry mishap. A young man filled with the best intentions attempts to assist with a household chore, only to inadvertently create a visual disturbance. A delicate, glorious bra now marred by the runoff dye from new blue shorts. The immediate reaction, though framed in exasperation, quickly escalates, touching upon themes far deeper than mere fabric care. Here, the perpetrator is not a person, but rather a constellation of factors: a lack of explicit communication regarding household tasks, a generational gap in domestic knowledge, and a pervasive, almost subconscious adherence to rigid gender roles. The motive for the mishap was pure helpfulness, a desire to contribute. However, the cause of the stain was a simple oversight, a failure to separate colors from whites, a detail often passed down through tacit instruction rather than explicit teaching. The key details to track down this perpetrator lie not in forensics, but in the psychological landscape of the characters. Edith, the matriarch, embodies a gentle wisdom, her initial reaction one of calm understanding, offering to remedy the situation. Her words, "You should never mix colors and whites," serve as a straightforward guideline, devoid of judgment. This response is critical, as it highlights a potential pathway to resolution in many interpersonal cases. Clear, non-accusatory instruction. However, the entry of Archie Bunker, the patriarch, dramatically alters the psychological climate. His immediate, almost visceral reaction to the sight of the stained bra transforms the domestic scene into an arena of perceived transgression. What the hell is this? It's glorious bra. What kind of ove kept what it is, but what is it doing here, huh? There's some things that should never be seen in public, and this here is two of them. This outburst is not about the laundry itself, but about a perceived breach of propriety, a challenge to his established order, perhaps even a subtle questioning of his authority in the domestic sphere. The perpetrator's sophistication here is in the way ingrained societal norms and personal anxieties can manifest as disproportionate reactions to minor events. Archie's immediate connection of the stained bra to a sex order and a slingshot reveals a mind grappling with unspoken discomfort, perhaps an unconscious fear of changing gender roles or a loss of control in a world that feels increasingly unpredictable. The life lesson to be drawn from the case of the stained garment is profoundly simple yet frequently overlooked. Explicit communication, particularly regarding shared responsibilities, can prevent countless misunderstandings. Furthermore, learning to de-escalate rather than amplify minor irritations is crucial for maintaining household harmony. The tragic case here is the ruined garment, but the potential for unnecessary conflict to sour relationships and create an atmosphere of tension. For investigative forces, which in this context could be interpreted as family counselors or community mediators, to track down such culprits faster, the experience teaches us to look beyond the immediate evidence, the stained bra, and delve into the underlying emotional responses. Asking why is this specific item causing such distress rather than merely what caused the stain opens the door to understanding deeper anxieties. Recognizing patterns of overreaction and linking them to a character as broader psychological state as revealed in subsequent cases is paramount. This leads us directly into the case of the study in ageism, anxiety, and self-deception. Archie's early return home from work, his palpable distress, signals a new and more profound crime impacting his personal security. The perpetrator in this instance is a more abstract yet no less potent entity, systemic ageism exacerbated by corporate cost-cutting measures. The motive for this crime is economic efficiency, a cold calculation that often devalues the wisdom and experience of older workers in favor of perceived youthful vigor and lower long-term costs. The key details to track down the perpetrator are articulated clearly by Archie himself. Sanders, the hatchet man down at work, he ordered physical checkups next Monday, see? For two of us, the two guys over 50, of which Mort am one. Well, who's the other man? A guy around my own age, is old man Deutschmeyer. And the word is out that the guy that's got the lessest amount of good health gets the heave-ho. This direct threat to employment security is a common form of corporate crime, where human value is reduced to a medical report. Reaction unfolds in layers of psychological complexity. First, there is the raw fear of job loss, an existential threat to his identity as a provider. Second, there is the immediate projection onto Deutschmeyer, a classic defense mechanism. By portraying Deutschmeyer as an old man with pants bagging in the behind, shoelaces untied, and unzipped to the world, Archie attempts to externalize his own fears of aging and frailty. This act of othering Deutschmeyer is a psychological crime against his colleague, an attempt to elevate himself by denigrating another. The perpetrator's sophistication here lies in how fear can twist perception, leading individuals to harm others psychologically, even subconsciously, in an attempt to protect themselves. Mike, the voice of a younger, more progressive generation, immediately identifies this psychological defense. But think you putting down Deutschmeyer because you afraid that he's in better health than you. This insight is crucial for any investigator attempting to unravel such cases. It highlights the importance of challenging self-serving narratives and looking for the unspoken motivations behind apparent contempt. The legal dimension of this case is also explored. Arch, in the state of New York, if you refuse to take a company physical, they could legally fire you. This reveals the systemic nature of the crime, where laws intended to provide frameworks can sometimes be manipulated to facilitate practices that are ethically questionable, if not outright discriminatory. Archie's lament, you see how them bums hide behind the law? They just want to get rid of us old guys over 50, that's all, and put us out to pasture. But Mode ain't ready to be pasteurized, encapsulates the bitter feeling of being commodified and discarded. The mispronunciation pasteurized instead of put out to pasture adds a touch of poignant, unintentional wit, highlighting his distress. The life lessons here are manifold. For individuals, it underscores the importance of proactive self-care in maintaining one's health, but also recognizing and challenging ageist biases. For communities, it emphasizes the need for strong union protections and robust anti-discrimination laws. The tragic cases of job loss due to age are not just economic calamities, but profound assaults on dignity and self-worth. Investigative forces can track down the culprit of ageism faster by one, actively monitoring workplace practices for early warning signs of discriminatory policies. 2, fostering intergenerational dialogue to break down stereotypes about older workers. 3, providing educational resources to empower employees to understand their rights and advocate for themselves. And 4, developing support networks for those facing such pressures, ensuring they do not suffer in isolation. The narrative then takes a detour into the case of the politicized pregnancy, a study in marital anxiety and ideological clashes. The news of Gloria and Mike's impending parenthood, specifically their discussion of a name for their boy, Stanislaus, quickly becomes another site of psychological crime. The perpetrator here is not its external force, but the internal conflict arising from differing cultural values, generational perspectives, and personal insecurities. The motive for the crime of disagreement is a deeply human one, the desire to imprint one's identity and heritage onto the next generation. Archie's immediate rejection of Stanislaus and his subsequent descent into xenophobic rhetoric. If it wasn't for Poland, the world wouldn't have one of the things they got. Which is what Pollux reveals a deeper layer of his psychological makeup. His crime is the perpetuation of prejudice, a subtle but damaging assault on cultural diversity and familial harmony. The perpetrator's sophistication lies in how deeply ingrained biases can color even the most joyful family discussions, transforming them into battlegrounds of identity. The proposed alternative name, Archie, momentarily disarms him, illustrating the powerful human need for recognition and validation. However, the subsequent analysis of initials Stanislaus Archibald Stivik, Vasing Archie Stanislaus Stivik, and the interpretation of ass becomes a further point of contention, demonstrating how quickly reconciliation can unravel under the weight of entrenched psychological patterns. The dialogue, "Are you calling me an ass? You got the knife in my arm. Don't call me an ass," reveals a hypersensitivity to perceived insults, a common trait in individuals grappling with deep-seated insecurities. The life lesson from this case is the profound importance of respectful dialogue, especially when cultural and personal identities are at stake. It teaches us that while honoring one's heritage is vital, it should not come at the expense of denigrating others or imposing one's will without empathy. The tragic case isn't the choice of a name, but the potential for such arguments to create lasting rifts and diminish the joy of a shared milestone. For investigative forces to track down this type of culprit faster, the experience suggests 1. Fostering an environment of psychological safety where individuals feel heard and respected, regardless of their background. 2. Intervening gently to redirect conversations when they devolve into personal attacks or prejudiced remarks. And 3. Highlighting the common ground and shared aspirations that unite individuals, rather than allowing differences to become insurmountable barriers. The script then weaves together several threads concerning Archie's medical test and Gloria's escalating anxieties, culminating in the case of the hypochondriac-esque gambit, a misdirection of fear and the power of positive reinforcement. Archie's journey to the doctor, driven by intense fear of losing his job, becomes a study in self-perception and the psychological manipulation of circumstances. His consultation with the young doctor, whom he dismissively labels Junior, immediately sets up a dynamic of perceived authority versus actual expertise. Archie's attempt to belittle the doctor is a defense mechanism, a way to regain a sense of control in a situation where he feels vulnerable. The doctor's diagnosis of hypertension and the prescription for nerves highlights the profound connection between psychological stress and physical well-being. Archie, immediate dismissal of his excitable nature. "Oh no, but don't ask her." Only when something upsets him is a clear instance of self-deception, a refusal to acknowledge the internal perpetrator of his own anxiety. Edith, with her quiet honesty, provides the crucial counterpoint. The life lesson here is the fundamental importance of self-awareness and honesty, particularly concerning one's mental and emotional health. Denying stress or anger does not make it disappear. It merely forces it to manifest in other, often more detrimental ways, such as elevated blood pressure. The tragic case isn't just the health risk, but the missed opportunity for genuine introspection and personal growth. For investigative forces to track down this type of culprit faster, the experience teaches us to 1. Look for discrepancies between self-assessment and observed behavior. 2. Encourage open and honest communication about emotional states, creating a safe space for vulnerability. And 3. Emphasize holistic health, recognizing that physical symptoms often have psychological roots. The family's subsequent efforts to keep Archie calm and relaxed all weekend descend into a darkly comedic attempt at environmental control, revealing the limits of external solutions for internal problems. This period, which Mott categorized as the case of the forced tranquility, when good intentions collide with intractable personalities, showcases how attempting to impose calm without addressing the root causes of anxiety can paradoxically heighten tension. The family's overly solicitous behavior, such as bringing Archie his slippers and beer, and the admonitions to relax, are well-intentioned but ultimately patronizing. Archie's internal monologue, "High blood pressure, the all-American killer. How the hell am I gonna? Don't be doing nothing for me, will you? Just do like you always do around here, please." Don't change nothing reveals the pressure he feels from these overt attempts to manage him. The perpetrator's sophistication here is the subtle way well-meaning intervention can inadvertently exacerbate the very problem it seeks to solve, particularly when it strips an individual of agency or implies their inability to cope. The unexpected revelation of little Stanislaus as the proposed name for the baby triggers an immediate relapse into Archie's characteristic agitation, proving that external calm is fragile when internal conflicts persist. The riddle about the garbage truck, a transparent attempt to deflect, only highlights the underlying tension. This segment is a micro-study in psychological triggers and the difficulty of sustained emotional regulation without genuine internal processing. The life lesson is that true calm comes from within, often requiring self-reflection and coping mechanisms rather than simply external suppression of stressors. Attempts to force tranquility can feel infantilizing and lead to resentment. The tragic case is the cycle of suppressed emotion leading to explosive outbursts, preventing true understanding and resolution within the family unit. For investigative forces to track down this culprit faster, the experience emphasizes 1. The need for personalized approaches to stress management, recognizing that what works for one person may not work for another. 2. Training in active listening and empathetic responses to uncover hidden anxieties rather than simply managing surface behaviors. And 3. Promoting individual responsibility for emotional regulation, alongside family support that respects autonomy. Next, we shift focus to the case of the suspect tutor, a breach of trust in the shadows of insecurity. This case explores the delicate dynamics of marital trust, particularly during a vulnerable period such as pregnancy. Gloria's growing suspicion about Mike's tutoring sessions with Linda Galloway introduces the perpetrator of jealousy and insecurity, fueled by perceived secrecy and external pressures. The motive for Gloria's distress is rooted in a natural human fear of abandonment and infidelity, especially amplified during pregnancy when a woman feels physically and emotionally altered. The cause is a combination of Mike's late hours, Linda S.'s perceived attractiveness, and the circumstantial shift in their meeting location. Why is Tishy coming to our place, like she always does? She called me, she said she does tea like going out on the streets late at night. These details, while potentially innocent, become key evidence in Gloria's mind, feeding her growing distrust. Archie's immediate, almost gleeful, fueling of Gloria's suspicions, oh ho ho ho, and whoop-dee-doom it smells something stinko in the city of Denmark is a psychological crime in itself. His motive is complex, possibly rooted in a desire to see Mike, whom he often belittles, brought down, or a perverse sense of validation that relationships are inherently fraught with deceit. His cynical pronouncements, "You don't understand nothing," Glorious in her 7th month. That means for him the playground is closed, and he's got to look for some other place to swing, are deeply damaging and constitute a verbal assault on Gloria's peace of mind and her marriage. The perpetrator's sophistication here is the insidious way in which suggestive comments, even from a supposed loved one, can plant seeds of doubt that blossom into full-blown emotional crises. Edith, ever the empathetic buffer, attempts to reassure Gloria, but the seeds of suspicion have been sown. Gloria's determination to get proof tonight by getting drunk and using the Latin phrase in vino veritas, misremembered as in vino veritas by Archie, adding another layer of unintended humor, demonstrates the depth of her insecurity and her desperate need for truth. This plan, though misguided, highlights the emotional lengths to which individuals will go when their fundamental trust is threatened. The life lesson is the critical importance of transparent communication and maintaining trust in intimate relationships, especially when one partner is in a vulnerable state. It also warns against the destructive power of gossip, insinuation, and cynical commentary, which can poison relationships and create unnecessary heartache. The tragic case is necessarily infidelity, but the potential erosion of trust and the emotional distress caused by unaddressed fears and external sabotage. For investigative forces, e.g. marriage counselors or trusted confidants, to track down this culprit faster, the experience teaches us to 1. Identify and challenge individuals or offer cynical, unhelpful advice. 2. Create safe spaces for partners to voice their insecurities and fears without judgment. And 3. Encourage clear, open communication between partners, including proactively addressing changes in routine or new relationships that might be misconstrued. Mike's tutoring session with Linda Galloway, the case of the near transgression, a moment of vulnerability and a return to core values, provides a fascinating counterpoint to Gloria's suspicions. Here, the perpetrator is temptation, the transient allure of novelty, manifesting within a situation of perceived vulnerability and encouragement. Linda's behavior characterized by flirtation. You're reacting terribly charming, making jokes, and you smell awfully good, and you seem to be coming on to me like you were trying to turn me on, and if you are, but just want to let you know that it's all right. This presents a clear challenge to Mike's marital fidelity. Her directness is a key detail, making the perpetrator's actions explicit. The motive for Linda S. behavior is complex, perhaps a mixture of attraction, a desire for attention, or a subtle test of boundaries. Mike's internal struggle is the core of this case. Initially, he appears caught off guard, denying any intentional flirtation. However, his subsequent slightly disoriented retreat, "Where are you going? Linda, Moat have a baby at home and a wife on the way," reveals the underlying strength of his commitment. His ability to pull back from the precipice, to remember his core values, his wife and unborn child, is a testament to his character. The crime of potential infidelity is averted not by external intervention, but by an internal moral compass. The life lesson here is the power of personal integrity and the importance of remembering one's commitments when faced with temptation. It highlights that while vulnerability to external allure is a human experience, the ultimate choice to uphold one's vows and values rests with the individual. The tragic case would have been the irreparable damage to his marriage and family avoided by a conscious decision based on love and responsibility. For investigative forces to track down this culprit faster, the experience suggests: 1. Fostering environments that value and support marital commitment and family bonds. 2. Encouraging individuals to clearly define and communicate their boundaries in professional and social interactions. And 3. Recognizing that prevention often lies in strengthening individual resilience and connection to core values. Simultaneously, Archie's investigation into Mike, as supposed infidelity, takes a comedic turn in the case of the forced confession, the farcical friendship, a deliberate misunderstanding, and an unexpected vulnerability. Archie's manipulative attempt to extract a confession from Mike by getting him drunk. "Wine always hits me like a ton of bricks," but never knew that is a psychological crime rooted in his cynicism and distrust. His motive is to confirm his preconceived about Mike's character and to assert his patriarchal authority. The scene, rich with dramatic irony, sees Archie attempting to forge a new, albeit conditional, bond with Mike by dropping the derogatory Meathead moniker and demanding to be called Daddy. This attempt at forced intimacy, coupled with toasts to Poland and Richard M. Ford, showcases Archie's distorted worldview and his desperate need for control, even over a perceived confession. His misidentification of Mrs. Ford as Ladybird and then Thunderbird adds to the farcical nature, highlighting his disconnect from reality when under the influence of alcohol and his own agenda. Mike, in his drunken state, does offer a confession, but it is one of averted wrongdoing. "Well, she was awfully attractive, and she did encourage me. You know, Moat day note realize it, but Moat guess Moat was asking for it. But when the chips were down, Moat thought to myself, what am Moat is? Crazy? Moat mean, Moat got a wife that Moat love and a baby on the way. What am I gonna do? Am I gonna throw all that away?" So before anything happened, Moat jumped up and Moat got the hell out of there. This is the honest truth, but Archie by this point has succumbed to the wine and falls asleep, missing the crucial exonerating details. His predetermined narrative prevents him from hearing the actual truth. The life lesson here is the danger of confirmation bias and the destructive nature of attempting to manipulate others into confessing to perceived wrongs. It highlights how an individual's own prejudices can blind them to factual evidence, leading to persistent misunderstandings and the erosion of genuine connection. The tragic case is the missed opportunity for a sincere bonding moment between father-in-law and son-in-law, replaced by a lingering false accusation. For investigative forces to track down this type of culprit faster, the experience teaches us: 1. To be acutely aware of confirmation bias in ourselves and others, and to actively seek out disconfirming evidence. 2. To avoid manipulative tactics when seeking truth, as they often yield unreliable results and damage trust. And 3. To prioritize sober, respectful dialogue for addressing sensitive issues. The immediate aftermath, the case of the unheard truth and the weaponized prejudice, an escalation of misunderstanding, sees Edith grappling with the incomplete confession and Gloria reacting with understandable distress. Archie, hungover and defensive, further distorts the narrative, solidifying Gloria's belief in Mike's infidelity. Archie's fragmented memory, the last thing he said was that she encouraged him on and he went for her. And then for some reason, Eddie Fisher was singing, "Oh, my papa," in the shower singing. Don't yell, please, becomes the evidence on which Gloria builds her conviction. His subsequent pronouncements, particularly about Mike's heat and house calls on a living, are deliberate attempts to sensationalize and solidify his biased narrative. This is another psychological crime by Archie, intentionally harming Gloria's emotional state by presenting a distorted reality. His motive might be to assert his worldview, where men are inherently unfaithful, or simply to avoid personal responsibility for his drunken state and the ill-conceived interrogation. The perpetrator's sophistication is the ease with which a partial truth colored by prejudice can be transformed into a devastating lie, especially when delivered by someone in a position of familial influence. The life lesson is the immense power of narrative and the responsibility that comes with sharing information, especially sensitive information. It highlights the ease with which misinterpretations, fueled by prejudice or a lack of complete data, can lead to deep emotional pain and marital discord. The tragic case is the emotional anguish Gloria endures based on a faulty interpretation and the potential for irreparable damage to her marriage. For investigative forces to track down this culprit faster, the experience underscores 1. The critical importance of verifying information from multiple sources before drawing conclusions. 2. The need for individuals to be cautious and responsible when acting as intermediaries or interpreters of sensitive events. And 3. The value of creating spaces for direct communication between affected parties, unmediated by biased third parties. The tension culminates in the case of the hidden stroller, a surprise revelation and the restoration of trust. Mike's grand gesture, the unexpected reveal of a baby carriage, is his attempt to counter the narrative of infidelity and reaffirm his commitment to Gloria and their unborn child. The motive for Mike's actions was to surprise Gloria, to show his love and dedication, and implicitly to refute the whispers of disloyalty. His explanation for the missing money, that's what Motive been doing with the money, it meant saving it for the big surprise. What Met about to show you clarifies the key detail that had fueled Gloria's suspicions about his tutoring earnings. The elaborate concealment of the carriage, including its temporary hiding in the cellar, speaks to the depth of his desire for this reveal to be special. Gloria's emotional reaction upon seeing the carriage. Honey, it's beautiful. Oh, gee, why did you have to bring that out from the sun? Oh, gee, Michael O. Mote love you is the resolution of this particular psychological crime. Her immediate embrace of Mike and the expression of love signifies the restoration of trust and the dissipation of her earlier anxieties. The perpetrator of jealousy and insecurity is defeated by the overwhelming evidence of love and commitment. The life lesson is the enduring power of genuine gestures of love and commitment to heal wounds and restore trust. It emphasizes that while miscommunication and external pressures can create discord, fundamental love and clear actions can often overcome them. The tragic case of marital breakdown is averted through honesty and a heartfelt demonstration of dedication. For investigative forces to track down this culprit faster, the experience teaches us 1. To encourage proactive demonstrations of affection and commitment in relationships, particularly during times of vulnerability. 2. To emphasize the importance of communication regarding financial matters and other potential sources of misunderstanding. And 3. To highlight the healing power of genuine apology and reconciliation when trust has been strained. The script then transitions to the case of the overdue arrival, a study in maternal anxiety and the limits of preparedness. Gloria's advanced pregnancy, particularly her being 9 days overdue, becomes the central psychological case. The perpetrator here is the anxiety of the unknown, the fear of change, and the natural apprehension surrounding a momentous life event. Gloria's emotional state is characterized by irritability and hypersensitivity, common manifestations of late-stage pregnancy anxiety. Her exchanges with Mike, particularly regarding his snoring and the disappearing Oreo cookies, are not about the events themselves, but symbolic expressions of her underlying tension. The key details are her heightened emotional reactivity and her tendency to perceive minor annoyances as major grievances. Mike's attempts to calm her, while well-intentioned, often fall short because they fail to fully address the depth of her internal struggle. His focus on prepared childbirth exercises and his goodie bag for the hospital, while practical, also highlight a male tendency to rationalize and control a process that is inherently uncontrollable for the woman. His role as coach is a source of both support, at times inadvertent friction, particularly when Gloria feels patronized or unheard. Her outburst, contract your own left leg, as a matter of fact, contract your whole snoring nose, and suck it right up inside your face, is a vivid expression of her accumulated frustration and feeling of being misunderstood. The life lesson is the profound importance of empathy and active listening, especially when supporting someone through a uniquely vulnerable experience. It teaches us that practical solutions, while necessary, must be accompanied by emotional validation and a deep understanding of the other person's internal world. The tragic case is a medical emergency, but the potential for the birthing experience to be overshadowed by marital discord and a lack of emotional attunement. For investigative forces, e.g., childbirth educators or counselors, to track down this culprit faster, the experience suggests 1. Educating partners on the psychological as well as physical aspects of late-stage pregnancy and labor. 2, fostering communication techniques that prioritize emotional validation over problem solving in moments of distress. And 3, emphasizing that the coach role is primarily one of emotional support and advocacy, not just technical instruction. The baby shower, the case of the misunderstood celebration, a clash of expectations and lingering fears, provides a momentary diversion but also highlights Gloria's continued emotional fragility and the underlying anxieties of impending motherhood. The gifts, particularly Edith's well-meaning but generalized poem, symbolize the universal hopes and uncertainties surrounding a new life. Gloria's distress is still palpable, punctuated by her continued aversion to Mike and her fear that the baby is in no hurry to meet his grandfather. This comment is a poignant key detail, revealing her lingering resentment towards Archie's earlier prejudices and her fear that her child will inherit the same societal biases. Mike's panic when he hears paging Dr. Shapiro at the basketball game is a powerful psychological case study in sympathetic anxiety. Although not pregnant himself, his hyperventilation mirrors Gloria's earlier experience, demonstrating the deep emotional connection and shared stress of impending parenthood. His apology, Mo, sorry, honey. This is all my fault, Mo, you've been so rotten. In the last few days, Mo, Matt, really sorry, honey. Mo mean all the bad things. Mo said, oh, Mo needs you to be my coach in the delivery room. Mo really needs you there, honey. And Mo love you so much. And Mo, Matt, sorry, Michael. Please tell me you forgive me, Mo forgive you, is a pivotal moment of reconciliation, a genuine expression of vulnerability, and a plea for renewed connection. The life lesson here is the interconnectedness of emotional states within a close relationship. It demonstrates how shared experiences, even those causing stress, can ultimately lead to deeper empathy and a strengthening of bonds when partners allow themselves to be vulnerable and offer genuine forgiveness. The tragic case of sustained discord is averted through a mutual recognition of shared humanity and the profound significance of their impending journey. For investigative forces to track down this culprit faster, the experience teaches us 1, to recognize that heightened emotions during significant life transitions are normal and require patience and understanding. 2, encourage partners to express their fears and anxieties openly rather than bottling them up. And 3, to highlight the healing power of mutual support and forgiveness in strengthening relationships. Our analysis then shifts to the case of the minstrel show miscalculation, a clash of eras and the enduring stain of prejudice. This case focuses on Archie's deep-seated prejudices and his internal struggle between loyalty to his lodge brothers and a nascent, albeit reluctant, understanding of evolving social norms. The perpetrator is entrenched racial prejudice disguised under the veneer of tradition and harmless entertainment. Archie's initial reluctance to participate in the minstrel show, his feigned illnesses, tonsils out, gallbladder, are key details that reveals a subtle internal conflict. While he expresses shame about runny pies, his underlying discomfort vis-a-vis blackface minstrelsy is likely more profound, albeit unarticulated. His desperate plea to Edith to lie about nothing and his insistence on the obey clause of their marriage vows highlights his deep-seated need for control and his inability to confront uncomfortable truths head-on. This is a psychological crime of evasion, a refusal to engage with the moral implications of his actions. The confrontation with Barney Hefner and Ed Bradley, representing the lodge's expectations, brings the crime of complicity to the forefront. Their insistence on traditional blackface and their dismissal of Archie's fears underscore the collective nature of prejudice, where individuals are pressured to conform to group norms, even when those norms are morally questionable. The threats of losing lodge benefits, including his insurance and burial plot, reveal the powerful social and economic pressures that can compel individuals to participate in activities they find distasteful. Mike's powerful condemnation, you're actually going to put on a minstrel show in this day and age? You ought to get great reviews from the Ku Klux Klan. This is the worst kind of bigotry, is the moral compass of this case. His words are a direct challenge to the perpetrator of prejudice, stripping away its veneer of innocence. Archie's initial defense, we ain't trying to make fun of anybody. We just want to dress up like coloreds, quickly unravels under Mike's moral clarity, leading to his begrudging admission. The boy is right. What? Yes, he is. Yes, he is absolutely right. Now, this is a bad thing we redoing that ain't he nice there dressing up like that and making fun of the colored people. No, Archie Bumpkin ain't he gonna do that. He ain't he gonna get up on the stage and make fun of people that he liked and admired all his life. This moment of clarity, however brief, is a victory against the perpetrator of ignorance. The subsequent arguments, particularly about minstrel shows tracing back to carefree days of slavery, are another psychological crime of historical revisionism, attempting to sanitize a painful past. Mike's direct question, Arch, does it bother you that black people are offended at a show like this, is a crucial investigative probe, pushing Archie to confront the impact of his actions on others. The life lesson here is the imperative of confronting prejudice even when it is disguised as tradition or defended by social pressure. It highlights the moral courage required to speak truth to power and to challenge discriminatory practices. It also underscores the importance of historical accuracy in acknowledging the pain caused by past injustices. The tragic case is the perpetuation of harmful stereotypes and the erosion of social harmony through complicity. For investigative forces to track down this culprit faster, the experience teaches us: 1. To actively challenge discriminatory language and practices in all their forms, regardless of how subtle or deeply ingrained they may appear. 2. To foster education that promotes historical understanding and empathy for marginalized communities. And 3. To support individuals who stand up against prejudice, providing them with platforms and recognition for their moral courage. The ultimate moment of the case of the unexpected arrival in the Stuck family, a climax of chaos and connection, is Gloria S. labor and the frantic journey to the hospital. This segment becomes a psychological case study in the chaotic beauty of life's most profound transitions, where plans unravel and raw human emotions take center stage. The romantic dinner, an attempt by Mike and Gloria to savor their last moments as a twosome, is abruptly interrupted by the onset of labor. Gloria's calm, almost clinical reporting of contractions. About 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes, let me see. 20 minutes would mean that the contractions are coming about 20 minutes apart, right? Okay. All right, we recontrast with Mike's escalating panic. This is a subtle psychological crime of gendered experience, where one partner's rational processing collides with the other's emotional overwhelm. The perpetrator is the unpredictable nature of life itself, challenging human attempts at control and preparedness. The key detail of their journey to the hospital involves a comically frustrating sequence of events: the taxi, the missing change, and then the critical moment of getting stuck in a phone booth. This literal confinement symbolizes the psychological feeling of being trapped and helpless in a situation of profound significance. Mike's repeated attempts to open the door, his rising desperation, and Gloria's attempts to reassure him, no, honey, you're not stuck. These doors, they a little bit sticky, they can be opened. There is no problem, believe me, underscore the universal human experience of facing the uncontrollable with a mixture of fear and resilience. Meanwhile, at the lodge, Archie is still attempting to perform in blackface, despite his moral qualms. The news of Gloria's labor reaching him through Edith's frantic phone call is the ultimate disruption, forcing him to confront the immediate reality of his personal life over his lodge obligations. His desperate attempts to remove the blackface makeup and the refusal of his lodge brothers to provide cold cream highlight the absurdity of his prior crime of complicity. His final decision to prioritize being a grandfather over performing in the minstrel show, oh no, you guys got a show to do, gotta be a grandfather, is a moment of profound personal transformation, a victory of familial love over performative prejudice. The life lesson here is the powerful, transformative nature of major life events, which often force individuals to reprioritize their values and confront their deeper emotional truths. It highlights that in moments of genuine crisis, superficial concerns and ingrained prejudices can be stripped away, revealing the core of human connection and love. The tragic case of personal and social disharmony is ultimately overcome by the overwhelming joy and responsibility of new life. For investigative forces to track down this culprit faster, the experience teaches us: 1. That true crisis often serves as a powerful catalyst for change and self-reflection. 2. To observe how individuals react under pressure, as these moments often reveal their authentic values. And 3. To recognize that community and familial support are crucial during such transitions, even if expressed imperfectly. In conclusion, these seemingly ordinary domestic cases, when viewed through the lens of a criminal psychology analyst and detective novelist, reveal an intricate web of human emotions, motivations, and societal pressures. The perpetrators are rarely malicious individuals, but rather the subtle forces of fear, prejudice, misunderstanding, and ingrained habits. The crimes are often infringements upon individual well-being, trust, and social harmony. The overarching life lessons gleaned from this comprehensive analysis are clear and resonate deeply with the humanistic spirit. First, the paramount importance of unfiltered communication cannot be overstated. So many cases of discord or emotional harm arise from unspoken anxieties, unaddressed assumptions, or the failure to articulate needs and desires clearly. Had Mike and Gloria discussed financial arrangements more openly, a period of painful marital suspicion could have been averted. Had Archie been more forthright about his fears of aging, his initial reaction to the medical test might have been less combative, and the family's attempts to soothe him less infantilizing. The lesson for all is to foster environments where honest, open dialogue is not just tolerated, but actively encouraged, and where individuals feel safe to express vulnerability without fear of judgment or exploitation. This kind of communication, transparent and empathetic, acts as a profound deterrent against the silent perpetrators of misunderstanding and distrust. Second, the analysis underscores the pervasive and destructive nature of unexamined prejudice and systemic biases. Archie's resistance to Stanislaus, his derogatory remarks about Pollux, and his initial embrace of the minstrel show are stark reminders of how deeply ingrained biases can poison personal relationships and perpetuate societal injustice. His brief moment of moral clarity, spurred by Mike's unwavering conviction, demonstrates that even deeply held prejudices can be challenged and in some measure overcome. The life lesson here is a call to constant vigilance, to question our own assumptions, to confront biases in ourselves and others, and to actively educate ourselves and our communities about the history and impact of prejudice. Investigative forces in the broader societal sense, educators, community leaders, and advocates must remain steadfast in their pursuit of equity, recognizing that prejudice in all its subtle forms is a culprit that diminishes the human experience for all. By shining a light on these biases, we dismantle the perpetrator's sophistication, which often relies on remaining hidden or normalized. Third, the profound significance of empathy and emotional intelligence emerges as a critical defense against crimes of the heart. Gloria's intense emotional swings during pregnancy, her feelings of being misunderstood, and her eventual reconciliation with Mike highlight the delicate dance of emotional attunement in intimate relationships. Mike's panicked response to the paging of Dr. Shapiro, mirroring Gloria's earlier hyperventilation, reveals a newfound empathy born of shared experience. The ability to truly listen, to validate another person's feelings, and to offer support that meets their emotional needs, rather than just practical ones, builds a resilient foundation against the perpetrators of isolation and emotional neglect. This means moving beyond merely fixing a problem to truly understanding the emotional landscape of those we care about. Fourth, the narrative illustrates the transformative power of significant life events. The impending birth of a child, the threat of job loss, or facing down a moral dilemma all serve as crucibles in which characters are tested and, ultimately, often transformed. These moments, while challenging, can strip away superficial concerns and force individuals to prioritize what truly matters. Archie's final dash to the hospital, abandoning his blackface performance, is a powerful symbol of this reordering of priorities, a triumph of familial love over performative obligation and ingrained prejudice. The life lesson is to approach such transitional periods not just with apprehension, but also with an openness to the profound lessons and opportunities for growth they present. These events can act as unexpected investigators, forcing a reevaluation of our personal case files. Fifth, and finally, the overarching theme is one of resilience and the triumph of human connection over adversity. Despite the arguments, the misunderstandings, the fears, and the prejudices, the family unit in these cases consistently finds its way back to a place of love and mutual support. This is the ultimate justice served in these non-criminal cases, the preservation and strengthening of human bonds. For investigative forces, whether they be counselors, community organizers, or simply caring individuals, the experience teaches that fostering environments of forgiveness, encouraging acts of reconciliation, and celebrating shared humanity are the most effective strategies for preventing tragic cases and inspiring the enduring triumph of good. The perpetrator's sophistication may lie in its ability to sow discord, but the resilience of the human spirit, driven by love and connection, will always find a way to navigate the challenges and emerge perhaps not unscathed, but undeniably stronger and more deeply connected. This narrative, therefore, is not just a recounting of cases, but a testament to the intricate, often messy, but ultimately hopeful journey of human relationships, offering poignant reminders of how to better navigate our shared lives with grace, understanding, and unwavering compassion. The faded strains of a bygone era, the melancholic echo of Glenn Miller's orchestra, often served as the haunting overture to the daily dramas unfolding within the Bunker household. Boy, the way Glenn Miller played, songs that made the hit parade, guys like us, we had it made, those were the days. It was a refrain, a lament, a statement of an idealized past that stood in stark, turbulent present of Archie Bunker and his family. For a criminal psychology analyst, perhaps better termed a deep human behavior observer in this domestic arena, and for a detective novelist perpetually seeking the profound narratives woven into everyday life, this house, this family, presented a continuous living case study. Each seemingly mundane interaction, every burst of temper or moment of tenderness offered invaluable data points in the grand tapestry of human motivation and consequence. The first case that presented itself, deceptively simple yet laden with subtext, began with a domestic mishap, the laundry. Hey, Ma, you home? Yeah, boy, hi. Hey, Moat got a problem. Moat did the laundry today. Moat must have done something wrong. Look at this. That's glorious bra. Yeah, Moat had a hunch it was, Ma, but look, it's all stained. Here, the initial perpetrator was Mike, the son-in-law, whose youthful inexperience and perhaps a touch of distracted negligence led to the unfortunate staining of Gloria's intimate apparel. The motive was entirely innocent, an attempt to contribute to household chores, a demonstration of responsibility. The cause was a fundamental lack of understanding of the basic principles of textile care, the segregation of colors from whites. Edith, the matriarch, with her boundless patience and practical wisdom, gently elucidated the unspoken rules. Oh, you should never put your blue shorts in with glorious bra. Her follow-up, after Mike's fleeting attempt at domestic humor, what might mean is you should never mix colors and whites, underscored the universal applicability of such seemingly trivial household laws. The key details to track here were the immediate visual evidence of the stained garment, serving as a tangible manifestation of a minor transgression and the conversational interplay that followed. Mike's sheepish admission, Gloria's implicit trust in him doing the chore, and Edith's immediate, almost instinctive diagnosis of the problem, all painted a picture of a household where minor errors were met not v'kep ite hat harsh judgment, but with an underlying current of familial support and gentle correction. The perpetrator's sophistication in this context was notably low. It was a crime of pure oversight, lacking any malicious intent or elaborate planning. It was, rather, a classic example of human error, a misstep born of ignorance rather than malice. The life lesson emerging from this small domestic incident was clear. Competence in foundational life skills, however mundane, contributes to household harmony. Furthermore, clear communication of these unwritten rules can prevent future misunderstandings. For police, or more appropriately, for any individuals tasked v'kep ite hat, mediating disputes or uncovering the root causes of friction in any social unit, the experience highlighted the importance of a thorough preliminary investigation, asking simple, direct questions about the sequence of events and the materials involved. Often, the most complex-seeming problems have the most straightforward origins, and a calm, non-accusatory approach, as demonstrated by Edith, is paramount to eliciting accurate information and fostering resolution rather than defensiveness. The domestic sphere, much like any complex society, thrived on unspoken protocols. When these were violated, even inadvertently, ripples of disruption could spread. Archie's return, marked by the observation it's Friday afternoon and it's only 1:30, served as the catalyst for the next series of psychological observations. His immediate, almost visceral reaction to Gloria's bra hanging in plain sight. What the hell is this? Is Gloria's bra? Motka know of a cape what it is, but what is it doing here? There are some things that should never be seen in public, and this here is two of them. Was a masterclass in the psychology of rigid social conformity and personal discomfort with anything perceived as out of place or improper. The bra, a symbol of femininity and domesticity in Archie's eyes, became an emblem of disorder and a breach of his personal code of conduct. Here, Archie was the primary perpetrator of the immediate discomfort, his judgmental pronouncements creating an atmosphere of tension. His motive was an unyielding adherence to his own deeply ingrained sense of propriety and a desire for control over his immediate environment. The cause was both the physical presence of the offending garment and his own internal anxieties, which often manifested as an exaggerated need for order and a profound discomfort with the perceived erosion of traditional values. His subsequent sarcastic remark about Mike, "Oh, geez, leave it to this pre-vote to turn doing laundry into a sex order. Get that slingshot out of here," was a classic example of projection and a crude attempt to deflect his own discomfort onto others, particularly Mike, whom he often viewed as a symbol of the newer generation's laxity. The key details to track were Archie's immediate facial expressions, his tone of voice, and the swift escalation of his verbal aggression. The bra, in his mind, was not merely a stained garment, but a symbol, a tiny battlefield in his larger cultural war against modernity and changing social mores. The perpetrator's sophistication here was higher than Mike's simple oversight. Archie's reaction was rooted in a complex psychological construct, a lifetime of accumulated beliefs and prejudices that created a rigid framework through which he processed the world. His crime, if one could call it that, was one of emotional overreaction and an inability to adapt, fueled by an underlying sense of anxiety about a world that was constantly shifting beyond his control. The life lesson here was about the power of perspective and the challenge of empathy. What one person considers innocuous, another might find deeply unsettling, often due to deeply personal and cultural conditioning. For police or social mediators, understanding that external reactions often mask internal struggles, fears of change, loss of control, or challenges to one's identity is crucial. A simple object can become a lightning rod for complex emotions, and true resolution requires addressing the underlying anxieties, not just the superficial trigger. Archie's early return from work introduced a new, more profound case, the threat to his job security. What are you doing home so early? Oh, geez, something happened at work today that got me all unsprung. Moat had to leave. Moat got the Black Elmo to take over for me, you know, in the loading dock, and Moat ducked out. The true perpetrator here was the pervasive societal fear of economic obsolescence, exacerbated by corporate policies that prioritized youth and perceived physical vigor over experience. Archie's immediate motive was self-preservation, a desperate desire to protect his livelihood and, by extension, his sense of self-worth and identity. The cause was the company's directive for physical checkups for employees over 50, implicitly signaling a culling of the older workforce. His perceived rival, Old Man Deutschmeyer, became the immediate antagonist in this unfolding drama. Archie's description of Deutschmeyer, because he acts like an old man. That's why. He walks around kept the hat, his pants bagging in the behind, his shoelaces are untied, and half the time he's unzipped to the world, was not merely an insult but a desperate attempt at psychological distancing. By exaggerating Deutschmeyer's perceived infirmities, Archie sought to convince himself and his family that he was distinct, superior, and therefore safe from the corporate acts. This was a classic defense mechanism, projecting one's own fears and vulnerabilities onto another to maintain a facade of strength. The key details to track were Archie's agitated demeanor, his almost desperate attempt to malign Deutschmeyer, and the underlying tremor of fear in his voice despite his bluster. His refusal to acknowledge his own anxieties, even when challenged by Mike, "Mo, think you're putting down Deutschmeyer because you're afraid that he's in better health than you. Get out of here. Mo met in perfect health," revealed the depth of his internal conflict and his inability to confront his own vulnerabilities directly. The perpetrator's sophistication in this case was the insidious and often subtle nature of ageism in the workplace, coupled with the profound human tendency towards denial and self-deception when facing existential threats. This wasn't a crime of violence, but a psychological battle for dignity and survival in a world that seemed to devalue those who had dedicated their lives to labor. The crime, if viewed through a socio-economic lens, was the systemic disregard for the wisdom and experience of older workers, reducing human beings to mere units of productivity. The life lesson here was multifaceted. The importance of acknowledging and processing fear rather than projecting it onto others. The societal responsibility to value all members of the workforce regardless of age. And the psychological toll that economic insecurity takes on individuals. For police or social policymakers, understanding the nuances of how fear manifests through anger, denial, or scapegoating is vital. It underscores the plan for policies that protect vulnerable populations and mechanisms that address the root causes of insecurity, rather than simply managing the symptoms. It also highlights how often individual perpetrators of conflict like Archie's verbal attacks on Deutschmeyer are themselves victims of larger systemic pressures. The discussion then veered into the realm of legal rights and political commentary, further illustrating Archie's worldview. Could Mutt refuse to take that medical test? Arch, in the state of New York, if you refuse to take a company physical, they could legally fire you. You see how them bums hide behind the law? They just want to get rid of us old guys over 50, that is all, and put us out to pasture, but Mutt ain't ready to be pasteurized. His lament, "Mutt ain't ready to be pasteurized," a humorous malapropism, yet profoundly indicative of his fear of being rendered obsolete and treated as an inert commodity. His anger at the bums who hide behind the law was a projection of his frustration with an impersonal system, a system he felt was actively working against him and his generation. This segment's perpetrator was again the impersonal legal and corporate structure, but also Archie's own sense of powerlessness within it. His motive was a desire to regain agency, to fight back against a perceived injustice. The cause was the immutable legal reality that refusing a company physical could lead to termination. His subsequent redirection of blame towards young college punks who can find a job they was educated for, and then towards President Ford, was a classic display of displacement, finding external targets for his internal rage and frustration. This was Archie's coping mechanism, externalizing blame rather than internalizing the vulnerability of his situation. The key details were the swift shifts in his targets of blame, moving from the company to college punks to the president. This rapid cognitive leaping demonstrated his agitated state and his inability to calmly analyze the situation. The sophistication of this perpetrator, the systemic pressures, and Archie's response to them lay in its ability to exploit pre-existing anxieties and biases, leading to a cascade of misplaced anger and a cyclical reinforcement of his own rigid beliefs. The life lesson: systemic issues often breed individual resentment and prejudice. Understanding the source of anger, is it personal failure or systemic pressure, is crucial for personal well-being and societal progress. For police, or indeed anyone observing social discontent, tracing the chain of blame and projection often reveals deeper societal anxieties and unmet needs. The target of anger is rarely the true cause, but rather a convenient outlet for more complex frustrations. The arrival of Gloria and Mike after their doctor's visit offered a brief respite, yet introduced another layer of human concern, the anticipation of new life. Hi, Rick. Hi, Dave. Hi, honey. How you doing? Hi, honey. Hey, what did the doctor say? Oh, he said everything is right on schedule. The fetus is in the proper position in the womb. Gloria's casual, medically precise language. The fetus is in the proper position in the womb immediately triggered Archie's discomfort with scientific terminology and his preference for euphemism. Oh, geez. Watch your language. Can you just say that what do you call it there is A-OK? That what do you call it there is A-OK. Oh, great. Here, the perpetrator of the brief tension was the clash between medical detachment and Archie's old-fashioned sensibilities. His motive was not malice, but a desire for comfort, familiarity, and a certain perceived innocence in language, particularly concerning the sacred act of birth. The cause was simply glorious use of a medically accurate term that Archie found jarring or overly clinical for a joyous occasion. His insistence on what do you call it there is okay revealed his preference for abstract, non-specific language when confronted vague capite realities that made him uncomfortable. The sophistication of this perpetrator was minimal, a simple cultural and generational gap in linguistic comfort. The key detail was the immediate shift in Archie's tone, from general greeting to a sharp correction, indicating his sensitivity to perceived impropriety. The life lesson here was the often unacknowledged power of language to soothe or to grate, depending on one's background and sensitivities. For police or communicators, understanding the audience, cultural and personal filters is paramount for effective message delivery. Technical accuracy alone may not suffice if it alienates the listener. The looming company Physical continued to dominate Archie's mental landscape, manifesting as a pervasive anxiety that overshadowed even the joy of impending grandparenthood. His decision to take matters into his own hands, to escalate his case to a higher authority, revealed his belief in a hierarchical, albeit somewhat fantastical, system of justice. We mean you and me. We gonna sit down. We gonna write a letter to George Meany, the head of the UFO CIA. What? Exactly. There's the man in the country that's most worried about the unemployment. His misidentification of George Meany affiliation, UFO CIA, was a brilliant, albeit accidental, stroke of misdirection, a testament to the chaotic and often ill-informed way Archie processed information. It also highlighted his profound, almost childlike, faith in the power of a singular, benevolent authority figure to rectify systemic injustices, even when his understanding of that authority was wildly inaccurate. Here the perpetrator was Archie's own flawed logic and his tendency to seek simplistic top-down solutions to complex problems. His motive was a deep-seated belief in his own righteousness and an almost desperate need to find an external champion for his cause. The cause was his underlying fear of unemployment, coupled with a fundamental misunderstanding of political and labor union structures. Mike's sarcastic yet pointed retort Arch, the only way that George Meany's going to stop unemployment is if he gets his pal Gerald Ford to start another war, was a chillingly accurate summary of Archie's simplistic geopolitical worldview, where conflict was a viable solution to economic woes. Archie's immediate embrace of this idea, well, that always worked in the past. What are you saying? You're in favor of a major war? We don't have to take on anybody real tough, you know? We could hit Mexico again. We could pounce on them in the middle of the day when they all snoozing under them big dopey hats, was a horrifyingly candid revelation of his xenophobia and his casual approach to international relations. The key details to track were the sheer absurdity of his proposals, juxtaposed with the earnestness with which he delivered them, revealing a profound disconnect between his internal logic and external reality. The sophistication of this perpetrator was in the insidious way ignorance and fear could combine to produce genuinely dangerous and dehumanizing ideas disguised under the veneer of patriotic self-interest. This wasn't a crime of direct physical harm, but a crime of thought, a dangerous precedent for how casual prejudice could escalate into proposals for national aggression. The life lesson here was the critical importance of informed civic engagement and critical thinking. Unchecked ignorance, fueled by fear, can lead to dangerous and morally reprehensible conclusions. For police or educators and public leaders, understanding the psychological pathways from personal anxiety to prejudice and even jingoism is vital for fostering a peaceful and informed citizenry. It highlights the profound responsibility of leaders to educate, not merely to echo or exploit the fears of their constituents. Edith, ever the voice of gentle reason, proposed a practical solution to Archie anxiety about the physical. Archie, just to make sure you're all right, why didn't you go see a doctor this afternoon? That way, if there ain't nothing wrong with you, you won't have nothing to worry about. And if there is something wrong with you, the doctor can fix it by Monday morning. Her wisdom, born not of intellect but of innate common sense and empathy, was a stark contrast to the convoluted and often destructive thought processes of Archie and Mike. Her suggestion offered a direct path to addressing the perpetrator of Archie anxiety, his unknown medical status, with a proactive rather than reactive approach. Archie's immediate acceptance. Yeah, that makes sense. Mort LeGlunk, tell you what, why don't him go to a doctor this afternoon? And if he don't find nothing wrong, they kip a hat me, then Mort ain't got nothing to worry about. And if he finds something wrong, they kip a hat me, then maybe he can fix it by Monday morning. Oh, that's a better idea. That makes a lot more sense. Can you folly that? Mort can folly that. This way, Mr. Bunker was a humorous echo of Edith's original proposal, demonstrating his tendency to claim others' good ideas as his own after a brief mental processing lag. The key detail was Edith's simple, direct framing of the problem and solution, bypassing all the emotional noise. The sophistication of the perpetrator Archie anxiety was its ability to blind him to simple solutions until presented in an unthreatening, clear manner. The life lesson. Sometimes the most profound wisdom comes from unexpected sources, often from those who operate with an unfiltered, empathetic logic. Direct, compassionate problem solving can cut through layers of anxiety and overthinking. For police or therapists and counselors, recognizing that individuals in distress often need clear, unambiguous guidance, free from judgment and complex reasoning, is fundamental to helping them find a path forward. Archie's visit to the doctor introduced another layer of observations. Dr. Shapiro, the supposed doctor, was away, leaving his assistant, a young, seemingly inexperienced kid, to examine Archie. This immediately fueled Archie's distrust of youth and perceived inexperience. Well, then, who took care of him? Oh, geez, his assistant. Some young kid looked to be about 12 years of age there. He was right out of doctor school, Mort supposed. Mort half expected him to take my pulse with a Mickey Mouse one. His contempt for the young doctor, a perpetrator of perceived incompetence in Archie's mind, was a manifestation of his general disdain for anyone younger or perceived as less seasoned than himself. The doctor's findings, particularly about Archie's blood pressure, only one thing concerns me. Your blood pressure is 170/98. Oh, geez, that's just a little high. Directly address the physical manifestation of Archie's chronic stress and anxiety. The doctor's question, let me ask you, Mr. Bunker, are you the excitable type? Do you get upset easily? Was a direct inquiry into the psychological perpetrator behind the physical symptom. Archie's immediate denial. Oh, no, ma, don't do that. No, no. Ask her, followed by Edith's truthful yet diplomatic. Only when something upsets him perfectly captured Archie's self-deception, and Edith's role as his unwavering, if sometimes unhelpful, truth-teller. Archie's subsequent outburst ma get upset when them young guys down at work start razzing me about my age, that's all. Now, Junior here asked me a question, but don't need to help her talking dingbat to give him an answer. Stifle yourself was the very evidence the young doctor needed. You just answered my question, Mr. Bunker. You obviously suffer from hypertension, so Moat Met going to give you this prescription for your nerves. The perpetrator here was Archie's own unmanaged stress and anger, directly causing his hypertension. The cause was his inability to process frustration constructively, instead allowing it to escalate into physical symptoms. The sophistication of this perpetrator was the profound mind-body connection, where psychological turmoil manifested as physiological distress, a subtle yet powerful form of self-sabotage. Unaddressed emotional stress has tangible physical consequences. Self-awareness and the ability to manage one's reactions are crucial for overall health. For police or medical professionals, and indeed any observant individual, understanding that a patient's denial often masks the very truth they are trying to avoid is key. The true culprit of a physical ailment might often be found in the patient's psychological landscape and their unacknowledged emotional patterns. The indirect observational approach, allowing the subject to reveal their own truth, is often more effective than direct confrontation. The aftermath of the doctor's visit saw the family rallying to keep Archie calm and relaxed. This created a new case, the collective, often clumsy, attempt to manage Archie's temper and protect his health. Well, it sounds like the doctor gave Daddy a good report. Oh yeah, everything is fine, except his blood pressure's a little high, so we gotta help keep him calm and relaxed all weekend. The perpetrator of this new dynamic was Archie's hypertension, now an externalized threat that the entire family felt compelled to combat. Their motive was genuine love and concern for his well-being, coupled with a desire to ensure he passed his company physical. The cause was the doctor's explicit instruction to reduce Archie's stress. The immediate attempts to soothe him, "Hi, Arch. Here, let me take your hat. Here you go, Arch. Take it easy," were well-intentioned but often counterproductive, as Archie's nature often rebelled against overt pampering or infantilization. His grumbling about the cost of his sugar bullets pills and his insistence on doing things himself would get daddy his beer revealed his deep-seated need for independence and his discomfort with being perceived as weak or infirm. The key detail was the exaggerated attentiveness of Mike and Gloria, which, while loving, inadvertently highlighted Archie's perceived vulnerability, thus fueling his irritation. The sophistication of this perpetrator, the family's well-meaning but often misapplied efforts to keep Archie calm, lay in the complex interplay of care and control. While driven by love, their actions sometimes inadvertently triggered Archie's rebellious streak, creating a paradoxical effect where attempts at calm generated further irritation. This was a crime of miscommunication of affection, where the intention was pure but the method was subtly off-key. The life lesson, authentic care must be delivered in a way that respects the recipient's autonomy and dignity. What helps one person relax might irritate another. For police or family counselors, understanding the nuances of how individuals receive and interpret gestures of care is crucial. The same action can be perceived as loving or patronizing, depending on the recipient's psychological makeup and their current emotional state. Effective intervention requires empathy and tailoring the approach to the individual, rather than a one-size-fits-all solution. The revelation of the baby's potential name, Stanislaus, triggered an immediate and intense case of generational and cultural conflict. Gloria, don't tell him. What do you mean, don't tell him? Who is little Stanislaus? Don't you think you better take a relaxing pill? Later. Later. Who is little Stanislaus? One has 4 legs and flies, 2 pairs of pants. Who is little Stanislaus? It's a garbage truck. Need to think a minute, huh? A garbage truck has 4 legs, the driver and his helper. Stay close to me, Lord. Will you? How about a pill? How about who the hell is little Stanislaus? Well, we were thinking if we had a boy, that might be his name. Stanislaus. Stanislaus? How'd you think up a nutty name like that? That was my father's name, and it's a good name. If Stanislaus is a good name, how come he named you Meathead? He named me Michael. You named me Meathead. Here, the perpetrator was the clash of cultural identities and the deeply personal nature of naming a child, intertwined with Archie's ingrained prejudice and his need for cultural assimilation. His motive was a defense of what he considered American identity and a rejection of anything he perceived as foreign or un-American. The cause was Mike and Gloria's decision to honor Mike's Polish heritage, which Archie saw as a direct challenge to his own cultural dominance and a potential source of ridicule for his future grandchild. His immediate dismissal of Stanislaus as nutty and his sarcastic question about Mike being named Meathead revealed the depth of his contempt for non-Anglo-Saxon names and his tendency to belittle anything outside his comfort zone. The key details were the escalation of Archie's voice, his rapid-fire rhetorical questions, and his immediate personal attack on Mike. The sophistication of this perpetrator, cultural prejudice, and xenophobia was its deeply entrenched nature within Archie's psyche, a bias so fundamental that it colored his perception of even a simple name. This was a crime of cultural insensitivity and verbal aggression, demonstrating how deeply ingrained biases can poison even celebratory family moments. The life lesson. Naming a child is a deeply personal act that reflects identity and heritage. Respect for diverse cultural backgrounds is paramount for fostering an inclusive and harmonious family and indeed society. For police or cultural mediators, recognizing that seemingly minor cultural differences can become flashpoints for deeply held prejudices is essential. Addressing such conflicts requires not just diffusing immediate anger, but also gently challenging the underlying biases that fuel it, understanding that these biases are often passed down through generations and are deeply resistant to change. The detective observes how the weight of history and personal experience shapes these interactions, making simple discussions complex battlegrounds of identity. The attempt by Gloria and Mike to mollify Archie by offering his own name, Archie, as an alternative. Before you get all upset, Daddy, would you like to know the other name we were considering if it's a boy? What? Archie? Oh, that is your name, you don't say. See, Daddy, we didn't forget about you. We thought we used both grandfathers' names and called Samanos Stanis Archibald Stivic backfired dramatically. The combined names Stanislaus Archibald Stivic and Archie's immediate concern about the initials, "Oh, Daddy, you would want your grandchild to have those initials," was a moment of dark humor that perfectly encapsulated Archie's often unconscious self-sabotage. His question, "Are you calling me an ass?" and subsequent outburst was a projection of his own subconscious anxieties and a testament to his hypersensitivity to perceived insults. The perpetrator here was the confluence of Archie's hypersensitivity, his ingrained biases, and the unintended consequences of well-meaning but clumsy attempts at appeasement. His motive was to maintain his perceived dignity and control, even when his reactions were irrational. The cause was a combination of the unfortunate initials in Archie's hair trigger temper, exacerbated by the ongoing stress of his job and the relaxing efforts of his family. The key detail was his immediate leap from a neutral observation about initials to a personal accusation, highlighting his tendency to personalize every perceived slight. The sophistication of this perpetrator was the way Archie's own psychological vulnerabilities, his pride, his insecurity made him susceptible to misinterpreting even neutral information, turning it into a personal attack. This was a crime of emotional overreaction and a profound lack of self-awareness. The life lesson: attempts at appeasement can backfire if they inadvertently trigger deeper anxieties or if the communication is not carefully calibrated. Understanding a person's underlying sensitivities is crucial when navigating emotionally charged discussions. For police or negotiators, recognizing when an individual is projecting their own insecurities or misinterpreting information is vital. De-escalation often requires addressing the perceived slight, even if it seems irrational to the observer, and gently redirecting the conversation. Archie's insistence that children would mock Louse and Stanley. They'll say, "Hey, Louse, where's the doggy you've been riding on?" That's what they'll be hollering after him, Arch. The kids will call him Stanley. They will call him Louse. Little kids are mean and rotten. Moat ought to know. Moat used to be one.
Why do they make fun of your name?
Yes. Archibald is a nice name. Archibald stinks, and when the kids on the block found out Moat was called Archibald, they brought me up to the Bronx and they left me there, was a poignant revelation of his own childhood trauma. His motive was not due a prejudice, but a deep-seated fear of his grandchild experiencing the same ridicule he endured. The perpetrator here was Archie on unhealed emotional wounds from childhood, projecting his past pain onto the future. The key detail was the sudden shift from his usual bluster to a deeply personal anecdote about being abandoned in the Bronx, revealing a vulnerability rarely seen. The sophistication of this perpetrator was the long-lasting impact of childhood experiences, shaping adult fears and prejudices in ways that might seem irrational on the surface, but are deeply rooted in personal history. This was a crime of emotional inheritance where past suffering dictated present reactions, a cycle that Archie, perhaps unknowingly, was perpetuating. The life lesson: understanding the root cause of prejudice and strong negative reactions often requires delving into an individual's personal history, especially childhood experiences. Unresolved trauma can manifest as irrational fears and biases in adulthood. For police or psychologists, recognizing that aggressive or resistant behavior often stems from unhealed wounds rather than pure malice is crucial. Empathy and an understanding of psychological history can unlock deeper insights into seemingly irrational actions. Edith's unexpected defiance. Fine, but Mutt do not have to listen to you. It is up to us to name our own child. Mutton have to stand here and listen to your juvenile opinions. That's all you gonna get out of me. Mutton help him tell this stuff out of his mouth. What's the matter? Halliburton? Hey, Ma, it's not my fault. It's not my fault you were talking to my father. You know this thing with him all the time. You were just listening to each other talk, and to come back till after Monday was a remarkable turning point. It represented a rare moment where Edith, the eternal peacemaker, drew a firm line, protecting her daughter and grandchild from Archie's emotional assault. The perpetrator in this instance was Archie's relentless negativity and bullying, which finally pushed Edith to her breaking point. Her motive was to protect her daughter, Gloria, who was emotionally vulnerable due to pregnancy, and to safeguard the sanctity of her family unit. The cause was the accumulation of Archie's aggressive behavior and his inability to heed the doctor's instructions for calm. Her seemingly harsh expulsion of Gloria and Mike, you were just chewing your own pregnant daughter right out of the house, was a calculated, albeit desperate, act of preservation, prioritizing Archie's health and the fragile peace of the home. The key detail was the abruptness and uncharacteristic firmness of her tone, a clear signal that a boundary had been crossed. The sophistication of this perpetrator, Edith's breaking point, was the profound psychological insight that sometimes, to preserve harmony, a temporary disruption is necessary. It was a crime of necessary cruelty, motivated by a deeper love and a desperate desire for balance. The life lesson: even the most patient individuals have limits, and sometimes setting firm boundaries, however difficult, is essential for self-preservation and the protection of loved ones. For police or conflict resolution specialists, understanding that unexpected defiance can signal a deep-seated grievance or an accumulation of unresolved issues is crucial. It's not just about the immediate trigger, but the entire history leading up to the breaking point. The detective observes how the quietest characters can possess the most profound inner strength when pushed to their limits. With Mike and Gloria gone, Edith focused on managing Archie anxiety, bringing the narrative back to his impending physical. Because Moot met your wife and Moot met's supposed to keep you healthy. Oh, yeah, come on, sit back down here and relax and take your pill and don't worry no more about losing your job. Here, the perpetrator was Archie's pervasive anxiety, a shadowy adversary that Edith tirelessly fought. Her motive was her marital vow and her deep love for Archie, manifesting an almost singular focus on his well-being. The cause was the external threat of his job loss, but also Archie's internal resistance to relaxation and his propensity for worry. Her gentle assurances, her physical comfort, and her simple, unwavering belief in him, you're going to come out better on the test than Mr. Deutschmeyer. You're a good wife to me. Oh, you're a good husband. Well, you deserve every part of me. Still got to beat out Deutschmeyer. Well, then again, he's got awful feet, you know. Could a guy die from that? These were her primary tools. The key detail was Edith Constant, almost maternal, nurturing, providing a steady emotional anchor in Archie's turbulent mental state. The sophistication of this perpetrator, Archie anxiety, was its ability to consume his every thought, leading him to grasp at even the most tenuous reasons to feel superior to Deutschmeyer, his awful feat. This was a crime of existential dread, making Archie obsess over superficial comparisons. The life lesson, support and consistent reassurance from a trusted partner can be a powerful antidote to anxiety. However, even genuine care cannot entirely eradicate deeply seated fears or alter ingrained competitive instincts. For police or caregivers, understanding the pervasive and often irrational nature of anxiety is key. It requires patience, repetition of reassurance, and a willingness to address not just the stated fears, but also the hidden anxieties that drive behavior. The scene shifted to Archie's actual physical examination, introducing Dr. Physician, who, unlike the young kid, immediately commanded Archie's respect. Ding dong, Moat met Dr. Ferguson, Stanley Ferguson, Stanley Ferguson. Oh, Moat always loved that name, Stanley. The unexpected commonality of the name Stanley revisiting Mike's initial naming suggestion served as an immediate bridge between Archie and the doctor, a subtle disarming tactic. Here the perpetrator was Archie's lingering anxiety about the outcome of the test and his underlying mistrust of the medical establishment, particularly younger practitioners. Dr. Ferguson, through his calm demeanor and his own revelation of being 71, well, might hope not, might met 71, immediately established rapport and authority, bypassing Archie's usual defensiveness. His instruction to relax. Want you to think happy thoughts. You're out on a beautiful lake. You're refishing. Oh, yeah. And you're reliving in a world where your age doesn't count against you. Oh, GIF only. Doc GIF only was a masterclass in psychological manipulation, using empathy and imaginative suggestion to lower Archie's blood pressure. The doctor's subsequent broadening of the happy thought to a world of brotherhood. Good. In a world where all men live in brotherhood, blacks and whites and blondes in peace, mixing free, inadvertently triggered Archie's deep-seated prejudices, causing his blood pressure to spike again. His bunker, you're that don't mean nothing, Doc Matt. Just holding back a boy band. It'll do it every time. This was a profound moment of self-revelation, a stark illustration of how Archie's inner prejudices were so deeply embedded they could physically manifest, even against his conscious will to relax. The key details were Dr. Ferguson's age, which disarmed Archie, and the subtle shift in Archie's physiological response when confronted with ideas that challenged his worldview. The perpetrator here was Archie's ingrained prejudice, an unconscious force so powerful it could override his conscious desire for good health and job security. The sophistication of this perpetrator was its deeply subliminal nature, operating beyond conscious control, a psychological crime committed against his own well-being. The life lesson. Deep-seated prejudices can have profound physiological effects, demonstrating the intimate connection between one's mental and physical health. True relaxation, and indeed true well-being, often requires confronting and resolving internal biases. As for police or those engaged in public health or diversity training, understanding that prejudice is not merely an opinion, but a deeply ingrained psychological pattern with measurable consequences is critical. It underscores the difficulty, yet necessity, of addressing internal biases for individual and societal health. The detective observes how the body itself can become a witness to the mind's deepest conflicts. Dr. Ferguson, a pragmatic observer of human, understood that his primary goal was to get Archie through the physical. His strategic decision to record a high normal blood pressure reading. All right, Moat Met gonna put you down at 168/95. Is that good? Well, it's high normal, but it LeGlunk keep you your job was a compassionate act. A benevolent subversion of strict medical protocol for the greater good of Archie's livelihood. The perpetrator in this moment was the societal pressure on individuals to maintain employment, and Dr. Ferguson's response to it. His motive was empathy and a desire to help an individual navigate a difficult system. The cause was Archie's genuine fear of job loss, which was causing his elevated blood pressure. Archie's immediate relief, oh, well, geez, that's the main thing, Doc. Boy, what a relief that is, was palpable. His subsequent inquiry about Deutschmeyer, how did old man Dirksmeyer check out? Oh, well, Moat couldn't do much for Dirksmeyer. He's got problems.
Oh, Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, well, Motluglunk tell the guys on the loading dock to get ready to throw him a nice going-away party, yeah? Was a revealing display of human nature, where personal relief was immediately followed by a desire for a rival S downfall, masking his own vulnerability. The key detail was the immediate shift in Archie's focus from his own health to Deutschmeyer's misfortune, revealing the competitive, self-interested aspect of his character. The perpetrator S sophistication here was the doctor's nuanced understanding of human behavior and the social contract, recognizing that sometimes literal adherence to rules must yield to compassionate pragmatism. It was a crime of compassionate deception, a strategic untruth to preserve a man's job. The life lesson: sometimes compassion and human understanding must temper strict adherence to rules, particularly when livelihoods are at stake. However, the human tendency to find solace in another S misfortune, even after experiencing relief oneself, is a darker truth. For police or ethicists and leaders, this highlights the complexities of judgment and the frequent need to balance adherence to protocol with a deeper understanding of human needs. The detective observes how an individual S relief can sometimes open a window into their less charitable inclinations. The final twist in this case was the revelation about Deutschmeyer misfortune from Sanders, the hatchet man. Oh, hello, Bunker. How'd you make out with the doc? Oh, swell, swell. Moot come through with flying colors there. Mutt ain't hardly got any blood pressure at all. Well, congratulations. What do you think of poor Dirksmeyer? Yeah, Moot just saw him leaving. Hey, Doc, what was the final determination on him? Ulcers. Oh, ulcers. Ain't that too bad? He can be on the loading dock no more. That's rough, ain't it? Rough? What's rough about that? He'll be eligible now for his union disability, retirement, Social Security, medical insurance. Probably all tax-free, not to mention our new company pension plan. Putting those together, Dirksmeyer is going to be clearing more dough sitting on his butt than he ever made working here. This revelation was a profound irony, a subversion of Archie's competitive worldview. Deutschmeyer misfortune was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune, enabling him to retire with financial security than Archie, who was forced back to the loading dock. The perpetrator here was the impersonal, often arbitrary nature of fate and the bureaucratic system itself, which, in its complexity, could yield unexpected and contradictory outcomes. Its motive was simply the functioning of its own rules, independent of individual desires or competitive struggles. The cause was Deutschmeyer's specific medical condition and the confluence of various social welfare and company benefit programs. Archie's stunned silence and subsequent return to work. Hey, Bunker, you better get down on the loading platform. With Dirksmeyer off the job, we were going to be shorthanded down there, was the ultimate psychological comeuppance. His previous relief and schadenfreude were replaced by the bitter taste of irony and the reality of his own continued labor. The key detail was the complete reversal of fortune, defying Archie expectations and highlighting the often unpredictable nature of life. The sophistication of this perpetrator fate was its ability to reveal the futility of narrow-minded competition and prejudice, demonstrating how human assumptions often fall short of complex reality. This was a crime of cosmic irony, delivering a humbling lesson to Archie. The life lesson: competitive thinking, especially when fueled by prejudice, often blinds individuals to the broader picture and the unexpected turns of fate. True security lies not in another's misfortune, but in adaptability and an understanding of systemic complexities. For police or economists and social scientists, this underscores the importance of understanding the unintended consequences of policies and the often counterintuitive ways that social systems function. It reveals how individual struggles are often interwoven with larger impersonal forces and how personal narratives of triumph or despair can be dramatically reshaped by external realities. The detective learns that sometimes the truth of a situation is far more nuanced and ironic than the initial appearances suggest. The segment concluded, leaving Archie to grapple with this fresh irony, a silent lesson in the unpredictability of life and the dangers of narrowly focused self-interest. The strains of Glenn Miller once again filled the air, a nostalgic echo that somehow felt both comforting and mocking in its simplicity, juxtaposed against the complex, often contradictory realities of modern life. Boy, the way Glenn Miller played, the songs that made the hit parade guys like us, we had it made, those were the days, and you knew where you were then. Girls were girls and men were men, mister. We could use a man like Herbert Hoover again, didn't need no welfare state. Everybody pulled his weight. G.R.O. LaSalle ran great. Those were the days. These lyrics, a constant reminder of Archie's idealized past, often served as a counterpoint to the perplexing challenges of his present, a constant yearning for a simpler time when social roles and economic pathways seemed clearer, less fraught with the anxieties of change and the complexities of human interaction. The scene then transitioned to a new domestic case, equally intricate and revealing, focusing on the impending arrival of Gloria's baby. This case revolved around gifts, expectations, and the subtle power dynamics within the family. Eat it. Why? Is post-cleaning nobody in the kitchen yet? No? Did you get it? Mott got it. Okay, here we are. Created picture. Oh, they were going to be so surprised. Did you push this all away from the steward? No. Mutt jumped in and drove it home. They re gonna love it. This is the carriage they wanted. Only it was too expensive for them. You retelling me. Mutt laid out over $100 on this thing. That's a hell of a lot of money to spend on a kid you don't even know yet, but it has got all the latest features here. Wait till I'll show you starting here. There's the sun visor, see? For the sun. Okay, over here. See this whole thing? It collapses right. Oh, Jesus, get away from it. Let me show you. Now the hood, it all goes over here when the sun is coming from that direction. See? Okay, down in there, you got a mattress that's waterproof. Because babies ain't over there, you got a pocket for the milk bottle when she's wheeling them through the park. Oh, Gloria want to need that for a while. She's going to breastfeed in the park with all the creeps staring at Mott for dairies. Hey, look at this, a net against bugs. Oh, yeah, because we want a baby buggy, not a buggy baby. Here, the main perpetrator was Archie's deep-seated anxiety about spending money, his utilitarian worldview clashing with the sentimental act of gift-giving for a grandchild. His motive was a combination of financial prudence or stinginess, depending on interpretation and a struggle to connect emotionally with a child yet unborn. The cause was the significant expenditure on a baby carriage, something Archie viewed through the lens of pure cost versus utility, rather than joy or sentiment. His detailed, almost obsessive cataloging of its features, sun visor, collapses, waterproof mattress, pocket for the milk bottle, net against bugs, was his way of rationalizing the cost of finding concrete value in an item that otherwise felt like an extravagant expense for a kid you didn't even know yet. This hyper-rationalization masked his discomfort vacipite hat unbridled emotional generosity. His subsequent crude remark about Gloria breastfeeding in the park and creeps staring at her dairies was a deflection, a manifestation of his general discomfort vacipite female physiology, and a thinly veiled attempt to assert a traditional sense of public propriety. It was also a subtle, almost unconscious attempt to inject negativity and control into a situation that felt overwhelmingly joyful and therefore, in his worldview, potentially wasteful or disorderly. The key details were the juxtaposition of the expensive feature-rich carriage with Archie's financial anxieties and his immediate, unprompted comments about public indecency. The sophistication of this perpetrator, Archie's psychological resistance to sentimentality and generosity, lay in its ability to transform an act of love into a cost-benefit analysis and a source of social anxiety. This was a crime of emotional detachment, where the practical overshadowed the profound and underlying anxieties emerged in unexpected, often inappropriate ways. The life lesson, acts of generosity, particularly within families, often carry unspoken expectations and can reveal deeper psychological barriers regarding money and emotional expression. True value is not always measured in dollars or practical features. For police or philanthropists and marketers, understanding the diverse motivations behind spending and gift-giving is crucial. Some individuals connect through practicality, others through sentiment, and a discerning eye can reveal the underlying anxieties that shape these interactions. The detective notes how materialism can sometimes be a shield against deeper emotional engagement. The arrival of Gloria and the need to hide the carriage introduced a comedic yet psychologically revealing episode of familial secrecy and the challenges of managing surprises within a confined domestic space. Ma, you there? It's Gloria. We gotta hide the carriage. Ma, the door's locked. Yeah, Mott no. Mott lug be there. Where? The closet. Oh no, the Morts ain't even got room in that closet. Come on, the kitchen. Oh no. She lug go in the kitchen. Yeah! Is with the Meathead with her. She sure will. Where? Come on, where the cellar? All right, the cellar, see? The kid isn't even here yet, and already he is giving me a nervous breakdown. Here the perpetrators were the collective family unit, inadvertently creating chaos through a well-intentioned act of surprise. The motive was to create a moment of joy for Gloria, a loving gesture. The cause was the practical challenge of concealing a large object in a small house, compounded by the frantic, uncoordinated efforts of Edith and Archie. Archie's exasperated lament, the kid isn't even here yet, and already is giving me a nervous breakdown, was a humorous but genuine expression of his underlying anxiety about the impending disruption that a new baby would bring to his ordered, if chaotic, life. It was a projection of his own stress onto the unborn child, a testament to his resistance to change. The key details were the rapid-fire suggestions for hiding places, each immediately dismissed, and the escalating panic in their voices. The sophistication of this perpetrator, the chaos of a well-intentioned surprise, lay in its ability to expose the underlying stress and emotional fragility within the family unit, demonstrating how even positive events can trigger anxiety when they disrupt established routines and expectations. This was a crime of domestic disorganization, revealing deeper anxieties about impending change.